Welcome. Today is Wednesday, January the 26th, 2022. This is a regular meeting of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. I have with me in the room the County Manager John Peacock, my fellow Commissioner Kelly McNicholas Curry, and on Zoom we have Francie Jacober, who's now Vice Chairman of the Board, Greg Postman, and Steve Child. We're going to have a very interesting meeting day today. So to kick it off, John, I'm going to ask you if there's any additions and deletions to our agenda.
Yes, Patty, we have one deletion from the agenda, item 6. It's the item regarding GIS. That was a Scribner's error. That was not supposed to be on the agenda today,
Okay.
so I apologize for that.
And then rule of order, point of order, do we need to a vote to amend the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's no other changes, deletions? And we'll continue the other
Not
items?
that I'm aware of anyway, yeah.
Yeah, well, I tried. So I'm going to ask the board for a motion to amend our agenda.
So moved.
Greg, thank you.
Second.
Steve, thank you. Okay, any conversation about this? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. The agenda is amended. So today we are opening up our public comment. I'm not sure how many people we have lined up to speak today. So I'm going to
need
see,
help.
is that under the attendees or full attendee list?
So if you jump over to the attendees,
Okay.
and I'll just remind folks, Andrew Shoemaker, Pickens County IT here. If you'll raise your hand, that'll give us a list of folks to call on so that Patty can go through you one by one and give you a chance to speak. So Patty, we do have Andrea Bryan's got her hand
Yeah,
raised.
I saw that. And then Anna Zane. But, and question is for people who call in to raise their hand or to signal, it's *9.
It
And
is
to unmute, it's *6. And if we will be reminding people of that during public comment.
correct. That should be visible on the screen as well. during
Okay,
public
and
comment.
so in looking forward to, I'm keeping a list. Your names will come up at the top as you raise your hand. I want everyone to know we are limiting our comments to 3 minutes. That's the general protocol of the Board of Commissioners for public comment. Andrew is manning the timer for me, and when I can, I will remind people when they have 1 minute left, so you can start wrapping up your comments. And when people start, I would like them to please provide your name and just your area of residence, like Basalt or Aspen or Snowmass, just so we have some context there. That would be terrific. We really appreciate people calling in. We know this is a very important issue in hand, a lot of our issues today. So this public comments for items that are not on today's agenda. Steve, I see your hand is up. Did you have a question?
Well, yes, I just wanted to make sure if people want to comment on the short-term rental things, that will be later in the agenda, which there's a lot of people, and I'm sure a lot of them are wanting to comment on that.
Right, that is what I'm considering items that are on our agenda, so the public comment will be opened at the time we hear the item. So Steve, thanks for clearing that up for folks. So I'm going to start off here, and I think Andrea Bryan, you are the first on our list. So for the record, please state your name and your area of residence.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. My name is Andrea Bryan. I live in Carbondale, but I too do have 2 children, ages 4 and 6, who attend school in Aspen.
Okay, and you have 3 minutes, and we're going to start your clock, please, Andrea. It's nice to have you on.
Thank you. So the first thing I want to point out is that no one has addressed the hypocrisy and double standards of how we're treating adults versus our children in this post-COVID world, and how we can rationalize allowing our adults to party unmasked, unrestricted, indoors, while we continue to reduce our children's lunches in schools to 5 minutes, mask them for 8 hours a day, force them to take bus rides with the windows rolled down in the dead of winter, isolate them from their peers during lunch and snack and nap times, just to name a few. So why are we continuing to ask our kids to make the biggest sacrifices when all the data shows that they are at the absolute lowest risk of getting seriously ill? And I would like to know how the Board of Health is rationalizing those decisions to keep our kids trapped in 2020, but adults aren't. we are told to follow the data, follow the science, and I really am asking you to do that, and asking the Board of Health and the county commissioners and all our leaders to really take a look at the data, because that data is overwhelmingly showing that mask mandates at this point just aren't necessary anymore. At the last Board of Health meeting on January 13th, you cited the COVID hospitalization rate for COVID cases as 0.32%, and that included hospitalizations where COVID was the secondary diagnosis and where the at-home positive tests weren't reported. No one has disputed that COVID is overwhelmingly mild in young children. A New York Times article pointed out from January 14th, 2022, over the past week, at that point, 870 children were admitted to hospitals with COVID, but by comparison, more than 5,000 children visit emergency rooms each week for sports injuries.
You're on your last minute, Andrea, so please.
Okay, well, and then I just also want to point out, I'll skip over that data because that's in the letter that I wrote, but recently The Atlantic came out with an article regarding masking and how unjustified it is anymore. And I just want you to consider that the World Health Organization guidelines recommend against masking children ages 5 and younger because that group is at low risk of illness, and the European Center for Disease Prevention also recommends against masking children in primary school. Other countries are not masking kids, and there have been numerous studies showing that masking is a barrier to speech recognition, hearing, and communication. It's impeding their ability to decode facial expressions. And no one is considering these cost-benefit analysis of these COVID restrictions. And I think we're going to end up with a community of maladjusted kids, and no one is considering that. We're going to have a real educational and mental health.
Yeah, Andrew, you need to wrap up your comments, please.
Okay. And then you can go into the upper right-hand
Wait, we have
corner.
somebody who we need to mute. Sorry, keep going. I'll let you finish. We had somebody who interrupted, so I'll give you a few.
Okay, and I just want to be clear, this isn't all about masking for me. It's about a return to normal to our children while we are allowing adults, and I'm not anti-mask. If you want to wear a mask and you want your child to wear a mask, I absolutely support that. But all of the data and evidence is showing that they are no longer necessary and actually harming our children significantly, and you have an opportunity to do something about that, so please do.
All right, thank you, Andrea. I appreciate your time. Next, Anna Zane, please state your name and your area of residence. Hi, Anna.
Hi, Patty. Thanks so much. My name's Anna Zane. I live in Pitkin County. I have 4 children, and we have multiple businesses in Pitkin County. First of all, I want to thank you all today for taking the public comment. We're really directing most of our comments at Public Health, but they don't have a public forum for us to make those comments. But we're also directing them at CDPHE, all leaders of our community and our state. And we just really hope that the Board of County Commissioners will hear our plight and help us advocate for our children. We're calling on Public Health to put us on a path to ending COVID restrictions and mitigation for our children, the most vulnerable and negatively impacted in our population. While we appreciate the ongoing efforts to keep our children attending in-person learning, and I really mean that when I say I applaud the efforts to keep our children in person, because that has been huge for our kids. It's really now time to de-escalate fear and normalize the daily school experience and childhood for our children as much as possible. Our highly vaccinated county has some of the strictest and most restrictive COVID-19 policies in the state and the country, and yet the last few weeks we've had one of the highest incidence rates in the country. Day in and day out, it's our children who continue to bear the burden of this pandemic, even though they are at the least risk for severe disease and complications from COVID. We're increasingly concerned about the toll these policies continue to have on our children, our teens, and our families. And at this point, I would ask that you all defend the policies you've mandated on our children while the rest of the town is living without any restrictions. We know far more about this virus, but we're just beginning to understand the consequences of the mitigation. Continuing these restrictions, I fear, is inflicting far more damage than benefit. I see our children riddled with anxiety and fear. They've been shamed for wanting to play in parks, play sports without masks, attend birthday parties, or even recently my son was excoriated in his class for just simply adjusting his mask. Some are depressed, some are scared. They've missed out on milestone after milestone, and we just keep telling them to be resilient. Many children feel a deep burden of responsibility, and how can you not when your teachers are telling students that
You
if they
have
don't
1
mask-
minute, 1 minute, Anna.
Okay, thanks. Their teachers might die. Our teachers at the breaking point, our kids are at the breaking point, and some are so cynical they question authority. They're not okay, and they need a return to normalcy more than ever. I had a lot of things to tell you about how this is impacting my own kids personally, but I won't go into that. I just implore you, please, help us bring our kids, give them back their normalcy. I understand that this is not an easy task, and we can't just rip off the masks today, but there are so many little things that we can start to do to give our kids some more hope, some to keep them optimistic, and to help continue to mitigate this for the people who are impacted by it, with maybe one-way masking or things like that. So we hope that you guys as leaders of our county will hear our plight. Morgan Raff submitted a public comment as a letter. She's a mental health therapist. I implore you to read that. It has a lot of stats about the mental health of kids in our valley.
Okay.
So
We need
thank you
to
guys
wrap.
for your time today.
Thanks,
I really
Anna.
appreciate it.
Thank you for taking the time to come on, appreciate it. Next coming up is Dr. Brooke Allen.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Allen. I'm a neurologist and also involved in a lot of the free COVID testing that's going on throughout the Valley. And I just wanted to read a letter that over 60 of our parents in our community have signed on to for you today. And I do live in BOCC, just so you know. In response to a small but vocal group in our community recently pushing for all public health guidelines to be eliminated in our schools, enough is enough. It's time to focus on COVID-19 vaccination as our best strategy for keeping schools open. If COVID teaches us anything, it is humility about what we know or can predict about the virus. Our public health experts have been working tirelessly throughout the pandemic and using evidence, not emotion, when they call for certain actions. We may continue to have waves when we need to be more diligent in avoiding infections due to increased virulence, transmissibility, and or incidence rates in a particular community. And there will be other times when we can celebrate living more normally. Vaccination and public health strategies, including isolation and quarantine, as well as mask wearing, are the only way to curb the virus's ability to mutate and create new, unpredictable, and possibly more dangerous variants in the future. Our local school leadership teams and the professionals at CDPHE have weighed both the risk to those in the community when kids are sick, as well as the impact that mask wearing and intermittent isolation and quarantine have on our children. It's 100% clear to me that their goal is to keep kids in school. This is how they're doing that: mask wearing, isolation, quarantine, and holding vaccination clinics. And don't forget that we also need to keep our teachers in school in order for schools to operate. We think most reasonable people would agree that if a child is sick with any infectious virus, they should stay home until they're less likely to infect someone. This is current school policy. But the most important school policy that supports our kids staying in school is that if your child—
You have 1 minute, Dr. Allen.
Thank you. If your child has been fully vaccinated, they don't need to quarantine. Even better, if your local school reaches a high enough vaccination rate, then masks are no longer required. So as parents, here is our chance to truly make a difference. Vaccinate your child and encourage your friends and family to do the same. We want to share a few reasons why our family and friends are vaccinated. Because the COVID vaccines are extremely safe and effective, because we respect those who can't get vaccinated for legitimate reasons, because we respect those who are elderly, immunocompromised, or too young to be vaccinated, because we respect our teachers, our school administrators and staff, because it's important that we keep our kids in school, because we teach our children to respect their classmates and respect their teachers, because we respect our coworkers, our healthcare workers at our hospitals, and because we want our hospitals to remain open and able to care for those with other illnesses and injuries too.
Okay,
And because we want our local economies to
we're at time.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry to have to cut people off, but we have a long list of people who wish to speak today. We want to try and give everybody the opportunity to voice some of their concerns, some of their reasons to support or not to support actions. So I'm trying to move this forward. So I really appreciate everybody's time. And again, thank you, Dr. Allen.
And I'll go ahead and submit the letter to your board.
That would be terrific, and we will keep it in our file after we have read it thoroughly. Next on our list is Sinclair. Callie? Did we lose her?
Yeah, they lowered their hand.
Okay. As of right now, it looks like everyone, this is public comment that is open for any items that are not on today's agenda. So for those of you who are calling in for the short-term rental discussion, we will be hearing that later this afternoon. If there's anyone else who wishes to speak about public health-related issues or any other issues not on today's item, please raise your hand. So do we have, Callie's back? So, Callie, please give your name and your location of residence, just generalized, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Collie Sinclair, and I am a mother of 3 children. My husband and I live in Snowmass Village, and we were both born and raised in the Valley, and we're just so thrilled and happy with Pitkin County Health that our schools have remained open this school year. Our 3 children, who are all at the public schools, are thriving and happy to be there and learning and have been in person. We haven't experienced any large quarantine situations school year, and I'm familiar with some of the mothers down Valley who have been expressing concerns over masking and children, and I just really feel like they're not voicing the concerns of parents who actually attend school in Pitkin County. So I'm speaking on behalf of moms and dads whose children are in the Aspen Public Schools, who are finally back to normal with a routine that works well for their families. And I just wanted to say thank you for keeping these policies in place while we deal with this spike in Omicron, and hopefully at some point we can revisit these measures when things have settled down in our community. But currently it is not a good time to change the rules at school and put more on the teachers' plates. And I just want everyone to hear the voice of those parents rather than just a small handful of preschool parents who don't represent the 1,000 or so kids that attend the public schools in Aspen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Next on our list is Whitney Justice. Please give your name and your area of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Whitney Justice. I'm the mother of 2 daughters. One is an 11th grader at Aspen High School, and I live in Snowmass Village. And I just want to commend all of you and thank you so much for keeping the schools safe, from preventing the spread of this virus to our children, and then of course the parents and everyone else as the ripple effect goes. I want to say we're all tired of the virus. We all share that. We're tired of it, but the virus is not tired of us. It keeps on going. It keeps on infecting. And I would have to say that I'm really disheartened by some of the things I'm reading in the press. Mrs. Bryan says that she doesn't think that the government has any idea what parents and children have sacrificed and gone through, but I would have to beg to disagree. I'm good friends with Commissioner Postman and his family, and they've taken precautions. They've had to sacrifice a lot, just like all of us parents have during this pandemic. And to Ms. Edinger's comment in the newspaper about her children complaining that they don't want to go to gymnastics class because they have to wear a mask. I think this is an excellent opportunity for a lesson in empathy and in, maybe have a talk with your children about the repercussions of this virus, and that it's not all about them all the time. And we've all had to make, this is a pandemic. We have never seen anything like this. Comparing Postman's service in Aspen to Moscow or Beijing in the paper is disgusting, and I would have to compare these policies being aired to the policies that we see in states like Alabama and Arkansas, where we have high levels of infant mortality, teenage pregnancy and other things. And why on earth would we want to mimic the policies of states where the data proves that health, these are health policies, right? So we don't want to, we are the home of the Aspen Institute. We are the home of the Ideas Festival.
You have 1 minute, Whitney.
Supposedly an evolved community. Our ethos is mind, body, spirit. Mind, body, spirit. Give that some thought. Let's keep the mind and the body and the spirit healthy. Certainly we have tourism coming in and out of here, so this is the price we have to pay for having an influx of tourists. So thank you for listening to my comments. Thanks for all you've done to keep us healthy. And I enjoy my skinning and uphilling every day, and I hope I never get this lung virus. So thank you for keeping me safe.
Thank you, Whitney. All right, again, I'm going to keep this rolling here. If there's anybody else who would like to speak on items that are not on today's agenda, such as the public health issues that are recently been brought to the board's attention and to the community's attention, or any other issues unrelated to public health, if you'd like to present your public comment. I'm going to give it a little bit of time here to see if anybody else. I know we have a long list of people on our participant or attendees list. I'm assuming that you are here to comment on other items or just here to listen to public comment.
Andrew, maybe you could remind people how to raise their hand just to be sure.
Yeah, thank you, John.
Sure. So for folks on the computer, if you wiggle your mouse on the screen, you'll see an icon at the bottom that says raise hand. And for folks on the phone, if you click *9, that will raise or lower your hand, and *6 after we allow you to speak will unmute yourself.
Thank you, John. I'm too busy trying to track it. There's so much going on technologically now.
And we're not seeing any other hands at this time.
Okay, so we are not seeing any other hands for public comment. I am going to close the public comment. I will reopen public comment as individual agenda items come up. But in closing, I want to thank everybody who commented on the public health issue. And I want to make it very clear that the Board of County Commissioners hears you. We have been following this issue. We've been reading the letters, the emails we've been receiving. We're taking this very seriously. I know that staff, our public health staff, and the Board of Health, led by Commissioner Postman, is looking into ways that the Board of Public Health and staff can address public comment in the future. And they're looking at what we might want to do. I also am Greg's alternate on the Board of Health. What we might want to do in the short term in order to address the concerns about masking and where we might be going and where our numbers are and how we can make it clear to the community and less confusing and more consistent, so parents and children, families, teachers, all the people involved, the medical community, have a better idea and can come together to help us get through this. While my children are grown, but my children have children. My daughter runs a preschool, so I'm well aware of how this is impacting both families and children. And what we really are hoping that we can all come together and get through this again, and that the virus will decide it is tired of us and it moves on, and we can get back to some level of normalcy, whatever that might be in the future. We are all unsure of at this point in time. So Greg, as chairman of the Board of Health, is there anything you want to add to that before we move on to our very lengthy agenda for the day?
Great, thank you, Patty. So this will be my commissioner comment. Thank you. I want to thank everyone who has commented today. Yes, this has been front and center on our plates for quite a while, and to empathize completely with everyone who's called us. This has been hard. It's been really hard, and the stories we hear are tragic in many cases, and everything from, I'm going to say, extremely inconvenient to actual flat-out tragedies. And if I could, I just want to tell you that the Board of Health does receive a lot of letters. We receive a lot of public comment, generally in the way of written communication to the board. So it's not that it's being suppressed. Anybody who wants to comment that way can submit a letter, and then they have a well thought out thing on the public record for people to hear. We've also talked about, and we will be discussing ways to engage the public even more going forward. So that's next. I did want to say that in addition to what we've been hearing lately, I had a call recently from a friend who lost a relative, and was completely distraught. A tragedy in her family from a relative who decided that she didn't believe in COVID or didn't think in the gravity or believe in the gravity and refused vaccination and frankly quickly died in the hospital. Another one who's a medical professional called very distraught to tell me about how she watched one of her patients die for the same reasons. And so I just want people to know, we hear a wide range of comments and stories from the public, and I just want to say we listen and we empathize with everyone, and we know this is tough, and we're going to get through it. And so all we can do is ask for a bit more patience and appreciate the thoughtful, respectful comments to the Board of Health and the Public Health Department and my associates. And please keep your comments coming is the next thing I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Since we're moving on to Commissioner comment, Kelly, did you want to make comment, please?
I would like to, yes. Thank you. Moms, I'm with ya. I hear ya. And I probably won't get through this without crying because honestly, I'm laid up pretty threadbare these days. And I really can relate to everyone's frustration and fatigue with this. Trying to get through the holidays, responsibly, testing everyone before gatherings to make lives normal for our kids. Return to school in a way that everyone could be successful. For those of you who don't know, I have 2 small kids, 2.5 and almost 5. To then be faced with new quarantine requirements, isolation requirements, have to go into quarantine for my own family, where I feel like personally my presence as a mom hit a low during those 2 weeks. Arguing with other moms who are good friends of mine over COVID restrictions, COVID policy, how we can all interact with each other as friends to keep our kids' lives normal. The stress of sending emails to my child care providers and knowing that that's putting stress on them as they're just trying to juggle and do the right thing. I'm with you. When moms are screaming into the black abyss of night of January to relieve stress in corners of our world, we know we've hit just a very absurd and very difficult place. So I am hearing you, and I am taking into consideration how we are balancing on the backs of our children how COVID is treated in our community. And I have been an advocate for being fair and thorough and thoughtful about this from the very beginning. And I continue to ask for clarifications from public health about, if we're seeing transmission in classrooms, what the exact quarantine and isolation needs really have to be. So there are people who are asking questions on your behalf as well. And I am always one that's going to lean in the favor of protecting those who are unvaccinated or whose breakthrough infections are going to be severe for them. So, what's hard for me is receiving a letter that says, we want our kids' lives to return to normal now. I can recognize that perspective, but as the policy leaders, as I support our public health board, have to balance that against trying to protect those who are immunocompromised, trying to protect the teachers, et cetera, and keep classrooms open by keeping teachers being able to go to work. So striving for that balance is something I, continue to push for on your behalf, on my own family's behalf as well, in addition to trying to mitigate the real harm. The questions that have been posed are very good ones related to what are we doing to support our mental health in our community for our kids and our families. And there are resources out there, and I hope people take more advantage of them if they aren't already. Kids First will give sessions to visit, has a mental health program that will refer counselors to meet with children and families. Take advantage of that. I really think that we all need to lean on all the best that our community has to offer right now to continue to protect each other, because we're not in a place yet, I think, where all levels of our population can be free of COVID restriction. And so I'm happy to always seek that clarification. I've asked our board and our staff to look into a continued economic support program so that families who are financially burdened by these quarantine and isolation requirements, don't also have the added stress of not being able to pay bills or having to miss work. And maybe honestly just need to hire another childcare person or pay someone else in their family to do it because they can't and they're at their wit's end. So I'm hearing you, I'm with you, but we do have to also balance that against people who continue to need to be protected from the virus. Those are my comments on this.
Thank you.
For 3 days in a row now.
John, did you have something?
And it's not, sorry to follow up so quickly, I did get a text. There's apparently, if you are not speaking, if you could mute yourself online, I think there's some background noise that's making it hard for people online to hear.
Oh, okay. So if you're not speaking, please mute. We do hear your background noise, your door slamming, your music, your other conversations, and it interferes with our being able to hear who's speaking as part of public comment. And real quick, Kelly, you have more?
I'm done. Thank you very much.
And Steve and Francie, before I call on you, Kristen, I noticed that you just raised your hand. We did close a public comment period, but comments can still be submitted. And John, is it the Laserfish site? Which is Laserfish, LASERFICHE @pickenscounty.com. We are receiving comments, and the board is reading all the comments. That's just the nature of this board. We read the letters in the paper, we read any comments submitted to the board, and I actually have stacks of them printed out because I like to note them and highlight them. So, Kristen, I'm sorry, but we've already closed the public comment. But please, would you please submit your comments to us in writing? That would be terrific. Thank you. Will you verify that site for me, John? So, Francie, would you like to give Commissioner comment?
Yes, given how many people are wanting to speak today, I want to thank everybody who's willing to speak and everybody who submitted letters on this issue, on STRs, on several things that have been ongoing. I do want to request that you are respectful of other people's best intentions, and so that we're not creating animosity in our own community. We have that plenty in this country right now for people who disagree. And so I would ask you to please moderate your comments today so that you are not offending people who have spoken before you and what they may have said, or setting it up so that we become more divisive than we need to be. We can disagree without being unkind. So please do your best to make your comments kind and compassionate with everybody who else is speaking. I certainly sympathize with the plight of parents whose children are masked all day at school. I have quite a few grandchildren who've been living with that. And then we see pictures of partying. And the partying is very disturbing because it's limited to vaccinated people, but vaccinated people are getting this, getting COVID as much as unvaccinated people now. In fact, in our community, because more people are vaccinated, more cases are with vaccinated people, if I'm not mistaken. And so bringing a whole lot of those vaccinated people together and taking pictures of this crazy wild partying must be very difficult for parents whose kids have to wear masks all day. And it does seem as though it is unfairly weighting the burden on our children's shoulders. So I don't know what the solution is. Even in my family, I find it shocking that somebody in my extended family is not vaccinated, but I've listened long and hard to the justification for that. And I actually now see that we can listen to each other when we disagree at such a deep level. So I just implore us to be kind today. Thank you.
Thank you, Francie. Steve Child, please.
Thank you, Patty. And I wanted to tell everybody about the news that we heard at the CCI, Colorado Counties Inc. meeting the other day. Montezuma County Commissioner Bill Stevenson passed away from COVID. He was taken from Mancos, his home in Mancos, to St. Mary's Hospital in Grand Junction and passed away. I don't know what his vaccination status was, but I suspect he comes from a very conservative county where people frown upon being vaccinated. Now, I raised cattle for most of my life, and we vaccinated our calves and cows every year against a variety of respiratory diseases and whatnot that cattle can get. And we cut our death rate way down from these respiratory diseases by achieving herd immunity. I am a complete believer in vaccinations for diseases that can be prevented or have the symptoms lessened and made less lethal by vaccination. So I personally have received 3 vaccinations for the COVID. I am just coming off of my second COVID bout with COVID. I've been sick twice from it. I do not wish it on anybody. I urge everybody, adults especially, if you have not gotten vaccinated, it's the easiest thing to do to get vaccinated and make it less likely that you will get seriously sick or that you will pass the COVID on to someone in your family or close friends. And also, all the commissioners are very used to being fully masked. And I sang in the Messiah recently. All the singers in Messiah were fully vaccinated. We wore our masks the entire time singing the Messiah in all of our rehearsals and in our 3 performances. It was difficult, but it was necessary. And just the fact that we were able to get together and sing together by taking, reasonable precautions made it worthwhile. It will be, the last 2 years will be Messiah performances that none of us will ever forget because each was so unique and different than anything we'd experienced before. So I urge everyone to take what precautions you can. I hope nobody else gets sick from COVID, but I'm sure there will be people getting sick. Just as diseases come sometimes out of left field and make somebody sick who thinks they're protected. But I hope for the sake of all of you in our community that you can stay healthy. I don't want anybody to experience what I have gone through with COVID. And I didn't have it that bad, but it's one of the worst illnesses that I've had in my life. So thank you.
Thanks, Steve. And if the board mind, Kristen's still on, can we take her comment? If the board doesn't mind, I'm going to reopen it for her since she's been so patient.
Prerogative as board chair.
Yeah, Kristen, you've been so patient with us. I'm going to allow you to speak, and then we will definitely cut it off, just because you've been very patiently hanging in here. So you have 3 minutes, and if you would give your name and your area of residence, and then I will keep track of the time and let you know. So you need to unmute if you would like to speak. Kristen Strope? Thank you.
Oh, I was actually not planning on speaking. I'm at work.
Okay.
Yeah.
But your hand is
But
raised.
thank you. I appreciate it.
Your hand is raised, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you. And thank you for hanging in there. And we appreciate all the people who have called in just to be part of this conversation, whether or not you're speaking. And so I'm going to give my commissioner comments. Again, I'm going to say to the public on all issues, and particularly the one about public health, because it's bringing things literally to home, is that the Board of Commissioners hears you. We are paying attention to the issues that you're bringing forward. We are trying to work with public health staff and the Board of Health to try and find a way to address public comments in general. And for this issue about masking, hopefully we'll be doing something sooner than later, but I can't speak for the Board of Health or public health staff because we haven't had that opportunity. But again, we appreciate the time everyone has taken to send us emails, to put letters, to write letters to the editor. And there are lots of differences of opinion, lots of data out there, lots of confusion about this virus, which has happened from the get-go. And we are really, really, again, we're really hearing what you have to say, and we thank you. And I'm going to close the commissioner comment with a brighter note. It's beautiful outside. We've had some gorgeous, gorgeous, Colorado Rocky Mountain days with blue skies and new snow and great skiing. And town is, I live here in Aspen. Town is a little bit quieter now after it was the last couple of weeks. So please take your opportunity to get outside. And when you do so, you can take off your mask. And please, when right now the public health order still mandates masks when any public building in Pitkin County, and we appreciate and understand the issues around that. Some people do not want to wear them, some people do, and we again, as Francie was saying, we need to be kind and respectful, and we really need to take care of ourselves, our families, our friends, and our community. So I am going to close the commissioner comment. John, did you have something?
I just wanted to follow up on your request on the link. So for any member of the public who is wanting to submit written comment, we have a little bit easier email address that you can, or web address you can send that to, which is pitkincounty.com/public comment, all one word.
Much easier. It does come to the board through Laserfish. And again, the Board of Commissioners, I know I can speak for every one of the members of this board. We take the time and the energy to look at public comments, to review them, and to take them into consideration in any decisions we might be involved in or be able to make on our own authority. So I am going to move us into the next phase. Unless any other commissioners have anything else, I'm going to move us into the next phase of our regular meeting. Again, we express our thanks. So the first item on our regular agenda is consent items, single reading. I'm going to read the items, and if the board would like to pull any. The first is minutes of December 13th, 2021, special meeting, January 4th, 2022, special meeting, January 12th, 2002, regular meeting. That's our first item. Second item is resolution of the Board of Commissioners approving the 2021 list of highway user tax fund roads. And the third is the 2022 ambulance service license and ambulance vehicle permits for Events Medical Solutions Unlimited. Does the board wish to pull any of these items?
Patty, I'd make a motion to that we approve the consent items.
I will second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is individual consideration items, first reading, set for public hearings on February 9th, 2022. This is the one where we removed item number 6, so we have items number 4, 5, and 7. The first one we'll attend to is a resolution to approve Solid Waste Center Certificate of Designation and Engineering Design Operations Plan Overview. This is presented by Kathy Hall and Brian Pettit.
Great. Thank you, Patty. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director. Kathy Hall is out of town. She is the Solid Waste Director. But the board had a presentation on this issue at a recent work session. And the bottom line is, if we were to institute a new landfill within Pitkin County, we would have to pass a certificate of designation to do so. The last time this was done was in 1968. When the town dump was relocated out of town about 5 miles, and a certificate of designation was completed then. Since then, though, the handling of waste has changed dramatically, and frankly in a good way. It's no longer a dump. We are engineered, certified landfill, and we have many diversion programs that have been instituted over time. And the landfill landscape is much different than it was in 1968. So the state of Colorado has encouraged us to reissue a certificate of designation and get that completed to acknowledge all of the changes that are and the changes in business that have occurred at the Pickens County landfill. So that's the purpose of this item, and the staff is requesting that the board approve the resolution and move it to second reading and public hearing.
Do you have any comments or questions from board members? Steve, please.
Brian, I've been thinking a lot about the landfill and how it's been filling up so quickly largely because of the demolition, reconstruction of houses in our county. And I know that we have thought in the past of doing some sort of a waste to energy kind of a system in the landfill, and it was looked at a little bit. Maybe it would be a time to look at it again as a means of reducing the amount of stuff that has to be buried in the landfill or used as the cover. And I think we could probably, if we would burn more or all of our trash and recover the metal from that and recycle the metal and generate electricity in the process, it could go a long way to extending the life of our landfill for a really long time into the future. Maybe would even prevent the need for doing our next landfill expansion. But my question is, would such a waste to energy kind of a system, if we did put that into place at the landfill, would that require that we then get a new certificate of designation? Because it would be a new process that we had not done before.
Absolutely. Any dramatic change would require state approval. Certainly any kind of waste to energy plant would require that. And that's done through the EDOT process, through kind of an environmental scan of the new business that you're trying to propose. On the heels of that, we would do a new CD and get that done. But initially there would be an environmental effort to make sure that what we're doing fits into the community and doesn't have harmful effects.
Okay, and this process we're going through, is there any cost to us to get this certificate of designation besides staff time to process the whole thing?
No, staff time and what we're going through now.
Okay, thanks, Brian.
Good question. And Brian, I'm just going to respond to what Steve said. Knowing Kathy Hall as we do, she's pretty much on top of everything that's going on in the trash world, in the world of trash. And if she sees anything for this waste to energy that would be appropriate, I'm sure she'd bring it back to us. But just could you let her know that Steve has brought it up and she needs to keep an eye on it and let us know.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Brian. Any other members of the board wishing to speak on this or have questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve.
So moved. And that would be with for a public hearing on February 9th.
That's correct.
Second the motion.
Thank you. And this is a grant solid waste center certificate of designation. And so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Motion passes by 0. Thank you, Brian. All right, next item on our agenda is a resolution establishing the formula for the distribution of municipal share of the county sales tax revenue for the year 2022 as required by Resolution 78-121. So, Ann Driggers, are you with us?
I am. Thank you very much, Commissioners. Good afternoon. Rather than repeat the title, I am just going to quickly go over the agenda information the information I presented to you in the AIS. So just a little bit of background here. Back in 1978, the sharing of the Pickens County 2% sales tax was negotiated with the municipalities. you passed, or the commissioners at the time passed a resolution 78-121, which established that 57% of the 2% county sales tax would be shared amongst the municipalities based upon their portion of tax collected within their jurisdictions during a rolling 2-year period from September through August. So at the end of each year, we ask them to provide us with the numbers, and we then calculate what the share of the distribution of the sales tax will be for the following year. So this is for 2022 sales tax. January will be due in March, and then we will distribute out to them. But the numbers based upon what they gave us, with the share of the 57% comes out Aspen 75.8597%, Snowmass 19.6792%, and Basalt 4.4611%. Pitkin County remains at 43% of that 2% sales tax, and it's about equal to Aspen. Aspen receives 43.2%, slightly more of the Pitkin County sales tax than we do. And rather than repeat more numbers, but you can see a breakdown of the history of the sales tax distribution and the actual amounts that were forecast in the budget. This is the first hearing, and then in 2 weeks we'll be back for a final hearing.
So thank you, Anna, and I'm glad you didn't go through all the numbers on the flip side of the AIS, because they're pretty extensive. Great data. It gives us comparisons over previous years, which I think the board truly appreciates. So does the board have any comments or questions for Ann? Kelly.
I have a question for Greg.
Oh, interesting.
Because I was thinking of Greg when I was looking at the change over time and his question about steady state. You know, so we were sort of seeing a steady, you know, do you think we were seeing a steady state, I guess is my question, you know, from kind of the years 2014 to 2018 and then 2019 to now kind of makes these big leaps and bounds? Is that a good,
You're talking
is that
about
a good metric?
change in population. You're talking about population changes in the Upper Valley?
Well, I'm thinking steady state across just all of the things we look at. So it's steady state of sales tax revenue, you know, relevant or not.
You know, I think that's a fascinating question, and we should pursue it. There's absolutely no way I'm going to stick my foot in that right now.
Probably the best decision you've made as a commissioner.
But we hear it a lot, right, in context of trying to make decisions, how they're going to affect our revenues. So
Right.
that's why I just wanted to sort of
I guess
pose the question.
that's a policy. That's a philosophical question, Kelly. Do we exist to grow our revenues, or do we exist for the quality of life of our constituents? Questions like that need to be addressed while we're looking at all of this. Certainly our revenues have changed pretty dramatically, I think, over the years, while our population in the Upper Valley has only grown, as we're hearing, about 1.2% is what we've heard. But we have seen 10% and 7% growth in the adjoining counties, which are certainly part of our community. With the 4-laning of Highway 82 some years back, I don't know how many, is it 2 decades back now? I can't remember. All of a sudden, mobility between the lower valley in our community and the upper valley has improved dramatically, and we've seen the influx of people. So I think it's a complicated question, and it's worth examining, and I can't wait to dive into that with you.
Well, but then I wonder, has there been trade-offs in quality of life that we heard, for example, from our community survey?
If you're asking me that, I would say, yeah, that's another comment. We can open that to public comment, and I think we get an earful. Thanks.
So,
all right, thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question for Greg, and I'm looking at the county manager, John Peacock, over here for our board retreat that's coming up. That's a great statement he made. Are we growing our revenue, or are we growing our quality of life? So Greg, don't forget to bring that up. That's a great question for as part of our discussion for next week's board retreat. Okay, so bringing it back to the board, anyone else have some great philosophical questions for Greg? Let's put Greg on the spot day. Seeing none, Steve, would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to approve on first reading with a second reading set for February 9th. Resolution establishing the formula for distribution of the municipal share of the county sales tax revenue for the year 2022.
I'll second that, and thank you, Steve, for not asking me any hard questions.
All right, so this will come back to us, if approved, for a public hearing on the February 9th. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Ann Driggers. We appreciate it. We always love your numbers. The next item on our agenda, and I want to thank the board, we're moving along here, is an intergovernmental agreement to provide detoxification and withdrawal management in Pickens County. Is Nan here to present, or John, are you?
I believe Nan is on, but if not, there she is.
Oh, there she is. Hi, Nan, that's a tongue twister of a title.
This was thanks to Jeanette Jones. Hi, everybody. Nan Sunday, Human Services Director. Here to support you through first reading of an updated, amended intergovernmental agreement for detoxification and withdrawal management at the Health and Human Services Building. So a little background. In 2014, you all signed a resolution supporting an intergovernmental agreement for the same service. At the time, we were contracting with Mine Springs. I actually think that the original resolution says Colorado West, so that's how long ago it was. And it also identified a brilliant formula for shared cost and funding with our community partners that help us pay for detox. And so first of all, our community partners are Aspen Valley Hospital, City of Aspen, Town of Snowmass Village, and Town of Basalt, and Pickens County. We co-created a formula that included population, number of liquor licenses, and utilization of the detox. And we conducted and used that formula for 7 years. It was pretty consistent in terms of percentage utilization, and it was also a little bit cumbersome. And so it took us a while to get to determining the formula, which in turn stymies our partners a little bit in terms of budgeting. So this year, actually, they asked for an IGA update last year, but we were so busy with COVID, we got a hall pass. And so this year, no hall pass. And, you know, we, John and I approached the partners with a suggestion to use now that we have 7 years of data and we have a lot of trust together that we've built, use a percentage-based formula so that once we know what the budget is for 2023, all of our partners can easily plug in their percentage and it will be so much easier. Just a reminder, the detox is at the Health and Human Services Building. It is run by Recovery Resources. In the good old days when there wasn't COVID, it was a 4-bed facility, but because congregate sleeping is not recommended at this time with COVID, they really most of the time have had to deal with only 2 beds at the detox. I have data if you are interested. The primary reason for going to detox is alcohol withdrawal, and then much smaller percentages, less than 10% for heroin and other opioids. Heroin detox and withdrawal is a long process, And sometimes it's really better for people to be in a medical setting for heroin detox. We have been contracting with Recovery Resources since we did a RFP, I think in 2016. The partners may be interested in doing another RFP and possibly considering tying it to the mental health RFP. It's still kind of vague and broad. So in this resolution and intergovernmental agreement, we left the vendor identified as more neutral in the event that we change the vendor, and then we don't have to update the IGA because we've changed the vendor. So with that, everyone agreed to a 2022 funding formula. This is really designed to set us up for 2023. And so Aspen Valley Hospital will pay 30% of the net cost, or the cost to us. City of Aspen pays 27%, Pickens County pays 25%, and Snowmass Village and Basalt each pay 9% of the cost. Total cost this year is $592,677.
Nan, can I ask a quick question about what you just said?
Sure.
You said they pay a certain percentage of the cost to total cost, and then you said cost to us. Those are two different things, right?
Yeah, I didn't want to overspeak it. So the vendor brings in revenues through Medicaid and grants and other things. And the partners, the collective impact for us is that we pay the difference of the cost. We work hard with the vendor, Recovery Resources, to help her contain her budget, to have it be reasonable and responsible. And then she does everything she can to bring in other funding, and we pay the difference. I believe it is north of 850,000.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
That was confusing.
Greg, I saw you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Thanks. Hi, Nan. Great to see you. It's been a long time. If you could describe to us just how, I'd be interested to know how the various percentages were arrived at. I see that the county makes an in-kind contribution in addition to a cash part of this. And maybe John and Nan could just, how does this sausage get made? Why does the hospital put in as much as they do? Why do we all do this? It can't be based on where the liquor stores or the bars are located, because that would be a different mix. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure this out.
Well, Nan, maybe I'll take a historical perspective and you can take the new perspective. So historically, Greg, liquor licenses were considered. And so with the entities at the table that do issue liquor licenses, we decided on a percentage of cost split based on number of liquor licenses, population within the jurisdiction, and then utilization of the detox. And so the hospital then obviously doesn't issue liquor licenses, and the population question didn't make as much sense. And so we really started looking at utilization for the hospital in those first few years, which kind of hovered couple years below and then some years above, but it hovered within that 30%. And because the hospital benefits from not having the folks who are being served by detox, for example, in their emergency room or otherwise in the hospital, for those where it was medically appropriate, this gave a more cost-effective means of treating folks. And so that's why the hospital is involved. For the rest of the entities, it's the right thing to do because, to Nan's and Human Services credit, we really focused on negotiating a social detox that was focused on the wraparound services and moving folks from detox into treatment. Nan, I don't have the latest numbers on those. They're never as high as we hope them to be, but they're much higher than other detoxes. We've been very successful in doing that. And so that's the interest from a public safety perspective. So as Nan said, we ran with that formula structure for about 7 years. And because each of the entities wanted more predictability, because there could be some elasticity in those numbers that would especially affect the smaller jurisdictions, like Basalt and Snowmass more significantly than the larger. And it was challenging sometimes to get all the data lined up and aligned with budget processes. As Nan said, we have enough experience and trust with each other and understanding of the factors that influence it that we all agreed a base percentage would be a better way to move forward. So I don't know if that answers your questions or not. That's the history.
It actually does.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. The mystery, I think, of how the hospital was involved in this part of it makes a lot of sense. They're saving money by investing in this.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. And the in-kind was a way for us to, the hospital provides in-kind services as well as the county. And it is a way, frankly, to help bring the partnership together, and we think it's an appropriate use of resources and way that we can support and convene that partnership.
I just want to thank all the partners. I think it's this is really a fantastic agreement, and probably no small way credit to Nan and you and everyone who participated in making this happen. So thank you.
And Greg, on a really historical point, when I worked at Aspen Valley Hospital, it was very difficult because we managed everybody. First, we managed them with admission to the patient care unit, which in many cases would mean a one-to-one with nursing staff. Then they were held in the ER, which actually was even more troublesome. So when this opportunity came up for the hospital to be invested in this program, it made great sense. And also that was a big savings for the hospital as far as staffing issues. So that's another reason why the hospital was so gracious to come forward and work this out with us. Kelly, I see a hand waving at me. Hi, Kelly.
I'm realizing I'm not sure I understand totally how this works, and then I also just want to understand like the relative costs comparatively. So this is someone who's brought to detox. I imagine doesn't have a lot of wherewithal about themselves, but essentially in what consent they can give, this is a voluntary stay, right? Okay. And is that why you generally see people checking out like within 24 to 30 hours? Like they've resolved they can leave?
And also the majority, as I said, are detoxing from alcohol, which is a much faster withdrawal than an opioid or other drug. So, a lot of the impetus for getting the detox running again, because it ran in the 90s and then we closed it and then we opened it again in 2014. A lot of the impetus was not only the burden on the hospital, but the burden on the jail and law enforcement, because they did not know how to help or where to put people. They continue to try to release people to friends and family. And so that's their first option. But as you can imagine, not everyone is welcome back at home or, is a guest in the community or doesn't have a home. So the detox is a place for people to be supervised. And so, and it works well. We have operation meetings quarterly. There's one actually tomorrow that the vendor holds with all of the partners, and we talk about referrals and process and how it's working. And so we do work together pretty consistently.
And is that where like a case, like some wraparound services would get handed off or something like?
It's really, that meeting is more process review and a problem identification. So, sometimes we do some case review, but very rarely. It's only when there's a problem or a case has created challenges for other partners.
Mm-hmm. And I just noticed based on the numbers you give, it's hard to do some back of the napkin math because.
What was that?
Yeah. I don't, on one hand, the contributions for the cost is about 600,000, but then you said the actual the revenues for the detox are greater than that. So I guess I'm just wondering, $6,000 per detox referral, is that pretty standard?
So it's high, and it's going to be higher right now because COVID has reduced their capacity. And the partners, the reason why we're going to this percentage-based formula is that we all kind of get caught up on the per person cost. But where the partners have landed is this is an insurance policy for the community and for law enforcement. It feels like it's an essential service regardless of the cost per person. And John, I'll let you answer more, but that has been where our conversation lands, is that it's kind of dangerous for us to get into the per person admission because it is high, but the relief for the hospital and law enforcement is almost, priceless.
And Kelly, if I could add in on that just to create a little bit more, because we don't achieve the economies of scale that you might see in other detoxes. So the licensing and the staffing requirements are based on a certain number of beds. I believe it's 8 beds, Nan, is that still correct, or 12?
Yeah, that's the most that they can have with the 2-person staffing.
Yeah, and so the staffing requirements under that licensing are consistent. We don't have a facility right now that can accommodate that number of beds. So we have an immediate kind of limiting factor on those economies of scale. We did start this process, gosh, is it already 7-8 years ago, Nan? That's hard to believe. Trying to develop a regional agreement and partnership so that we would have better economies of scale and try and bring that bed day cost down. We just weren't able to get there. And we've taken another run at a regional solution as recently prior to the pandemic, actually just prior to the pandemic. We got closer, but we weren't able to get there. And so it is true that as Nan said, the partners have made the determination that this is the right thing to do. And that's the first question that's being answered. And then, are we doing it as well or as efficiently as a region? Probably not, but that's still a possibility for the future.
Sure. And do we collect data on the usage of it? So we know when the days where it's maxed out, things like that, and the trends related to that. Okay.
And we've shared that with partners and such too. Sorry, Nan, I jumped in on that.
I'm projecting future criminal justice coordinating committee conversations.
That's
too.
what, yeah.
So, thanks.
Tomorrow, and just wanted the regional discussion is important, and you will probably hear that Garfield County got funding to open a detox in Glenwood. And they are finally at a place where their partners are showing up financially and they're working on the formula. I think that we will, of course, keep an eye on that. And, what we know and what Glenwood knows is that people don't want to travel 45 miles to get to a detox. We had that trouble when we were contracting Colorado West and they were down in Glenwood. We just had no utilization at all. And now, the highest utilization pre-COVID was 180 admissions a year. And now we're down close to 100. So, we will keep our eye on the strategic opportunity regionally. And we're lucky that we have this 4-bed facility when they can maximize 2 people to a room. It helps us so that we could have men and women at the same time. Right now we can't really because of the 1 bed per person, and we need to keep everybody safe.
Okay,
those are my questions.
Good questions. Greg and then Francie.
You said 180 admits a year, which makes me wonder, so how close to full capacity and overwhelm are we? And what are we thinking about expansion? I didn't miss something. It just seemed like that's a lot.
If full capacity is 365 days a year, 4 beds. So John, you do that math. You know, so it's really sort of, yeah, I just want to say continuously, right now, we don't have a plan for expansion. It doesn't mean that if there wasn't a better setting that we would use it. But the truth is, you know, we can contain these costs right here in our building and we're not maximizing the space.
Got it. Okay. I was thinking about under COVID.
Yeah, and they can expand, you know, and keep their costs down because they could have up to 8 people, but then you have the facility and the space and, you know, there's a bunch of other things, the staff, whatever it takes. So we're just, you know, we're at a place where we're level setting the IGA, and then we're looking with the mental health group on opportunities.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I was just thinking, given COVID restrictions, it sounded as if you must be, you know, juggling people, but maybe clearly it's still working. So I'm not going to go there. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Francie, please.
Yeah, Dan, I was going to go just the opposite of Greg. I was going to say, given that you are not at even close to capacity, and you must have quite a few days where there's nobody there, is it staffed all the time, or does the sheriff call staff in, or how does that work?
Well, we found that the efficiency was having it staffed all the time, 2 people. Janelle was also doing drug testing, and they do case management. This is what makes the program more successful than other detoxes. And they have staff on all the time, 2 staff people. They can handle anything at any time. And it just made it easier than the on-call schedule, which was expensive and made it difficult for Janelle to staff.
Okay, thanks so much.
Great. Thank you. Good questions. Any other members of the board wish to speak? This will be coming back to us for a second reading public hearing on February the 9th.
I can make a motion.
Greg, I'm going to give this one to Kelly. You get the second.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the intergovernmental agreement to provide detox and withdrawal management in Pickens County.
And Greg is our second.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Jan, as always. Nan, thank you so much, as always.
Motion passes 5-0. All right, this is a big decision for the board now. We're moving into our individual consideration and public hearing second readings. The first item is a really easy one on our agenda today. It is the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners amending Title VI of the Pickens County Code to adopt laws pertaining to the licensing and regulation of short-term rentals of lodging units and residential properties. So before we get started, I'm going to make a suggestion to the board. It is 1:18. We have a long list of public comment. So I'm going to suggest, and I want the board's input, that we let staff present the issue. We can maybe clarify some quick questions from the board. Then we open up the public hearing. After the public hearing, we take a break, come back and discuss the items before us.
I need to use the restroom now.
Oh,
so if you want to start.
Kelly's just changed my whole plan.
I just have been drinking a lot of water.
She's been drinking a lot. Speaking of detox.
A lot of water.
Does the board want to go ahead? And then we'll take a significant break after, or between public comment. Francie, is that okay?
I do, because I think if we try and wait till after public comment, we might be waiting till very late. Yeah, all right. Let's do it.
Let's take a break now. We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Thanks you, Grassroots, and thanks to the people who are online. Sorry, but we want to make sure this is an efficient process. Everybody gets up and leaves the room. Welcome back. This is Wednesday, January the 26th, 2022. This is a regular meeting of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. And in starting our next section of our agenda, I again want to thank the people that got on board today for public comment. We do appreciate people taking their time, their energy, and to express their concerns, their passions. And we have a long list of people waiting to comment on our next item for public hearing. So I'm going to open it. It's the ordinance regarding amending Title VI of the Pickens County Code to adopt laws pertaining to licensing and regulations of short-term rental properties. And I believe that County Attorney John Ely is going to start this presentation.
Thank you, Patty.
Thank you, John.
You announced the item. This is a second reading and a public hearing of an ordinance. The ordinance is designed to amend the county code. A lot of times people think of the county code as the land use code only, but the code itself is much broader. And this particular section of the code deals with public health and safety. The amendment, of course, is the regulation and the licensing of short-term rental activity within unincorporated Pickens County. I guess I want to be able to get to public comments. I know the board especially wants to entertain that comment today. So I think perhaps the best use of this introductory time is perhaps to lay out how we got to where we are right now. So this is the second reading. The first reading was conducted by the board back in December of last year, December 15th, when the board accepted a proposed regulation to be amended into the Pickens County Code to establish this licensing and regulation procedure. So that particular step was not out of the blue by any means. Actually, the dialogue began in the early summer, actually end of spring last year, 2021, and continued through 4 different individual work sessions where the board discussed the availability of this regulation under the law to the county, as well as the advisability of doing it or not, and what that regulation might look like if the board was to move forward and to adopt it. During the course of those discussions, the board commented on different aspects of the proposed regulation and directed how different drafts might appear. The board did also take public comment. Even though these were work sessions, the board has been receiving public comment on the issue of short-term rental licensing and regulation since those first work sessions, that public comment coming in a written form. And all of the written public comments to date have been tabulated and are available to the board and are also available to the public at large. So if anyone who is concerned with this issue wanted to review the previous public comment that was submitted to the board in the form of emails, texts, letters, etc., just go to the Pickens County website and hit the link for public comments and follow the prompts to the issue for short-term rentals. The issue actually began years before this particular effort. The Community Development Department was discussing or has been discussing short-term rentals for a very long time. I guess the ComDev folks are probably the most in tune department within the county organizational structure to try to anticipate problems, to try to anticipate future demands and future changes and trends and what people are expecting or what they desire or how they want to use land, in particular change the character of existing neighborhoods and areas within the county. ComDev discussed different ways to approach it, but their approach, of course, was limited by the context of zoning regulation. And zoning regulations are themselves inherently limited by the fact that zoning regulations must consider vested rights that are related to properties, as well as the principles of previously established legal uses and how those uses must be afforded the ability to continue and not be abated. It wasn't until 2020 when the legislature specifically authorized counties within Colorado and granted a delegation of authority to counties to establish these types of regulations. Counties, unlike municipalities, do not have a broad ability to license or regulate businesses, for example. And in fact, the delegation of authority to counties to act in any regulatory capacity is specific. And in 2020, that specific delegation was made to allow counties to entertain a licensing and regulatory procedure concerning short-term rentals. The effort was initiated, I believe, at least as part of the conversations I took part in, by Summit County. Summit County is a resort county, of course, but their resort complexion is different than ours. Their pressures for development and use are reflective of front range residents and front range visitors coming up to Summit County. And so they were experiencing a real explosion in the development of short-term rentals as a vehicle for people to defray the costs of maintaining condominiums for themselves. And so you had front range owners renting to front range visitors. And this activity was largely under the radar. And there was created an inequity in the collection of sales tax. And that inequity is what is experienced through the short-term rental of residential structures not being exposed to the same tax collection methodologies that are experienced by lodge owners or hotel and motel owners. So the lobbying began with that issue, that problem. And that's why this law that was enacted in 2020 is couched within a revenue collection or a financial basis as opposed to a land use or development basis of reference. So during the course of the legislature's consideration, CCI, and in particular Pickton County, contributed input to the legislature. And our input was that, well, first, to request that counties have the ability to regulate small businesses consistent with municipalities, but that was not accepted, at least that go around with the legislature, but to ask for an ability not only to license the activity, but to regulate it as well, simply because the two go hand in hand, and it's difficult to have one without the other. That particular amendment was crafted into the legislation, and so we were, along with all other counties in the state, presented with this opportunity. And that's when we started to discuss this aspect of regulating this particular type of activity. Consistent with that timeline, the pandemic was changing the way business was being conducted in many resort communities, and ours was no exception. And there was a real explosion that was unanticipated in the realm of short-term rentals, particularly beginning in the year 2020 and continuing to the present time. So we are now at a point where the board initially directed us to explore the possibility of establishing a licensing and regulatory process to basically get people in the door, so to speak, to register and to license so that we could monitor the activity that was associated with short-term rentals, and then to determine if other regulatory steps would be necessary in the future. So initially, a regulatory framework was established where one-year licenses would be afforded essentially almost to anybody who asked for one. However, during the discussion of the work sessions last summer and the comments that were coming into the county, it was clear that some neighborhoods within the county were being affected by short-term rentals and the proliferation of short-term rentals more than others. And it wasn't too difficult to appreciate the difficulties of some of the communities within the county that were experiencing these heightened level of impacts. You know, to be a resident in a neighborhood and then all of a sudden finding that there are a lot fewer neighbors in your neighborhood, But there were also a lot more people, a lot more traffic, a lot more unfamiliar faces, and it changes the character of a neighborhood. It changes it in a way that when there is a rapid explosion of use, like since the pandemic began, that are unanticipated, and that cause consequences that are beyond what the existing land use code and development regime had anticipated, particularly the change of a residential structure into one of a more commercial one, a house or a home into more of a lodge. And so based on some comments that were coming in from different parts of the county, the board explored the idea of limiting the availability of licenses, and in particular that availability to structures or to residences that were not being occupied or used in any way as a permanent residence by anyone. And so the current regulation reflects a restriction to the availability of licenses along the lines that if you want to obtain a short-term rental license for a particular structure or residence, you first need to have some person, some human being living in that residence. And that person must be using that residence as their principal residence. Now, there's no restriction on that availability to require if that person involved owns other residences or frequents those other residences just as much as the residents here. In fact, there's no requirement in the regulation for a time limit or a time required to establish a principal residency. And so there's quite a bit of latitude built into this limitation. The idea that had been discussed during work sessions was that if you're talking about a residence that someone does use as a principal residence, actually living there, then that would necessitate that there would be a neighbor in your neighborhood. And if there are problems or issues with the rental activity, there's at least someone to talk to. And there is not a complete alienation of a property or a home from the concept of a neighborhood or from the adjoining or surrounding property owners in a particular area. The discussions at the work session proceeded a little bit more, and the board entertained some comments from staff related to the rural remote zone district. There was no data available to us to specify with particularity what type of short-term rental activity might be going on within the rural remote zone district, but there is certainly an awareness on the part of staff of the qualities of rural and remote zoning and the qualities of the properties that are subject to that zone. In particular, the fact that in that zone district, emergency services are simply not available in a way that those services are available anywhere else in the county. And there's a recognition that people who may want to rent properties within that zone district may not be aware of it and might actually expect that if there was a fire outside their structure or in their structure, that a fire truck might actually show up, or that law enforcement could respond to a need, or that an ambulance would show up if someone was in stress or in need of medical assistance. So based on that, a recommendation came forward to the board that rural and remote properties be excluded from the availability of short-term rental licenses. And that particular limitation was drafted into the proposed regulation. So those two limitations are the additions, so to speak, from where the board initiated its dialogue of going forward on regulating and licensing short-term rental activity. There are other issues that the board, in fact, the board raised several issues on its own initiative during the first reading of the regulation and those are still pending for discussion by the board. But at this point, rather than going through the regulation as it exists, as the board accepted it on first reading, it seems more logical to me, at least, if it's all right with the board, to break my presentation or discussion in favor of receiving public comment.
Thank you, John. So I'm going to look at the board. I've noticed that people, and I thank the people that already started raising their hands to speak as members of the public. But I want to see if the board has any brief clarifying questions or whatever for John before we start public comment. Francie, please.
Let me just check with you. So we'll have public comment and then maybe go back to John, and then we'll have time for commissioners to say what they want to say, correct?
Yes, ask questions and clarify.
That's the order?
That's the plan.
All right, I'll hold all my questions and comments.
Okay. Greg, please.
I just wanted to add, I am really looking forward to hearing what the public has to say at this meeting. Thank you guys for being here.
Thanks, Francie. Greg.
Thank you, Patty. I was just wondering, John, if you might discuss a little bit. I wanted to single out timeshares and fractional ownership because, as you say in your brief, that this had not been previously discussed. Is there anything you want to say about this in going into this comment period?
I don't think so. Up to this point, I've only been aware of 2 comments coming into the board. In fact, they came to me directly initially concerning timeshares and fractional ownerships. I think that they were limited simply because the individuals who posed those questions to me did not realize that this ordinance pertained only to unincorporated Pickton County and did not pertain to the areas within our incorporated municipalities, Aspen, Snowmass, or Basalt. And currently, right now, there are no incidences of timeshares within unincorporated Pickton County. So I'm not sure if that will rise to a great deal of consideration by the BOCC, but because we had not discussed it and it was a new topic that came in from the public, I highlighted it in my memo.
Great, thank you. If I could ask another question, I'm not sure, maybe this is to John. It was just that, looking at the structure of a licensing and enforcement program vis-a-vis the number of rental units we think we have in the county, I think we're going to have to examine that, and I'm looking forward to hearing more on paths forward from staff. That's all for now for me.
Yeah, would you please, 'cause I think we have some data issues.
Yeah, Greg, so we are paying close attention to that, and obviously some of the decisions that the board chooses to make vis-a-vis who is eligible for a license in this process will affect that. But Cindy and I have talked about ways for us to be nimble and to think about how we adjust our staffing plan as the board moves forward in its decision making. So we have moved forward with getting a key staff member interviewed and hopefully hired, and we're holding a little bit on the remainder of the program until we see where the board goes. And if I could add one other comment related to the fractional ownership and such, I think that reflects some confusion I've heard in the community as to whether the county's ordinance applies within municipal boundaries. There's been some folks that have been confused about that. And it does not. It only applies in the unincorporated areas of the county. So this would not apply to short-term rentals within City of Aspen boundaries, Snowmass Village boundaries, or Basalt boundaries for anyone on the phone concerned about that.
Okay, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a question related to this. I guess I'm wondering if you are familiar with the Picasso model of ownership of housing. That again is sort of like related to the tech boom, right? Where individual membership shares of an LLC are sold to kind of unrelated parties to own a single unit. To me, that is sort of like a timeshare model here, and I'm wondering, I don't know if any of those are happening in Pickens County, but if we should be anticipating and thinking about how those fit into this type of scheme.
Interesting. I'd never heard of that.
When I drafted the regulation, I did not want to discriminate against types of ownership. There are a variety of different reasons that property is held in different forms of ownership and under different entities, and that have nothing to do with short-term rental or sales tax or any of that. And it didn't seem to make sense to me to discriminate against a form of ownership that might be chosen by the purchaser, say, of the property, the original purchaser, and the ultimate disposition of the property under the name of an LLC or a partnership or an S corp or any number of vehicles, a trust. And that does happen with quite a bit of regularity in Pickens County. If you look at our tax rolls, you'll see that quite a bit of our properties, our parcels that are taxed or subject to a property tax, they're not held by names of individual natural persons. And so trying to and think about more of the impacts that have been expressed to the board as opposed to the qualities of a variety of different incidences of ownership. The transfer of properties through LLCs or memberships in LLCs or shares in corporations or as a beneficiary of trusts or a number of different things does happen in this county, has happened for as long as I've been here, and I've been here a long time. It's something I think that this regulation does not necessarily affect. In fact,
can I just clarify a little bit though? Because I'm thinking of, timeshare and fractional ownership's use qualities, not their ownership qualities. So like a fractionalized property that's fractionalized 52 weeks out of the year is a use that is short term, right? And I get that we don't have those in the county, but when I'm thinking about sort of some of these other models that are also fractional ownership, maybe or maybe not in a short term use throughout a year, I just wonder if we need to contemplate that at all. So,
well, I think that we do before we ultimately adopt a regulation, and how much time it takes to discuss those facets. I'm not sure, but the timeshare by its nature or a fractional interest is a timed estate in property, and typically you'll see those reflected in the term of weeks or perhaps a month of duration. And so by its inherent quality already, there is a turnover in the property. And so it functions very much like a short-term. And in that there is a new face every week or so in the property, and not anyone who uses it exclusively by one individual as a principal residence, and more than likely no one uses it as a principal residence because it is a place where your ownership is limited to a timed estate and usually expressed in a number of weeks. So, but when you look at the use itself, the impacts are probably the same. So if there were timeshares within the county, for example, limiting them from availability of short-term rentals from the time estate owner, instead of visiting their property, decides to rent it, does that really change the character of the neighborhood? Does it really exacerbate impacts when that type of activity is going to happen anyway by the nature of the form of ownership on the property? It's just something that hadn't been discussed previously. And whether or not the board feels that there are impacts or not, or whether that is even something that we need to worry about in the context of this regulation, we'll just simply have to discuss.
Are they expressly prohibited in the county, or we just don't have them?
We have created them in the county in the past, but the areas of their creation have subsequently been annexed into municipalities.
Thank you.
So currently we don't have any in the county. That doesn't mean we wouldn't have in the future. And in fact, the creation of that type of an ownership interest may very well be seen as a convenient manipulation to avoid this particular regulation. So it's something to think about in the next phase of this discussion.
Yeah, Francie, just a second. I want to clarify that with John. How do we actually know we don't have any? Is it the titles that are filed, that one unit is filed with 12 titles?
Well, when they exist by examining the title on the property and whether it's divided in time, timeshare ownership or not. Personally, I know because I contacted the assessors.
Oh, good call. All right, Francie, please. Thanks, John.
After the last time we discussed this, I was at my son's house on Christmas and they wrapped their packages in newspaper, and one whole side of a big package was a Picasso ad in Aspen for fractional ownership. I just couldn't even believe it. It was just like right there in front of us. But I do want to say that I think for our purposes right now, we really don't need to go into the Picasso model because first of all, it's one company. It's not a model, it's a company. And two, if I'm not mistaken, and two, it's fractional ownership. And we're talking about rentals right now. So maybe we could address it at a further time so that we don't get too bogged down with the ownership aspect of property rather than renting it out.
Okay.
Just an idea.
All right. So I'm going to remind the board we're going to head to public comment unless there are further clarifying questions. Because I know we have lots of our members of our public waiting to speak. All right. I am going to widen my screen, I think, right? So that I can see who's on here. And why is it not opening now? Oh, here we go. And I want the public to know when we open public comment, the public is entitled to 3 minutes. And I have a timing system set up here, and I will try and interrupt you. I apologize ahead of time when you have 1 minute left. And when you start speaking, I'd like you to give your name. And do we have a concern as to representation in this issue? Do they live in the city or the county? Or I think we'll just leave it open. Yeah, different than the Board of Health public comment.
I mean, it's helpful to know who lives here and who doesn't, but.
Yeah, just to let you know, and if anyone is calling in order to raise your hand, it's *9, and in order to unmute yourself, it's *6 in order for you to talk. And again, we would really appreciate, well, you will be, as closely as possible, limited to 3 minutes. And for those who have already submitted comments, which I just want people to know, we've had more than 87, so probably closer to 90 or 100 comments already submitted. And majority of those, we had about 30 plus, more like 40 that came in the last 72 hours. We've been keeping track. And I want the public to know that the Board of Commissioners, we have this new public comment system, keeps a file. The board can pull that up and see all the comments. We really appreciate the time people have taken. We understand that the public, that the nature of people really pays attention at the last minute to an issue. So we have been receiving public comment throughout this whole process. We are going to continue to receive it today. And again, if you have already submitted comment, please try and limit your comment so we can provide time for this growing list of people we have who wish to speak today on this item. Does the board, did I miss anything? Is the board good, John? So far, so good? I'm going to open the public comment. The first person on our public comment list is Mr. Joe Wells. So Joe, would you please unmute? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Joe.
I've written to the board in the past on this issue. I think you understand that I don't support the use of single-family homes as lodges. I don't believe that was ever anticipated. And historically, I don't think it was much of an issue until the last few years with the creation of all these companies worldwide that seek to enlist properties for short-term use. And now we find ourselves in the same position as many communities around the world, grappling with the adverse impacts of all these additional uses. In my own neighborhood, I'd just like to point out that in the not too distant past, we've had 2 avalanches that have shut off the upper 2/3 of the valley for not an insignificant amount of time. And that in and of itself is reason to question whether these types of uses should be permitted above the historic avalanche zone. So I would ask you to consider that. I don't find any limitation at all in the regulation. Is every property in Pitkin County eligible to receive a license if they meet the required standards? I would have to assume so, given the way the language is drafted right now. So far as the specifics of the ordinance are concerned, I support the addition of all the redlined language because it further limits aspects of the regulation. So I support those. Is it the license authority that would be responsible for identifying and penalizing violators of the regulation? Shouldn't language be added to section 6.50.40 in this regard, if that's the case?
Joe, you need to wind up. You're getting close to 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I would just like to see that group, whoever it is that's responsible for enforcement, to be adequately funded. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I made a list of your comments and questions, and we will try and get answers back to you. Thanks, Joe. We appreciate your time. Next on our list is Gabe. So would you please unmute, and we will start your 3 minutes. Please give your name.
My name is Gabe Molnar. I happen to live in Carbondale, which, as you know, is in Garfield County by a quirk of how rectangles are drawn. However, I happen to be much closer to Redstone and the properties that I'm calling about than a lot of residents who live in other parts of Pitkin County. There was a discussion at one point in one of your meetings about broadening the idea of a local to include the valley as a whole, which, if you are going to go towards this owner occupancy requirement, I think is certainly something that should be revisited. I maintain the property, and the property I have is on the boulevard in Redstone, and it's within the village commercial zoning. And it's a commercial property. It has a real estate office on the ground level, and it has accessory residential. The building has never been owner occupied, simply because it's a commercial property. It sits next to a motel, which is closed throughout the winter. It sits across the street from another mixed-use property with retail on the ground level and accessory residential. So, excuse me, in previous meetings, Mr. Eli stated that the owner occupancy requirement is quite common. No board member questioned that statement. I'd just like to point out that the owner occupancy requirement is not common. There is no resort market within Colorado, to my knowledge, that has an owner occupancy requirement. So I wanted to make that point. the rural and residential, the rural remote zoning was discussed at length by the board in several meetings. Redstone is very different, as you know, from the rest of Pickens County.
Gabe,
There's
you're at
been
1
very
minute.
limited. There's been very limited discussion about Redstone and the business owners and the commercial aspect of that boulevard. So, you know, when you're looking at this owner occupancy requirement, and Mr. Eli also touched on land use and what the intended use is within these land use districts, you need to consider that these are commercial mixed use properties, and you can't impose an owner occupancy requirement on a mixed use building. It's illogical and it goes against the intent of the land use code. And then the last thing I just wanted to close with is that a lot of the visitors that we have been coming for years. These are families that don't go to motels, that want a kitchen, that are respectful, and all we get back is positivity and thankfulness for being able to visit our beautiful county, visit our beautiful region, and have been coming for years.
Okay, Gabe, you're at 3 minutes.
Okay.
Can I ask him a question?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
No, Gabe, thank
Can I
you
ask
so
him a
much for your
question?
time. Yeah, Kelly?
Okay. Sorry, Gabe, can I ask you a quick question? I won't make it a practice to ask people questions.
Yeah,
but
no problem.
Is the residential part of the mixed-use building assessed commercially or residentially, as far as you know?
So, you know, the question of taxation has come up often, and I would say that I would welcome having a permitting system that collects taxes for short-term rentals. And you can look at to answer your question, Kelly, as to how it's assessed. Yes, the residential portion is assessed residentially, commercial portion is assessed commercially, and different ratios are applied to those different portions. Okay. The way taxation works is at the state level, not at the county level.
Right. No, we know that, but that's great information.
Deep in that conversation. So no, I just wanted to know for your property. So thank you so much.
That was a great question.
And I welcome taxation if it's viewed as a commercial use. Then provide an opportunity for me to do that. Right now, with the way the ordinance is drafted, you're not going to see any of those taxes.
Okay. Thank you, Patty. Thank you, Gabe. We really appreciate your time.
Sure.
Next on our list is Denise. Please give your name. And
hi.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I am Denise Malcolm, and I've submitted written comments, so I won't duplicate those, but I am concerned about the fiscal impact of this and not being able to collect short-term rental taxes on a large number of properties that would likely either turn into long-term rentals or completely vacant. And my perspective is, as a longtime homeowner on Red Mountain, surrounded by second homeowners primarily. And most of these homes have remained vacant literally for decades, with the exception of the occasional visit by the owner and many visits by their own property managers. And recently, since we've had more short-term rentals, there's actually been a new vibrancy on Red Mountain with people strolling, riding their bikes, being out and about. And they're not here for very long. Most of the homes aren't rented for any extended period, but it's made a use of these properties that previously had not been used. So I am concerned that we're going to be losing substantial tax revenue in terms of short-term taxes because many of these are second homeowners, but also in terms of property values, that it's likely to have an impact on property valuation since that seems to have been something that's contributed to the increase in prices in recent history. And also in terms of the primary homeownership requirement, there doesn't seem to be any limitation on the number of days that people can be renting it out, so that you could find that some neighbors are having a disproportionate impact because a primary homeowner has now found it more profitable to be renting their house for 180 days or 270 days and no longer really lives there anyway. So I think that it would make more sense to have reasonable limitations on all homeowners, to have perhaps 60 days or 90 days of rental, short-term rental that's permitted, as well as strict limitations on occupancy, number of vehicles that could be parked there, as well as
Denise, you're at 1 minute,
restrictions on
please.
events. Pardon me?
You're at 1 minute, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. And
That's okay.
limitations on events. And also, I do see the problem that long-term rentals could be de facto short-term rentals because no one can keep you there for the full 30 days. So you could find people terminating a 30-day lease and really only being there for a week. So I prefer that everything be licensed and out in the open.
Great.
In our neighborhoods.
Thank you. And we did receive your comments, and they were extremely well written. So thank you very much, Denise.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Next on our list is, got a name I'm familiar with. Mr. Kaufman, would you please?
Hi, guys. For the record, my name is Gideon Kaufman, and I've lived in Aspen for a long time, and I wanted to share some personal observations with you about the proposed ordinance that you're discussing. I live on the east side of Aspen, near Mountain Valley, and I certainly understand the impacts that short-term rentals have been making on residential neighborhoods over the past few years. However, regulations, even well-intentioned, can have unintended and unfair consequences if they do not specifically address the problem they are intended to fix. And we need to understand the impacts on properties not contributing to the problem. Having listened to your meetings and read the regulations, the intent appears to be to minimize disruption of residential neighborhoods that are experiencing higher density uses and address increases in employees needed to accommodate significant shifts in lodge-type short-term uses now being utilized in residential neighborhoods, and to ensure through permitting process the taxes are properly collected, all of which are admirable goals. However, it doesn't matter whether the owner next door, it's their principal residence that they occupy 6 months of the year, or that the person next door spends only 2 months there, if their short-term rentals are changing the residential character of the neighborhood. It is the impact that is created, not the ownership, that is of paramount importance to the neighborhoods. If the goal is to regulate, tax collect, and promote health, safety of the citizens and property owners, as well as to prevent people from buying properties solely for their short-term rental opportunities, it seems the best way to handle that is to limit the number of rentals per year in residential neighborhoods, not merely regulate it based on ownership. Of significant importance not addressed is the impacts related to the proximity of the property to their neighbors. I have a close friend who has 160 acres, easily accessible by the road, and for the last 25 years has been short-terming the property over Christmas and July 4th for a 10-day period. This has enabled him to maintain his property. If he continues to pay taxes and goes through the regulation process, why should this opportunity be taken away from him solely because it's not his primary residence, as his impacts are much less than those of primary residents on their next door neighbors? The code for years has identified 300 feet as the requirement for notice for impacts on neighbors. In his case, there are no neighbors for over 2,000 feet, and it's accessed over a private road. So what do we accomplish related to your stated goals by preventing him from continuing to rent twice a year? It seems to me you want to focus on impacts irrespective of residency of the owner of the property by allowing all owners an equal opportunity to do minimal number of short-term rentals. It preserves the residential character of the neighborhood and allows for the collecting taxes. Set up a criteria for those who do rent, but don't give carte blanche to someone who happens to live in their house 6 months out of the year and rents the rest of the time.
Gideon, you're close to your last minute.
Yet penalizing someone who can only spend a few months a year here for renting twice or 3 times a year. Minimal number of rentals will not require significant employee generation, which is necessary for constant short-term rentals. If you focus on the number of rentals and review criteria that apply to all, it would be a better and fairer ordinance and better accomplish your goals. So look at the number of rentals, not the ownership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gideon. Nice to hear from you.
Nice to hear from you.
Okay, next on our list is Chad Waldorf.
Good afternoon. Thanks for hearing from me. My name is Chad Waldorf, and I want to thank all of you council members for serving in spite of your bad luck of being elected during these times of prickly controversies like COVID masking and short-term rentals. It's my hope that y'all will take a reasonable approach to both issues. I sent a letter, but to repeat a little bit of it and expand, I moved to Pitkin County in 1991, a couple weeks after graduating from college. My wife-to-be moved there 2 years later and taught at the Little Red Schoolhouse. And we quite acutely remember the challenges of local workforce housing. A fellow ski company employee and I later moved to Charleston, South Carolina to open a restaurant where I currently reside. But we went in together in 1999 to buy a cabin in Woody Creek. We own this via an LLC between our two families. Our two families have spent 6 to 10 weeks a year in Pitkin County, so feel like we've been a part of the community for the last 30 years. We've also rented our house out on a short-term basis since we bought it 23 years ago, and that was long before there were short-term rental websites, and have used the funds to help pay our mortgage and cover our house expenses. As our families grew in size, we renovated a few years ago so that our house could hold both of our families at once. As part of that, we spent well over $100,000 with Habitat for Humanity's Restore to help stay on our tight budget and also to support the organization's mission to provide affordable housing in Pitkin County. I will add in regards to Commissioner Child's comment earlier that Habitat's efforts and our support of it certainly help prevent residential construction trash from filling the finite amount of room in the landfill. So we're trying to help there too. But a big part of the calculus for our renovation was that we could help pay for our increased mortgage through continued short-term rental income. You can hopefully imagine our shock upon recently learning that after 3 decades of being part-time Pitkin County residents, we may suddenly be banned from renting our home after responsibly doing so for nearly a quarter of a century. Our goal is to ultimately retire and let our families split time at this Woody Creek house we've owned for over 2 decades.
Chad, you're at
We
1 minute.
understand and greatly respect the noble nature of your ordinance, but the reality, at least in our situation, is that if your proposal passes as is, we will no longer afford our house and have to sell it. It will not help solve the workforce housing issue because the likely buyer is our neighbor, who's a wealthy Californian who recently built a big house next door and wants to buy our house to create a compound. So instead of our two families and a few others using our home 12 to 15 weeks a year, and eventually more when we can afford it, our house will likely become a second home to a wealthy out-of-stater and would sit vacant for most of the year. We assume this isn't the outcome you want. I have 3 houses in my immediate neighborhood here in Charleston. They're regulated through short-term rental licenses, annual inspections, and even grandfathered status. We've not had problems with it in my neighborhood, and my hope is that rather than putting a death penalty on for folks like me who aren't fortunate enough to live in Pitkin County, that y'all would go forth with regulations, and if that doesn't work, then look at further regulations that would outlaw folks like me from doing what I've done for
Thank
23
you, Chad.
years.
You're at 1 minute. You're at 3 minutes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I want to say we did receive your letters, and we really appreciate the time that you took to send them in to us and for your presenting comment today. And we love the accent, y'all. So we appreciate that. So next on our list is Chris Bryant. And Chris, we also appreciated your letter and have reviewed it carefully. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Patty. I'm here on behalf of the Smith family with respect to their ownership of the Smith cabin, which is in the rural and remote zone. This property has been in their family since the 1940s. It was a Pepke property, and then was inherited by their stepmother, and now Coulter, Bridger, Smith, and their older sister Colby Fulton own it. They spent considerable time and effort building this. It took about 5 years, 2007 to 2012. And we don't understand why the property, which is in the rural and remote zone, would be wholesale prohibited from having occasional short-term rentals. From what we can tell, the slides that we saw Cindy Hubin present at the joint work session you had last week didn't list any other properties in rural and remote. So as far as we know, this is the only property in rural and remote that is affected by this. They've had short-term rentals in the past, and they've never had any complaints. And they need the short-term rental income that they get to just cover their costs, property taxes and maintenance fees. They're not making a profit off this. No one can live there as a primary resident because it's in the rural and remote zone and is inaccessible during parts of the year. It's a four-wheel drive from Aspen. It's a 3.8 mile hike from the Sun Deck. And it's a property that I've been to. And in fact, I'm going to be using it, I think, this summer with my wife and two young sons. Wouldn't you want to capture the tax on that and let these owners make a little bit of money to cover their costs? Because if not, I think you're going to have some problems with the way that this is currently drafted. We've heard the safety concerns as the basis for banning rural and remote. One, there's not a problem with rural and remote. We think this is the only cabin that's even used sometimes for short-term rentals there. But they have a 24/7 monitored security system with ProGuard. They have security cameras, Wi-Fi. They have a satellite phone up there for all times for emergencies.
Chris, you're at 1
7
minute.
fire extinguishers. Thank you. And the hospital is a shorter drive from there than other parts of Pickens County for emergency services. And in fact, they had the fire department go up there because of a false alarm, and they had no problem getting there. So I think those bases for a wholesale prohibition are misplaced. One other thing that I'd like to say is this is a 998 square foot cabin. This is not a mansion. This is not something that's used for corporate purposes. It's a family cabin that's been in the property, that's been in the family for over close to a century. And I think what you should do is not vote on this today. I think you should continue it. And I'd like to meet with your county attorneys and staff because I think you can make this regulation better and avoid constitutional problems and litigation down the road. And I agree with what Denise and Gideon and Chad have said. There's a lot of unintended consequences that are not being fully considered yet. This thing is not ready to vote on. I would really encourage you not to vote yes or no on this today, and instead continue this, that you can have further discussions and we can make this regulation much better, stronger, and without the legal vulnerabilities that I see it having right now. Thank you so much for your
Great.
time.
Thank you, Chris.
Oh, and I did submit a letter that I want to make sure is in the record.
Yeah, your letter is in the record, and I have it in my stack right here. Thank you, Chris. Next on our list here is Jeff DePalma. Jeff, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. I am opposed to the short-term rental ordinance.
Jeff, can you just give your name for the public record?
Jeff DePalma.
Thank you.
I am opposed to the short-term rental ordinance as it is currently written. I believe there needs to be more data collected and more thoughtful consideration of this matter. I absolutely agree that there needs to be reasonable and appropriate licensing for short-term rentals. However, I object to the primary homeowner portion of the ordinance. I believe my particular case is a common one and is not the reason why this primary homeowner aspect is being considered. My family has had a small 2-bedroom house in unincorporated Pitkin County for almost 20 years. We have rented it out for all of this time. This is the only second home we own, and we stay there several months every year. This would not qualify us for primary homeowner status. We are not some big faceless company that is just interested in making money. On the contrary, we consider ourselves part of the community after all these years, and we love and want what's best for the valley. We are very attuned and concerned about any effect we would have on our neighborhood. We have a very strict rental policy and work closely with a fantastic, highly rated local management company to make sure everything goes smoothly. We are a family-oriented small property with only 2 bedrooms and not a raucous party house. In fact, most of our renters are repeat families. We are on great terms with our neighbors, and some of them are very close friends. We have never had a legitimate complaint in all the years we have rented it out. The money earned from our short-term rentals is essential for us to continue to own this property. It would be a shame if we were forced to sell our family property of 20 years that we intend to retire to because of some bad operators out there. Surely there is some type of compromise for small second homeowners like
Jeff, you're
myself
1
who are
minute.
responsible and are very involved with the community and their short-term rentals. Again, thank you for your time.
Jeff, thank you very much. We appreciate your taking the time. All right, next on our agenda, next on our list is Summer. So Summer, would you please, we need you to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Summer, thank you.
Great, I will be quick. It's Summer Berg. I do live in Pitkin County, a resident and business owner. I would just, I'm trying to really follow, I listened to John at the beginning explain how this all originated, but I'm still, even after listening and reading everything that's been published, confused about which neighborhoods, which areas of Pitkin County are these problems occurring in. It feels like a small minority of people are having a much larger impact than they should have. The louder voices are getting their way, it seems. I would love to see data on, how many people are, using these homes that are such a problem, and, how are all these bodies, like, I don't know, I've lived here for 12 years and I don't see, I've never seen any of these problem operators with party houses. And I echo the position of the gentleman before me that, punishing everybody that relies on this, especially second homeowners that, like him, use their home but want to rent it out to cover their carrying cost, to punish so many people because of a few bad operators. There's better studies and data that can be looked at and get more involvement from the community to put better policies in place to address those problem operators and not put a blanket, restriction on everyone like this. And that's about it. I do support some kind of regulation. My business runs a short vacation rental business, Engel and Volkers, and we pay our sales taxes. We do everything by the book, and we have a lot of great owners and property managers, and we don't rent to crazy party people either. And this is part of being in a resort community. It seems like people forget that we're a resort community and we rely on visitors, and these visitors, including myself, when I travel as a family, I don't like to stay at hotels with young kids.
Summer, you're at 1 minute.
Okay, I'm good. I think this is very short-sighted how it's written. Definitely support some kind of regulation, but I just don't think this is the right version of that, and love to be more involved. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Summer. We appreciate your taking the time. Are there any other members who are listening in, or either on phone or Zoom, that would like to make comment? Okay, we have, I believe it's Steve.
That's correct. It's Steve Hawk. And,
hi, Steve.
How you doing? I'm discussing the short-term rentals. We've done this. It's been done, to my knowledge, the 50 years I've been here. People rented their house for, to take a family vacation over the Christmas or whatever, maybe to finance some deferred maintenance, something like that, which is, what we've done over the years. And now we're trying to finance a little bit of retirement. So we rent occasionally, 2-3 times a year. And so we've done it through the rules, paid tax. I think I'm in the city of Aspen on the east side. And but this applies to city and county. I agree with Gideon Kaufman that look at what the impacts are of any individual. And again, it's probably objective, not very objective, and possibly difficult to do. And that's all I have to say about that. I'd like to continue to do that 2-3 times a year. And I think maybe that's what you're trying to do anyway. And I don't want you to forget about BOCC. It has not hit the county yet, but my street, which had 10 owners previously, now has 24 owners. And because it's an LLC, we're out of the fractional fee or timeshare zone of Aspen. But I know that there's a lot of people in the county that are concerned with BOCC, a big company, huge impact around the country, and will be an impact in Aspen if they're not regulated some way. The city's going to miss out on real estate transfer taxes as these properties trade hands because it's an LLC. They're just changing stocks or something like that, and there's no real estate transfer tax. They are not allowed to rent. It says,
Steve, you're at 1 minute.
I'm not sure how they enforce that. And so just don't forget about BOCC and that type of ownership. Thanks an awful lot.
Great, Steve. And you need to take your comments to City Council, since you will be regulated underneath the city's ordinance, not the county's. But we appreciate.
I do understand that.
I know.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Steve. Nice to hear from you. All right. Next on our list is Marco.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Would you please give your name for the record?
Excellent. My name is Marco Dame. I live in Glenwood Springs, and I have lived in the Roaring Fork Valley on both ends for the last 30 years. My wife and I own and operate Keylink Vacation Rentals. Commissioners, good afternoon. Highly appreciate your time this afternoon. And I completely understand the process. Since a couple of years ago, I was involved in creating strong STR regulations for the city of Glenwood Springs. We achieved through robust public outreach, including numerous community meetings and public hearings held by the P&Z and ultimately City Council. I would highly recommend you take a step back and stop moving this proposal or this proposed amendment forward in its current form and conduct a broader community outreach with official public hearings. My focus lies on possible changes to your short-term rental code 650. I would, let's see, we actually, I'm sorry, I need to regroup. The Pitkin County Code 650 is a very solid document, and I commend you for it. We actually concur with most everything that is listed in it. We strongly oppose the primary residence criteria in the code. And so therefore, we would welcome the changes in section 650020, define terms under applicant to remove the last sentence. We would also welcome the change to remove principal residence out of the same 050020. And in section 650053, the license application evaluation criteria, remove number 12, which also refers to the principal residence. The main reason behind our suggested code text removals is, and let me start by saying that you guys have invested and went through the very arduous process to create a short-term rental code that may become a moot point as soon as you added that principal residence criteria, because we feel this added residence criteria is indirectly banning short-term rentals. I also want to inform that
Marco, you're at 1 minute, please.
A common, thank you, misconception is that STRs create ghost towns due to their transient nature and that they build on the lack of sense of community. We can attest from our own experience, most rentals we manage are second homes, and therefore those homes will stay unoccupied and dark until the owner decides to visit. If second homes are not allowed and to be STRs, and with the enforcement of this principal or primary residence rule, this code will most certainly create that ghost town effect and a degraded sense of community. I also have some solutions on how to regulate short-term rentals, but I will have to email those to you because I think I'm running out of time. In closing, I would highly recommend that current STRs are grandfathered in, but that they comply with the new permit application and fee process. And I would like to thank you for your time, and you do have a daunting task ahead of you to create comprehensive, balanced regulations for all stakeholders. I respectfully request that you table these STR items until a proper public outreach has been conducted and compelling data has been collected.
Great.
Again, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And if you want to send the information, you can send it where would the best place be to send if he wants to send us information about regulating? Kind of.
It would probably be through our. Thank you. The best place would be through our website, www.pickenscounty.com/public comment, all one word.
So you can submit anything at that site, and you can also pull that information up just directly on the Pickens County website. So thank you, Marco. We would appreciate it.
Sounds good. I will do that.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, the next on our list is a phone number ending in 1038. All right, 1038, we can hear you if you speak. We hope.
Looks like you're unmuted on Zoom. Can you make sure your phone is unmuted? Oh, there you go.
Great, please give your name for the record.
Okay. Yes, thank you so much. Maybe you can guess, this is Rachel Richards. I'm calling in as a private citizen, not speaking on behalf of the City Council in any way. Really appreciate the deep dive that you guys are taking on this. It's a really tough and complicated issue, hard to address in 3 minutes. What I would really like to do is ask you to step back and think about where does this lead us and the community in 15 or 20 years. I have a great deal of empathy with people saying this is what they've always done and this is how they afford their house now. But that is going to be the method of everyone affording their Aspen and Pickens County residents in the future based on half of the year or more being used as a commercial property that is unmitigated. And I want to speak specifically to the mitigation. When the county had done mitigation nexus studies, they were based on residences being residences. They were not based on residences being available for short-term rental, who knows, 50 to 52 weeks a year, whether it's a primary residence or not. And so essentially we're looking at any new approval you make of a residence being mitigated against a standard that does not begin to keep up with the employment demands. And if you think about 60% mitigation on a residence, that leaves a 40% unmitigated employee demand that unfortunately the county does not have any resources or dedicated funding for catching up on that 40% shortfall created with every new approval. And the shortfall that is going to be created as we see every residence in the county being used as a lodging commercial property for at least part of the year. I'm very concerned that the natural ownership person could have a 1% de minimis interest in the property and be the one to apply for the STR license.
Rachel, you're at
so
1
this
minute.
is the real question. Thank you so much. This is the real question. Will everyone buying in Pickens County in the future be doing so based on a pro forma, based on a rental income that is not being property taxed appropriately for commercial activities and will create a demand on county services? I'm going to close by saying the county has a great strategic plan, well-planned and livable built environment. Was that well-planned to all be commercial properties? Ease of mobility, were these STRs that are nowhere near a transit line part of adding to the ease of mobility on Highway 82 in our community? A diverse and livable housing options. Are we keeping up with housing options for the workforce that this community demands? Sustainable economy and employment. Again, I think that STRs need to be looked at in the light of those criteria. Responsible stewardship of county assets. There is going to be tremendous demand created in the sheriff's office, in the parks and rangers, and all these things by guests coming, staying at properties that are not paying commercial property taxes. And as I said before, I think that a very good judge of whether this is someone's primary residence is whether they pay Colorado income tax.
Okay,
Colorado
Rachel,
income tax is part.
You're at 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm finishing
Sorry.
up. But income tax is part of what takes care of all the other services that are needed to make our community and the state work. Thank you very much for your time and your deep consideration on this.
Thank you. We appreciate your calling in. All right.
Thank you.
So, how come these raised hands are not moving to the top oh, they don't on this, move to the top of the list. Next on our list is John Rooks.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, John. Please give your name for the public record.
My name is John Rooks. I live in Michigan. My address is 2116 McLean Flats, Aspen.
Okay, please, you have 3 minutes. We have a little clock going. I will give you some cues as to what your time is.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, commissioners. I'm opposed to the speed of this regulation. I'm opposed to not grandfathering people who have a history of using their home for short-term rentals, and I'm opposed to anything that's less than 7 days. I'm in favor of 7 days as a minimum amount of time. My property is 6 bedrooms, and at the time it's my 3rd home, and I hope to use it someday as a primary resident at some point post-retirement. I currently work full-time in Michigan. But like so many homeowners, I was afraid that down the road I would not be able to afford Aspen, so after the Great Recession, I interviewed and hired local appraisers and took the next best steps and found a 1969 gem that was basically a tear down, pack rat infested, but then I determined that I could remodel it and save a piece of historic architecture from 1969. It was Meade Metcalf's home, and I used Rowland and Broughton there locally. And my renovation won the state of Colorado AIA and ASID award in 2014 for homes over 4,000 square feet. I'm green-minded, so I didn't want to tear the house down. And I'm green-minded, and I don't like to waste natural resources. And I feel like the rules should be that you either occupy your house yourself or you should rent it at least part of the year in order to make it a use of natural resources. Empty homes burn fossil fuels, and that's even worse if the home is empty, if you think about it. Years ago, there was a debate that Aspen and Detroit might seem like polar opposites as communities, but Aspen's extreme wealth and Detroit's extreme poverty give them one thing in common: a vast community of vacant homes. And now you're endeavoring to increase the number of ghost mansions in this town by implementing your proposed rules, unless you modify them slightly.
John, you're at 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. During the ski season, I probably rent my home 2 or 3 times for 10 days per time. I don't allow more than 12 people in my 6 bedrooms. The price would never, the police have never come to my home. There's never been a complaint from my neighbors. I don't allow parties or events, even though I could throw a rock concert in my house and my neighbors would never hear it. We have 8 acres. So I believe you can regulate activities at homes without banning short-term rentals. And my house has never had a complaint. I bought the house in 2013. I'm not a billionaire, but I deserve a standard of fairness anyway, in my opinion, so that I'm not forced to sell it at some point to a billionaire. If I were, that billionaire might not need any rental income for his 4th or 5th house, but he or she would likely be just another owner to show up in their jet with their private chef and most likely not attend restaurants and would be sterilizing the community even further.
John, you're at 3 minutes.
2 minutes? 3 minutes?
You're at 3 minutes. Sorry.
I thought I was at 2 minutes. All right, I'm sorry. So bottom line is, I just wish that this process would be considering a grandfather clause, and I think 41% of your houses are vacant in Aspen at this time, and I'd hate to see that increase. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, John, and I'm familiar with the house, so thank you for maintaining it and keeping it.
Thank you.
All right, next, I believe is Tracy Sutton. Again, 2 days in a row. Hi, how are you? Tracy, you need to unmute, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Tracy.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, I just want to say, I too think that most of these items have been really well thought out. Number one, I do, as you probably know, I am a local, Aspen local. I'm a realtor. I also happen to specialize in vacation rentals, short-term rentals primarily. And while I do agree with a lot of the things that you've said, I do think that I would encourage everyone to take a step back because I do rent these properties, and I've heard several conversations about them being rented out 52 weeks a year and parties in and out, in and out. And most homes are managed by people like myself. There's several very reputable real estate firms and property management firms, and we don't want that kind of activity in our homes either. And I can tell you that we don't sit there and try and do the roller coaster ride of getting them in and out. All during COVID, we followed COVID cleaning protocols. And I think that it has a lot to do with the interpretation of, oh, every place is being run as a lodge and everybody's running in and out and trying to get as much revenue as they can. And I can tell you, I've been here since 1986. I've been doing rentals since about 1989. And never in that time period have I seen that kind of activity. So while I do agree that there are changes and, permits and things that need to be addressed, my other question would be, if somebody was living there full time, wouldn't that be more havoc on the sewer systems and everything else than a few short-term rentals a year and a homeowner who comes in part of the time? I just don't think that, I think that there's not a problem there. And that if, I'm happy to read through the comments, but I really think that there needs to be more to this, and it should be thought out a little bit more.
Tracy, you're at 1 minute.
I think that, well, and I'm going to finish up quicker and let somebody else speak since I spoke yesterday. But I really would encourage the council to take a step back and listen to some of the public comment. I don't think everyone was as aware as, that this has been going on as long as it has. And shame on me, I should have been on top of it. But, it was just brought to my attention in December, which after a year of pandemic has been really hectic, and the holidays. And I think that just a little more thought needs to be put into this before you vote on it and put it through.
Great. Thank you, Tracy. And we did receive your comments too. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Do we have anybody else in line?
And I just want to thank Tracy for acknowledging the conversation. Sometimes it's hard where we do all this work for years and then the public feels like they're coming in at the last minute. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, I want the public to know that we started this conversation, it published work sessions last spring, and but it's not unusual for the public to not understand or realize things are going on until the last minute. Therefore, the reason why we're taking public comment and still accepting written public comment. So we are, it's not like we're rushing this. We are trying to take our time, and we're trying to bring the public in, into this discussion. Maybe it's at the late notice, but you're here. So is there anyone else, Andrew, that we see? Okay, just for those who know, you need to raise your hand, and on a phone, it is a *6, *9, and to unmute is *6. And then, Andrew, what about the mouse? You can wiggle the mouse, and the screen will come up, and you get a little hand on your computer if you're on this meeting by Zoom. Oh, so Castro, we see that you have come in. So would you please give your name for the public record?
Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Can you please?
Yes. Sure, yes. Juliana Castro, thanks for the time. Hi, Greg. Good to see you. Yeah, so we've been actually renting a home in Snowmass since 2008. And it was a really old home where the owners that last time they came here was in 85. The home was always long-term rentals for residents, and it was known as the pie house. So number of complaints, the structure of the home was really, really bad. And when we took over, all this Airbnb and VRBO start coming up, and we offered the owners, do you allow us to live upstairs and rent downstairs? In exchange of that, we're gonna fix your home and make the neighborhood better. That's what we did. We've been here since, well, my husband since 2008. We have a son now. So we're 3 of us upstairs, and they allow us to rent downstairs. And just about this potty house that all the time coming up in comments, our situation was different because this place was known as the potty house before, where as an older home, the owners were not be able to rent for families. People were not really interested in it. And they used to rent for 16 people, 18 people. All those like temporary works that come through the winter and would party in a really quiet neighborhood. So we're friends of the neighbors. We've been here for a long time, and it's just maybe taking all those steps are maybe not the solution to stop the parties, because long-term renters, they party too. So just a little, I also wrote a letter with a little more details, and thanks for the time.
Thank you. And Julia, did you say the property is in Snowmass Village within the jurisdiction?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so just so we're clear, I want to make sure the public's clear. The county's regulations will only apply to unincorporated Pickens County, not to the municipalities. But we appreciate those who live outside of the unincorporated Pickens County giving us some input, because that'll be part of our decision-making process. So we do appreciate that. So Juliana,
Thank you so much.
thank you for taking the time to call in. We appreciate it.
My pleasure, thank you.
All right, we are still, for now, taking public comment. So if there's anyone who's interested in speaking, you need to raise your hand either by *9 on your phone and *6 to unmute, or pushing your hand button if you're on a Zoom meeting. I'm going to give everyone a few minutes. And I am, well, this is a technical thing. Want to close the public hearing for today, but not for the entirety. John, should I just continue the public hearing for now? John Ely?
Yeah, Patty,
Yeah.
Public.
What would you like me to do?
Just continue the public hearing. You're not going to be closing it with finality, so
Okay.
you can just continue it.
Yeah.
And then if it needs to another date, then that date will be set by the board at the end of this discussion.
Okay, so for now, I'm not going to close the public hearing, but I am going to bring it back to the board for discussion. We've had about 14 people who have commented. Again, our numbers, we've had probably over 90, closer to 100 comments submitted, and we thank the public for taking the time. We've had a lot of comments come in the last 72 hours, and we're still trying. The board has been pretty overwhelmed with those, and I think the board is taking their time to go through the input in the concerns and comments from the public. So I'm going to bring it back to staff first. John, do you have anything that you would like to say, or can we open it up to the board?
The only thing, well, I guess the only thing I have to say is to basically take the lead from the board to see, what our next steps will be.
Okay, so I am going to entertain comments from the board and questions, concerns. So Francie, I think your hand was up first.
You're on mute.
I'm going to make comments that I wrote this morning, although they are pertinent to what I heard this afternoon. I have a couple to respond to comments that I heard, but so in the introduction to, in our packet to the ordinance, there were several things that came up that come up later in the ordinance, and they are the primary residence requirement, and also whether or not tenants are allowed to rent out a long-term rental that they're living within, the number per property, the hardship cases, noticing neighbors. My quick comment about noticing neighbors is I am a little concerned that it could unleash a plethora of responses from neighbors who are opposed to any STRs rather than this specific STR. So I'm quite sure where we can go with that. I know we have to probably notice it in some way, but and then rural and remote, as well as maximum capacity. Okay, so then specifically at 6.50010, license and regulate. I'm just wondering, John, does regulate mean, because we were sort of talking about it, licensing and registering these places, and now we're talking about further rules. So are those additional rules that are included in the ordinance, or requirements in order to get a license, are those considered part of license and regulate in the state House bill? Yeah, okay. Okay, so that was that question. And then on in the attachment on page 61 in our packet, the dwelling unit not being able to consider an RV or a teepee. And I'm kind of wondering, that seems a little bit arbitrary. Why not be able to rent out your RV? They're fully equipped with, you know, bathrooms and bedrooms and kitchens and all of that. And, you know, I imagine anybody who had a teepee to rent out might keep it under the radar, but mostly I'm concerned about the RV restriction. I don't quite see why we would do that. And then probably the most important one I wanted to address is the appropriate limitation of number of days, I believe is the wording in 6.50.053. But there isn't anything that says what's the appropriate limitation of number of days. And so I certainly wouldn't approve an ordinance that didn't specify that, because it's just so unclear. But I do agree with Gideon, who spoke earlier about how it's not the primary residence requirement that's going to have the effect that we want on the number of STRs and locations of them. I agree with him that I think it's the number of days rented. I don't think a large corporation is going to come in and buy a house if they can only rent it out whatever number we decide is appropriate, 50 or 100 days or whatever. I think they're looking at a bigger return on their investment, so it might have an impact on the sort of corporate ownership of STR residences without unfairly penalizing people like the several people that we heard from who own second houses here, but they're not in the business of STRs. They just are supporting themselves with it. Also in 6.50.053, number 10, the character of community and neighborhood. I'm just wondering, how do we determine that? It's if, like several of the stories that we heard in letters and today described, or like for instance, the woman who has the place up on Redstone, that she feels like her neighborhood has come more alive. It's increased the character of her community. It's improved the character of her community and neighborhood. So I do think it's a little bit awkward to have that language, because I'm not sure how we would determine if one particular STR application was going to have a negative or positive effect on the character of a community. Again, number 12, that's principal residence, so I'll get back to that in a second. Rural and remote, it was pretty compelling that if there's only one rural and remote that wants to have STRs, and the people who rent it understand the nature of the location, I'm not so sure that that is necessarily a reasonable limitation. Another one would be only one per property. I'm thinking of perhaps things like the Woody Creek Commune and some places like that that have several houses on the property, and you know, depending on how many people were in each house and those kind of restrictions, not sure that I would fully support only having one per property. Then I'm almost done, guys. Oh, the violation. The $1,000 per day of violation could be really catastrophic for small homeowners who maybe rent it to the wrong person, and so they have their on-site person or maybe themselves try to deal with this problem, but really they've had their trash outside for 2 days, or they've given parties 2 or 3 or 4 days in a row before it's been gotten under control. It could amount to like a $4,000 penalty for somebody who has a small house somewhere in the county and just trying to make you know, a little bit of money off of it. That's another one that's hard for me. So that's basically specifically my reactions to the ordinance, but I have to say to my fellow commissioners, I would not vote to approve an ordinance that bans STRs if unless it's a primary residence. I believe that it's too punitive for too many people, and not exactly what we were looking for when we were looking to come up with licensing and fees and regulations that kept the place safe and had met the kinds of criteria that quite a few of the people have addressed. So that's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Francie. So Steve, I believe you had your hand up next.
Okay, I think Greg must have dropped out here, but I'm sure he will speak later about how this affects climate change in some fashion. I'm putting you on notice, Greg. So, I mean, I agree with Francie that I would not vote today to pass the ordinance we have as written. I think our intent was good. We have gotten so many valuable comments from the public regarding a whole lot of different things. And I haven't even made it through all the more than 100 letters, and I already have several pages of notes of ideas of ways we could improve the ordinance. And I'm just going to list a few of those here just so we can make sure that we're including the right things in our discussions as we go forward. One suggestion was that STRs be allowed without the restrictions in the urban growth boundary and not have the limitations that they would in the more outside the urban growth boundary might have a different set of rules to apply to them. That's one possibility. And also I think in the urban growth boundary, we maybe would want to have our rules consistent with the City of Aspen rules in the case of the City of Aspen. I'm not sure if there's a urban growth boundary around Snowmass Village or the town of Basalt, but I think we should try to coordinate our regulations with all those three municipalities in our county. I really like the idea of allowing people who have a second home who spend part of the year here being allowed to rent their home out as a short-term rental for some limited number of days during the year. People have been doing it for decades. It's the way they can afford their houses or that they can afford their vacation if they leave at Christmas time and rent it out. That's a very common thing that has happened for a long time in Aspen. And I think that we should very seriously consider doing something, and I kind of like the idea of maybe a 90-day maximum rental for short-term rentals during the year for second homeowners. That begs the question, if someone is a permanent resident and is renting out their home like on Airbnb or VRBO, would they have a restriction, or could they rent it out conceivably every night? Because they would be there, the people are in their home. That's how some people make their living, running an Airbnb out of their own home. So we would need to think if we want to have a restriction on that, the length of number of nights someone could use their own home for that. It was suggested that in Redstone that the VC zone in Redstone perhaps would be where short-term rentals would be allowed and not outside of that zone in Redstone. Let's see, it was suggested by one person that property management companies be allowed to handle the STR registration for properties that they manage. And I think that's probably a reasonable request, not require that the actual homeowner be the one to come in and do the registration. You know, we have a lot of good property management companies here, and I think we should be communicating with them and enlisting their help in trying to come up with the best regulations that we that we want. For the rural and remote, I was at first in favor of regulating it in rural and remote, but I now would think that we should maybe have a backcountry category for short-term rentals that would have additional requirements of the people who rent them out short-term. Partly it would be just in notification of the people doing the renting that they are doing this at their own risk. The homeowner might be required to have extra insurance or something because just for protection of the short-term tenants. But if the short-term tenants realize they're doing this at their own risk, they might be skiing in there in the wintertime and there won't be fire protection or police protection. They have to take more responsibility for their own safety and welfare. So that's what I'm thinking in terms of a backcountry category with perhaps some additional rules that we would place on that property. It's really like doing a hut trip to a private hut where there'd be an occasional thing, not like the 10th Mountain hut system, which can be every night all winter long. Initially, when we were doing the short-term rental idea, where I thought we were going at first was we were going to do the registration and get people complying and paying the taxes, and then we would have more data on where are the short-term rentals located, what is the impact in the county, and I still almost favor that to make our rules a little simpler to start with, and as we collect more data, then in future years, if we see a need to be stricter in some areas, we could still do that. And I'm backing away from having the permanent resident be a requirement for having the short-term rental. I think the way we could say it is that a permanent resident, any permanent resident anywhere in the county would have the right to come in and get a short-term rental permit if they meet the other requirements, such as homeowners association regulations. And as long as they are there in the house, kind of monitoring things, I don't foresee that there'd be any great problems. So that's some of my thoughts. I have several pages of notes from other people's comments, but I think those are some of the major ones that I really agree that somehow limiting the number of days that a short-term rental could be, that a second home at least could be rented out as a short-term rental is probably a wiser way to go, and it still allows people to they can still make pretty sizable income by renting over Christmas and New Year's and over the 4th of July, maybe over President's Day weekend. If people only rented like 5 or 6 weeks out of the year, that they could make more than enough money to pay all their taxes and upkeep on the property during those key weeks. And then last thought, the party house on Meadow Road, I believe, I know that house well because I used to deliver people. If it's the house that I'm thinking of, it was the Argentinian party house on Meadow Road. And every night, the village shuttle bus drivers would be delivering people to that house. It was just a standard stop on that one bus run. And I know that when the Castro family took that over, they made improvements to the house that you could tell from the road, they were really improving the property and taking much better care of it. But you could kind of, I think, tell that the party house atmosphere was detracting from that neighborhood, and the neighborhood got better when the party house disappeared. And so I think trying to prevent the party house thing from happening in the county is really an important thing to strive for. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. So Kelly or Greg? Greg, do you want Greg to go first?
I can go. Yeah, I'll speak.
That'd be
Thank
great.
you. I want to thank everybody for their thoughtful comments, and it's been great to hear from the community, and also just to thank my fellow commissioners. I know we've all been diving into this stuff, and no, I haven't read every comment yet because I think they're still flowing in during this meeting. So, but I will, and I know we're going to want to come back to this. Before I dive into a couple of the comments from what I've heard, I just wanted to say that I think I'd like to make a motion that we continue this, but I don't know what the date would be, and maybe somebody can work on that, and so then I can make a motion in a little while, or someone else can, because I think we're going to need to continue this conversation. Having said that, I won't make that motion yet, and I'll see what comes of that. Francie, I think, I think we do need to dive deeper. I think we will discover, in fact, I know we'll discover there are other rural and remote short-term rentals that have, hastily dug pit toilets to accommodate, their plans for rural and remote. So it's not limited to one. And I don't want anybody to think that it's just a one-off and that we are, with this suggestion, singling out the Smiths or Chris Bryan or anybody else. So I think we'll discover that's not quite accurate. The number of rentals in the county, it seems that we don't really have an accurate count yet. I know some have gone uncounted. I don't know how many there are. So that's another big question mark for me. I do like what I'm hearing about limiting numbers of days. I think that's worthy of contemplation and discussion. How many days a year, I do not know. But it seems like that perhaps might be more equitable. But I also have to say, I really appreciate what Rachel was saying in her comments, having spent a lot of time contemplating this. There's so much to this. Someone mentioned that really, if we're worried about having a ghost town, we would do this because it'll just limit that much the second homes from ever being occupied. And years ago, it was a big problem in the city of Aspen, of course. Our entire West End was a ghost town again because nobody was home. In fact, I made a film on that topic many years ago. And there's an argument there that's worth considering. So I would be much more comfortable continuing this, and I could make the motion now, which I will, to a date certain. And if somebody seconds it, we can still continue the conversation.
Yeah, Greg, I'll call for a motion. I'll let you make it, but I want to finish hearing comment and then we'll second it. But thank you.
I'm happy to second Greg's.
Okay, so Greg, make the motion. Kelly's going to second it. We don't have a date certain.
Okay, well, the motion would be, we don't have a date yet, but this would be, I want to continue the ordinance amending Title VI of the Pickens County Code to adopt laws pertaining to licensing and regulation of short-term rental of lodging units and residential properties, and we'll continue that to.
Well, I'm gonna. I'm gonna make sure that we continue the second reading and public hearing, so public comment will still be allowed, both in writing or Zoom. Email, letters, and participation in further meetings.
Great.
And Kelly,
I'll amend my motion to reflect that.
And Kelly made a second. John Ely, as far as the date certain, I know
Patty, I think the date certain, it looks like it would be either the next meeting of February 9th or the following month on March 9th. I know that you yourself were gone the intervening meeting on February 23, and so I'm assuming the board would desire all 5 members.
Okay. John? The other John.
Yeah, and before we schedule, it might be good to get a little bit of clarity from the board as to what, if any, additional
I made a
follow-up
list.
you need from the
Yeah,
staff.
but Greg wanted to make a motion, but no, we'll provide staff with a list of some primary themes that are coming out. That's not to say we might not receive comment between now and then that have more issues that come up. So I think this is the next step. So I have a motion, I have a second. I'm going to put down the date of March 9th because I don't think February 9th is going to give us enough time. So we will schedule it then. Kelly? Are you okay with that?
No, but I'd be happy to elaborate further in my comments.
Okay. Okay, well,
Now the time, whenever.
okay, well, we're going to schedule the continuation for March 9th as part of this motion. So I have a motion, I have a second on the table. I'm going to take the vote. Oh, no, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait till after we're done with the commissioner comments. So don't let me forget to call the motion. All right.
Steve won't let you.
Steve, don't let me forget. Kelly, go ahead if you'd like to make your comments.
I would, thank you. And I'm fine to continue this, but I'm just going to ask for a little grace from my colleagues because I'm threadbare right now and I'm incredibly frustrated at the direction that this conversation has taken today. It is as if we are at the beginning of this conversation, and I realize and recognize that I am into this topic pretty intimately at like lots of levels. So perhaps I've really torn over and thought through a lot of this, but all throughout this conversation, we have talked about whether some sort of quota opportunity was the path that we wanted to take, and recognize that by doing primary residence, that is a way to get out of quota and giving more fairness to the people who live here. And I just want to note that the comments that we have received from the people who elect us have overwhelmingly been in favor of this, and the ones we have received that have otherwise felt that they are being maybe treated inequitably don't live here or only live here part of the time. And that is not to say I don't regard them. That is not to say I'm not open to some conversation about limiting number of days, etc. But I'm just incredibly shocked and frustrated that we are basically at step one about what this is going to look like and who it's going to apply to and if there's going to be any zoning limitations to it, that I've heard that we are just rolling back completely based on this. So pardon me, but I just don't understand, and I'm going to pose some questions for my colleagues here. So what is a community benefit to ignoring our residential zoning? What is the community benefit to ignoring the prior approvals and the calculation of impact fees that are what fund our roads and what fund our employee housing mitigation and are what contribute to how we have developed our transportation systems, the amount of law enforcement we need? What is the community benefit to ignoring that? Would this board have approved 180 10-guest bed and breakfasts around the county? I don't think that they would. Okay, so I'm just incredibly frustrated that this is where we're at and we're not moving forward on something solid today and we're gonna blow the whole thing up and start over is what I feel like I'm hearing. And I'm open to some like narrowing of the conversation of, you know, is it appropriate to limit the days? That seems very real. Again, we've had check-ins about what type of quota process we wanted to put on this regulatory scheme. And I thought that we had agreed to something. So I feel like sort of with growth management, we're not doing anything. We're not responding to the community concerns that we're hearing. And I'm pretty frustrated. I'm gonna ask Patty for a 5-minute break so I can come back and just like pull it together and be a little more professional with you all and engage in more of a collaborative conversation. But that's where I'm at of how the direction this conversation is taken right now. So I will excuse myself.
I'm gonna call for a 5-minute break. Do you need more time than that, Kelly?
No, 5 is fine.
Okay. All right, grassroots, we're gonna take 5 minutes.
And Patty, I do want to talk.
Great. This is the Board of County Commissioners' regular meeting on Wednesday, January 26th. And we are in the midst of our discussion about short-term rentals. And Kelly, would you like me to move on to comments from other commissioners?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm done for now. Thank
Okay.
you.
So Francie, you've had your hand up like for most of the meeting. Do you want to go first, or would you like to let Steve go? Because he just put his hand up.
I'm gonna be pretty quick on this.
Okay.
I'm sorry that you're frustrated, Kelly. However, I've been pretty clear since I first saw the thing about people having ownership, not having primary residence, that I wouldn't support that. I've been pretty clear about that. So it shouldn't really come as a surprise. I certainly am in favor of almost everything else in the ordinance, and I certainly appreciate John putting it together, especially as incredibly well-written as it always is. And I'm sorry to disappoint you. I really feel that it is not in the interest of all of our constituents. We don't just represent, we also represent people who have 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 houses. And I don't think that we can necessarily say that what's good for a certain group of people is the only thing we need to look at. And I am sorry for your frustration.
Thank you, Francie. Steve, please.
So I feel like, in response to your comments, Kelly, I don't think we are going back to step 1, which was last May or June or whatever. We are taking one step back, responding to some pretty good ideas that have come out of the public comments on ways that we could improve what we have now. We don't have to rewrite the whole thing. Most of it is still good, solid, resolution that we're putting together. There are a few things I think we need to change that I think will make it better and more equitable and fair, and I think maybe prevent some problems from happening going forward. So I really would urge, I don't want to take a major step, go clear back to the beginning and open up a whole public interest group, stakeholder interest group to start crafting the thing from the beginning. I would, however, like the public, including the property managers, to continue submitting really constructive ideas on how we can tweak our rules and some people have already done that and done, very good constructive ideas on how we could improve this. And so I urge people in the next few weeks to continue sending those kind of suggestions. And we as commissioners are good at listening to the public, and I think that we're perfectly capable of tweaking what we have and coming up with the best thing we can for this time. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Greg, can I go ahead and put my comments in? Are you good?
Sure. I have a couple maybe. I don't really need to say anything new, but I could.
Well, if you want to do that now, because I'm going to kind of do my comments and look at wrapping this up.
Okay. We've seen pretty broad, polarity. It's an important issue. I think that we owe it to the community to consider it very thoroughly, because this does affect many people's lives and livelihoods in our community, rich and poor, part-time, full-time residents. It affects a lot of people. It also does affect the pool of affordable housing. If that would still exist at all anymore, I'm not sure if this regulation is going to do an awful lot. I'm thinking back to Shay Singer's comments months and months ago about how her neighborhood, her quality of life has been ruined by a hotel house next door that is that full-time party house. I think she's up in Mountain Valley or someplace like that. So we know these things are happening. We know we have issues. The issues have really been precipitated by the ease of using Airbnb or VRBO to rent your house out to someone and get paid, guarantee of payment. All those things have made it so simple, but yet it has disrupted neighborhoods. The property managers claim that they've never had a problem to me is pretty laughable. I think we all need to be more honest that sometimes we do have problems. And so, and property managers can actually help, but not everybody who owns a guest room or a guest apartment in their house can afford to hire property managers. So we've got a changed environment, a changed situation, and it needs serious thought. And I apologize to Kelly also. I'm sorry she's in distress about this. She's usually the one telling me that we need to go through the process. And I think we're in the middle of the process now, and it's appropriate to consider what people are telling us. So that's where I am, and I think we're going to get back on track. I do support a lot of what I see in this reg, and I know we need it. So I'm happy to hear Patty now. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. First, my comments are going to be very broad. I'm not going to get, I have pages of notes I've taken highlighting both public comment and the board's comments where there's some themes. But for me, this is about preserving residential neighborhoods. We've heard from a lot of neighborhoods about the impacts of noise, traffic, trash, parking, the comings and goings. I also am learning to understand the issues with leaving second homes without any options, and then therefore they're empty. So because they're owned by non-residents, second homeowners, third, fourth, fifth homeowners. We have concerns, I think, in the county, which the municipalities do not have, about the environmental impacts to our septic systems, our water supplies, quality of water. Those are things we need to address as part of this, because that is an impact that's a little bit harder to measure than noise or trash being left out, but I think that needs to be brought into the picture. For me, it's not so much about trying to bring back some affordable housing, because a lot of these short-term rentals are in houses that aren't going to be used for affordable housing. In the old days, that's different, but in the new days, that's pretty much the trend. So I'm going to suggest to the board, and I need to pick the board's brain, that in part of this continuance, I don't want this to go on forever. I don't want this to start from day one and start from scratch. We asked the county attorney in the beginning to draft us an ordinance that was pretty simple. It was a way to get people registered so we knew, where the short-term rentals were, how many there were in the county, to make sure that people were paying the appropriate sales tax. And then the board, with discussion and public comment, put this ordinance in the weeds with all these new issues that are coming up. And I don't think that was our original intention. Our intention was to do something, do it quickly, find out what we needed over the 6 months or a year, what needed to be changed or not changed, and let the public know that this would be coming back, because it would be really, really a living document. So I would like to suggest, if the board's approval, that I meet with staff hopefully soon, like Monday, to go through the points that have been highlighted by the board, see what the themes are, create a list for staff to give them direction. I'm not going to continue this meeting if we don't have staff direction. That's futile. That's a futile effort on our part. We need to have staff direction so staff knows what the trends that the board is seeing, the points of concern for the board, what we need to address when this comes back to us on March 9th. And then we can go from there. So I'm going to look to Kelly.
I want to keep talking about it, and I'd like to understand from everybody here what you are hoping this will achieve.
Hoping the continuance will achieve?
No, hoping the ordinance will achieve. Because I thought we were pretty clear on that. I thought we were pretty clear on why rural remote was included. I thought we were pretty clear on what the functionality of the primary ownership was doing, and now I feel really unclear. And so the only way we're going to figure that out is by having a dialogue about it.
And you want to have that? We can have that now.
We need to have it now. I want to have it now because I don't want to wait anymore.
Okay, so at the end of that, is my proposal okay that we could meet with staff? I don't have a problem getting you some more information today.
We'll see. I just feel like this is a conversation that has to be happened by the whole board so that staff can hear it and come back with whatever it is that we need.
All right, Greg, I see you going for your hand.
Yeah, I was going to say, Patty, I do like your suggestion, but I also hear what Kelly's saying about discussing this now. I'm not entirely clear yet. I feel like there's a lot more digging to do, but I'm willing to take it as far as we can with the board right now to provide as much clarity for staff as we can. I think that there's the rationale for not opening this up or for limiting it in the rural remote is that we're not trying to create hotels back in the backcountry. That seems to go against the spirit of rural remote from the beginning, and I'm contemplating, as I said before, the Smith property is not the only one, and they shouldn't. Nobody should be fooled to think that they are. And that I can anticipate there'll be many, many more if we decide that this is out of bounds for us. So that's my feeling about rural remote. I think it needs to stay in. I think I'll stop there, but we can come back around.
Well, Greg, I think what Kelly's asking is what do you think this ordinance is supposed to do? What would your goals be for this ordinance? Broad spectrum, not individual issues.
Okay, fine. Yeah, I can, to be very broad, I can say what we're trying to do is preserve our community as we've had it for decades. We have seen and worried about the advent of hotel houses and the Picassas and whatever next iteration will be for an online fractional or rental business coming in and changing the nature and the culture of the community. That's pretty scary. We've seen a lot of speculation come in. If we can limit that and try to keep people living in a community, that would be great. We can't expect it to solve every problem that we've seen come up in the last 30 years. For instance, the empty second homes, as much as I appreciate, is filling up empty second homes with weekly rentals going to fix it for us? It puts more people in town. If we were just in business to make money, maybe that would be a smart thing to do. But I think my object is to try to preserve quality of life for the residents and the constituents who've elected me.
Okay. Steve, you're on the spot.
I don't want to discuss all the items right now. Just as an example, the rural and remote one, that just in our discussions amongst ourselves and with staff, we thought, prohibiting STRs in rural and remote sounded like a good idea. Now that's the purpose of having public hearings. We get to hear from the public. We hear some new ideas that we just heard today or reading a letter yesterday. I have not processed all of these ideas and information in my head yet. I need to sleep on it. I would not want to vote on what to do exactly with rural and remote, for instance, right now. I need to kind of process the information and think about it, and then maybe, I don't know if we could have a work session to talk about it in the meantime before the second hearing, because there will be changes in the ordinance or the resolution that we're going to need to look at. Are we not going to see those changes until March 9th?
Well,
Steve, I would rather get them sooner than later.
Let me answer that. Considering if we do vote to continue this to March, it's like a public hearing, but it's on the record. So we can bring it in, discuss the changes in the ordinance. It doesn't mean we have to pass it then.
What changes?
What? There's going to be changes in the ordinance.
I just am unclear what people want to see here. That's why the question is out there.
Let me finish this. So that's what we're considering. It's like a work session, but it's on the public record. And so I think what Kelly is asking is she wants to know where you want this to go. Not the individual, do you want the individual items to all go through today, or do you want to have the general philosophy of where we're looking at this ordinance going and what we want this ordinance to do.
I don't even think we have that base understanding right now.
Well,
I
that's what
don't feel
I'm
like I
trying-
have that base understanding right now.
That's what I'm trying to get the board to give you some
So
input.
He doesn't seem
what
ready
I-
to give it, you know.
So what I want to see is that resident homeowners have the right to do short-term rentals in their house, to rent out, just like a traditional Airbnb. They could rent out a room or one floor of their house while they're living there, while they have people in their house. I would like to see second homeowners be able to rent their houses for 60, up to 60 or 90 or some date that some number of days we haven't decided on per year, which is continuing a tradition that people have been doing this already. We're not necessarily grandfathering in certain properties, although we could consider that, but I think grandfathering in that process where people can help pay for their second home by renting it out for a few weeks of the year, to me seems like a good idea. I am opposed to anybody, any corporation or individual coming in and buying a house specifically just to rent it as a short-term rental, like a hotel. That's what we want to eliminate. If somebody wants to buy a house and live in it for a few months out of the year and rent it for a couple of months on a short-term rental, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, thank you. Francie, can you direct your comments to addressing the issue of where you would like to see this go, the overall picture, not so much the specifics at this point anyway?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Francie.
Where I'd like to see it go is to limit the number of STRs overall, to try to take out the corporate takeover of residences within communities as hotel units. And I'm thinking that if we limit the number of days, that it's going to dry up that market, at least in the county. I'd like to see places like Redstone Boulevard given special treatment. One of the points I meant to make before, but I forgot to make, was can we look at some of these things neighborhood by neighborhood? Can we encourage master plans that are very clear about excluding things like the historical district on the boulevard in Redstone? I think Redstone does require some special consideration. I think R&R requires special consideration. Maybe people who have an R&R piece of property are dealt with one situation at a time, depending on what the extenuating circumstances are for that piece of property. So, but basically overall, Kelly, I would definitely like to see the number of STRs controlled. I'd like to see them licensed and taxed so that we know that they're providing lodging that is safe for people in the county. This is under the health, safety, and welfare umbrella. So that's really how we need to look at it, it seems to me. And so a lot of this, I see a lot of the STRs that I see operating don't affect the health, safety, and welfare of the neighbors or the neighborhoods. There are places where they do. So I agree with Steve. I don't want to penalize people who have built in order to have an STR or have an extension. I don't know. I just feel like there's so many people that we weren't maybe quite aware of, especially since our count time seems to be so low compared to what's really going on in the county. I think there's more people out there that maybe we weren't aware of when we first had a discussion about primary residence, although, as I said before, I've never been in favor of that. I just find it punishes too many people. But anyway, that's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see the ending, or at least a serious reduction in the number of corporate STR units. And I'd like to see STRs be safe. And I agree with Patty. I don't think they take away that much employee housing. Certainly in some areas they might. And that's why maybe we should look at it region by region. Anyway, I hope that answers some of your questions.
Okay, and I'm going to kind of further elaborate that quickly. As far as looking at it neighborhood to neighborhood and zoning, I don't think we're there yet. We don't even know what's going on out there. Again, I'm going back to our original intention was to get something passed, to get something in place, to start gathering more data when we had actual data in front of us, and then to bring it back in 3 months or 6 months or a year and say, hey, we found out over here this isn't working, or we found out we needed to do this over here, and let the public know when they first come in to get licensed that these rules and regs will change, more likely than not. For the next time, it's going to be an annual basis for licensing. So that was where I thought we were originally going. We deviated from that to where we are now. We've gotten ourselves into the weeds for good account in some areas because of more information. But I think it's opened up other areas where we're recognizing we need more information. And again, the goal was to get this done, not to delay it and go into the minutia of detail, but because we really didn't know where we wanted to go with that. And I think that would be in the best interest of everyone, including the community, including staff, including the board, is to get something on the books and then learn as we go along and let the public know that that's what we're going to do. So there's no surprises at the end of the day when we say, you know what, if we were to say, we're going back to primary principal residences, or we're cutting the days now from 100 to 10, whatever we would be to decide. But we don't have the information before us today to determine a number of days, or if we want to go in that direction anyway. So, all of that being said, I know Kelly and I understand her concerns that, we have taken a totally different direction than where we started out. And some of it is because of input from the community, and some of it is because we're just thinking a little different, and that's okay in some cases. But the point being is we need to get this moving forward. We don't want it to drag on and drag on and drag on. Kelly?
Thank you. Thank you for letting me push you into some concrete conversation about this. I think we need some very clear questions posed to us in our next memo about the policy considerations here. Just specifically, do you want to prohibit this in rural and remote? And we'll talk about that. Do you want to limit the number of days? And we'll talk about that. Do you, want to address any other zoning? And we can talk about that. Because, what I'm hearing, like sort of a combination between what Francie and Steve is saying, will not give any relief to people in Redstone right now. People in Redstone could choose to rent their house from middle of June to middle of August in the high season, or end of, 4th of July into September, and everyone's going to rent it there, and the max capacity is going to be reached there. And that will not alleviate the concerns that we've heard from the residents about the impacts on their quality of life for those periods. So so then how do we get to that goal? You know what I mean? Like in the confines of this ordinance, if the goals are to protect safety, protect life, safety, environmental resources, community character, we should be asking if any specific element of the ordinance is getting us there, yes or no, and decide if it stays in or not at the next conversation. And I hope everybody comes prepared to have thought through really what you want to see, so we can get something on the books.
Thank you, Kelly.
That's my request, please.
Steve?
So one specific question that I don't know the answer, and staff will have to give us a map, is the exact boundary of the Redstone VC zone. I don't know if that's a specific zone district or if it's more just a commercial chamber of commerce kind of a thing or what, but we need a map to show exactly in Redstone where that is, and sort of where is the commercial core area, where are the hotels located, where are the restaurants located. A really specific map of Redstone would be very helpful. Thank you.
No problem, Steve, although I think the dialogue was more, where is the VR zone district, not the VC zone district?
Yeah. Or both, just to give us that information.
Well, whatever that, I can't remember.
All right. Well, Steve, I think staff knows. Cindy's shaking her head. She's got it. So, thank you for that clear direction. So I'm gonna get back to.
Can I just, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I know you have your list, it would be really helpful to go over it with staff. I just want to note a couple of other things that I think we should consider.
Okay.
Are we going to consider grandfathering? Are we gonna consider spacing out the number of days if we put a quota on the number of days? Can everybody rent from 4th of July to Labor Day, or does it have to be spread out? You know, how do we treat things that are assessed commercially? I had a question about that, if that's relevant or not.
Okay, I'm adding those.
Thank you.
Grandfathering was on there. Dates, but spacing wasn't on there, so I'm adding that to that.
Thank you.
The principal residency, do you have any expansion of that?
You know, this is what's frustrating for me in a lot of the short-term rental conversations that I'm in, is a lot of the conversation comes around to how do we protect the generation of wealth for second, third, and fourth homeowners when we have entire populations of our community who cannot access a rental or afford to buy a home here. And that is what I come back to as sort of the heart of my grounding place on some of these conversations related to this. And it just seems like there's kind of no sort of recognition of that. And the way that I looked at letting primary home ownership here was to get at the impacts while also giving our primary residents a fair shake at the income generation. So that's why I continue to think that that is a good idea. I am open to other good ideas. I'm open to finding consensus with you all, hopefully quickly. But that is where I come from when I look through the lens of why primary home ownership, to me, has advantages.
Okay, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but taking into consideration some of the people we've heard from who've had family homes for generations, who have been trying to preserve them, who have been renting them for generations, and now they don't live here on a primary basis, and they may not be the wealthy of the wealthy. They had a property for, you know, when you could buy a Victorian in the west end of Aspen for $1,400, which I'm sure Greg remembers. I remember, because people were still doing it when I moved here. And a lot of those have been in families for generations, and they were used on a family basis, and then for whatever reasons, maybe from the get-go, they rented them short term, but maybe just to friends or other family members, and then all these new businesses opened up and people thought differently.
But like the American dream is primary home ownership, not secondary home ownership. You know, and so it's just something
Right.
I continue to always think about in these conversations.
Well, and I would love it if I could buy my house in the West End that I should have bought when I first moved here. Or my father-in-law had bought it and I had inherited it, but that didn't happen. So Francie?
My primary concern is definitely not the wealthy second home owners on Red Mountain or anything. My concern are the people who live in the Crystal River Valley and have small homes, and they want to go to Mexico for 2 weeks and they rent their place out, and then they want to go somewhere else and they rent their place out again. And so there's a lot of people who live actually there's people who live in Redstone, there's people who live up and down this valley, there's people who live all over the place who work somewhere else, and they're not super wealthy people, but they have modest sized houses that they want to secure their income with. So my concern is as much for them as it is for protecting the wealthy. The wealthy can pretty much protect themselves. Not that worried about them. I'm worried about the middle range of people whose houses would not be appropriate for low income housing because they're here 4 or 5 months of the year. They're here 3 months of the year, like the family in Redstone who is here in the summers, or the family in, I don't know, wherever, who are here, like the Woody Creek family, who are here for quite a bit of the year. So they can't rent it out full time. So it wouldn't really work for employees most of the time. And then at the other end of the spectrum are the people who do have really luxury homes, who rent them out for such prices that they would never be available to employees anyway.
But Francie, can I just challenge you a little bit? Because like, look at the creative solutions that we require of our workers to figure out for housing. You know, but we don't need to figure out creative solutions for people who are here, who have the luxury of owning multiple homes. Like this is just, it's just a little off for me. You know, it doesn't feel right in my center.
So I'm gonna,
I have
wait.
employees.
Okay.
I have employees, and I spend quite a bit of time looking for housing for them. And there isn't a single unit that I can picture anywhere that would provide housing for them that's currently being used as an STR. I just don't, I see those as being conflated issues. I don't think they're necessarily aligned. But but in terms of the overall goal, it's certainly not my goal to protect the rich and famous, Kelly.
Well,
And,
I'm gonna take the rich and the famous word out. It was, I think our goal was so that corporations were not utilizing residential property within unincorporated Pickens County for short-term rentals.
Exactly.
And at least at some point, these residents were used for residential purposes, maybe short-termed by the owner and long-termed by people who don't own. But I think what this board needs to do is come to a middle ground, because I think in trying to protect the community, we're going to be hurting members of our community that we want to still be part of our community. So we can't do it all. We can't protect, we can't allow, say
That's
we're
not
gonna,
my aim at all.
okay, so we got to find a middle ground. We got to find a compromise, and we're not going to get there today because we don't have information. And like Kelly said, we don't have those questions spelled out with support information for or against provided by staff. Because I appreciate the conversation we're having here now. And I think I would ask the board to continue to provide to John and to Cindy points of concern. And I hope John and Cindy may have time. I know John and I have a meeting at the airport at 1 on Monday. I don't know what else your plans are. That meeting is kind of already scheduled, so maybe we can take an hour and we'll just go through these points, and then we can send out further information to the board if we need more clarification. Kelly,
I just
please.
want to clarify one last thing, and then I'll drop it and we can move on. And I want to clarify, Francie, what I just said to you. So what I was saying is we ask such creative solutions of our workforce and our community to figure out housing and to deal with housing. Yet, we can't ask some second homeowners to figure out creative solutions how they need to raise the income to be able to keep and retain their home. Whether that's renting for a month or renting for 3 months or something. That's what I'm saying when I'm saying about, I'm not saying that home is necessarily going to convert into employee housing. What I'm saying is that we put different burdens on different classes of people who live in our community about how they access and hold on to homes and where they live. That's what's frustrating for me.
we don't do that.
Well,
the economy does that.
Yes, but we have a
We don't
lot of
do that.
influence over our policies that do that. So I feel like we do that.
Okay. Greg, are you reaching?
Patty?
Yes, please.
Yeah, just one thing, just thinking about Redstone. A lot of this first came up when we heard about a few individuals in Aspen, like Shay. I'll bring her back up again. She's out of town, so she's not here to speak
She's
for
in the
herself.
Bahamas.
Exactly,
Can I go?
yeah, at her other
See
place.
the picture she's in.
But she is a working person in Aspen, and this is her primary residence. She's concerned about what it's done to her neighborhood. The Redstone people were saying the same, but I saw an interesting comment from one of the people who commented, and I want to bring it up. The hotel that this guy's place is next to is closed all winter long. We just gave
In
Redstone
Yeah.
a grant for marketing so they could market their tourism industry. So we're giving them money so they can market tourism in Redstone, but they don't have a place for people to stay. So I think there's an argument, quite honestly, that we need to listen to from the people who actually might have solutions that don't turn the neighborhood into hotel houses, but allow some measure of rentals. I do know, and once again, as people have said, there are a huge market of travelers who love to go and stay in homes and be part of a situation like that. And I don't think we're talking about eliminating that, but clearly it's a complicated thing. I hear and appreciate what Kelly has said, and I'm looking forward to continuing the conversation. Patty, do you have a proposal regarding a simplified measure that you would want to pass, or we're going straight to continuance as I proposed?
I don't think we have anything in front of us to pass, my personal opinion. And after reading all the information, reading most of the comments, that was my impression. That was my feeling coming into this meeting. This was going to be for us to take further comment for the board to put out their issues, to have a discussion, and then to see what we needed to do to move this forward to continued second reading, public hearing, and how we can provide staff with what they need to bring back to us. Because if we aren't clear with staff, then we're getting nowhere. So.
Great, and I'll appreciate the opportunity to discuss it with staff as well in the interim.
Yeah, so anybody who has additional points of clarification from the board, or the public can use the public comment site. For the board, I would send it both to John Ely and Cindy. And we'll see what we can work out for next week, because Monday's really the only day, because we have a book scheduled for next week between our retreat meeting with the Eagle County Commissioners and our regular meeting, work session. Okay.
Thanks, Patty.
Everybody take a deep breath. Cindy Hubin, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I do have what I need to bring back for you. And I see John has his hand up too. But all of our discussions throughout the last year have really talked about, the balance and how growth management does or doesn't fit in with this relative to residential sector versus lodge sector versus versus commercial sector. So wondering if you want me to bring back a little bit of that history, as well as what I tried to do in the joint memo, which was with the city council last time. I tried to explain why you were considering the provisions you were considering a little bit. So I would appreciate maybe if you look back at that memo and see whether or not you want me to elaborate on that. And from there, I hear some very specific things like the map of Redstone and all that I'm happy to bring back.
Okay.
But
Cindy, that's why I'm suggesting meeting with you and John, so that I can take the notes that I have. We can be clear on the points you both heard, that I heard, that the public was saying, and then ask the board for more information, more points or thoughts. In the interim, we have until March 9th, if we pass this continuation, to put that together. But I think the sooner I can sit with you and clarify that, the sooner you guys can, the more time you guys have to put together what I think the board is looking for on March 9th. Okay, so John Ely.
Thanks, Patty. So the direction today is decidedly more gray than previous instruction and direction during the course of this discussion.
A lesson in diplomacy for me.
I think that a couple of things the board should be mindful of. The work that I'm going to do in drafting alternatives and prompting points, so to speak, as Kelly referenced it, will be done by about the middle of February. So you don't have until March 9, you have that far. And then something have to get prepped, and it has to go into a packet, and we have our own, internal processes, and that's just kind of the way it works. I would encourage all five of you to reach out to me and Cindy as well. Cindy and I have no problem in coordinating between the two of us to perhaps articulate your objectives a little bit clearer, so as to assist in the drafting of potential legislation. Up to this point, like I said, it was more of a stated problem, a stated remedy, and the drafting really was pretty straightforward based upon the direction of the board. This direction is a little bit more difficult. So reaching out to your staff, to Cindy and I, it will really assist that. The other thing is from the comments today and the discussion of the board and from the public, I think that you simply have to be mindful that this is going to take a considerable chunk of time on March 9th and to plan the agenda accordingly if you really expect to get through this. I think that the comments that I heard that I didn't respond to really sort of invite a more in-depth discussion of what this regulation does and what it doesn't do, and the some abiding misperceptions there. So be mindful of that. And the other thing is that on March 9th, you will not be prepared to adopt this with finality no matter what happens. This will, by necessity, because of the absence of any change today, require a third reading. We have been anticipating now for a while that the effective date of this regulation would be the end of April. The springtime date being a time that theoretically is in advance of most advertising for the summer season. That might not be so practicable when we get to March 9th. So we may have to push that out, and so you should probably think of the consequences there. And the reason why I'm saying it needs a third reason is that is in keeping with the requirements of our charter in the adoption of ordinances pertaining to legislation such as this. So those are all my comments. Thanks.
Okay, so John, I still would like to see if you and Cindy can make some time on Monday, just so I can clarify the points I've written to make sure we're on the same page. I took very clear notes, and I can even read my own writing. I was so careful. So let's work on that. And then, but again, the board, please, like John said, reach out to John or Cindy, or to me. And I understand we need a third reading, and that would be appropriate anyway. And we might want to just look at the agendas now and look forward to reserving some time for that after the second reading on March 9th. Continued second reading on March 9th.
And I would think that the third reading, you're going to have a continued public
hearing
comment as well, simply because decision points that would be determined on March 9th would, in all fairness, have to be incorporated in a third reading and then available to the public so that those changes can be commented on as well.
Yes, we will continue. We appreciate and want more public comment because I think we're learning a lot, and how that makes a difference or doesn't will be determined. But I want the public to know we appreciate the time they've spent and all the manners in which they've submitted comment, and in some great depth and some of them just brief. We'll take them and we will consider them, and we will. All the board is really good about reading public comment. We not be able to get back to everybody, but I want the public to know that we do take the time to read your comments. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to call the question.
I have a question in general, if you guys don't mind, about shouldn't we be having public comment before we're trying to pass an ordinance? Because for us to have all these people come and talk to us, but then we don't really have any time to consider what they said, seems to me not the most efficient use of their input. Like, I was influenced by a lot of what I've heard, and I had some ideas before that, but I was influenced, and Steve was obviously influenced. So to get that input at the very last moment and then have to vote about what we were thinking maybe before the input, it just seems to me we have the cart before the horse a little bit.
Well, generally our John, would you explain our process? First reading, pass something. Second reading, you take public comment. We're not getting out of that norm.
No, we're in the normal sense of the process, Francie, but your comment is well placed, particularly in an issue like this, which is a broader discussion. The discussion really began with the board as to, well, we're not going to regulate just for the sake of regulating. What is the objective, or what is the problem or the potential harm or the issue that needs to be addressed? And so if the board wanted to set up a process that invited comment at that level, then that's up to the board to determine. You know, the board can certainly handle it that way. A lot of times in issues that, the majority of issues that go through the BOCC, it's easier for the public to formulate a comment if there is a proposed action. So if there is a draft resolution, a draft ordinance, that way they're responding to something rather than just talking, you know, too much in a vacuum, you know.
But maybe the first reading would have been a more appropriate time to listen to everybody.
But
and then we could actually, you know, respond and give you feedback before you write the final ordinance.
Well, then we'd have to change the process, saying we're having public comment on the first reading. We sometimes do take public comment on the first reading, but the public is always welcome to submit their comments in writing or through the new public comment provision that we have set up online. So we can
Right.
hear from them, but that's the process. That doesn't mean on the 9th we won't continue, or on following day we might not, we can continue. We can continue till the cows come home from Steve's old ranch and where we can still move on. You don't have any cows out there anymore, do you, Steve?
There are a couple still out there grazing that, not on our part, but the other part that never got rounded up.
Well, maybe it's so until the cows go home from Steve's property, they move away. So anyway, we've got a motion on the table to continue this second reading to March the 9th. I have a second. All right.
Are you looking for a second?
No, I have a second. Kelly seconded.
Okay.
Greg put the motion on the table. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. So the motion passes 5-0. I want to thank the board for all their input, all the time they've taken, and I want to thank the public for their time, their concerns, and their comments. And I want to thank staff for the hard work you've done and the hard work we're asking you to do now again. All right, would the board like to take a little break, 10 minutes?
Yes, please.
I think so. So grassroots, we're going to take 10. Thank you. Welcome back again. This is the Board of County Commissioners' continued regular meeting for Tuesday, January the 26th, 2022. We are moving on in our agenda to our next item, which is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing an amendment to the agricultural lease of the Glacier open space between the Board of County Commissioners and Marigold Livestock Company. This is a public hearing and second reading. And I believe Paul is on. Oh, there he is. Hi, Paul.
Yeah, Patty.
How are you?
Introduction.
All right, the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, well, my name is Paul Holsinger. I'm the Pickens County Open Space and Trails Agriculture and Conservation Easement Administrator. And the item we are looking at, we went over thoroughly a couple weeks ago, but really what we're doing is we're amending the agricultural lease on Glacier open space to allow the lessee about 15 more acres, and it'll give the lessee the ability to obtain grants from the Natural Resource Conservation Service to fund a center pivot irrigation system that's going to be installed on our property, and it's a significant amount of money. And Open Space and Trails can't obtain that funds because we're a municipality, but the lessee can. So it seemed appropriate to expand the lease to allow them to obtain that grant funding, while we also look for other ways of further leveraging our funding and improving that property. The only change that I have from last week, or 2 weeks ago, is that I've added into the ordinance that there was unanimous approval of this by the Open Space and Trails Board. Other than that, nothing has changed, and I can answer any questions.
Okay, Polly, do you have a map that you can put up? Because I know the
Sure.
board talked about the map the last time and just explained the irrigation system and how you get the corners and how this is going to really be a best interest of water use and weed control and everything else.
Right. There you go. Okay. Excuse me. So, this is the property we're talking about. The Glacier open space is all this land outlined by white. There is a small inholding within Glacier open space. And the lease area B, which we're expanding, currently is this gray box. And so you can see this is how the new irrigation center pivot is going to sit on the land. It's going to cover this area outside of the land that's not controlled by this lessee. So this is the expansion area, and we'll be able to effectively irrigate about 20 to 30 more acres. We'll be able to do that with about half the water, since right now it's flood irrigated out of this ditch right here, which also comes down this way. Any loss of these corners, as you were talking about, is going to continue to be irrigated by flood irrigation, or possibly gated pipe, which we may put in, it's just a slightly more efficient way of flood irrigating. But we're going to maintain that flood irrigation so that we can still irrigate the entire property, as well as take care of any sub-irrigation that might be benefiting anybody else downhill from our property, and may benefit the wells of the neighbors, however so slightly. So we're trying to do this in a way that addresses everybody's concerns in the neighborhood, but also furthers the mission of Open Space and Trails by irrigating more efficiently, growing better quality forage for animals, and just having a centerpiece to show folks in the area how and better we could do some irrigation on the property.
Great. Does the board have any questions for Paul before I open up the public hearing? Steve, please.
I thought of the one drawback to doing this sprinkler irrigation system. That is, you will have a proliferation of picky pens on the property, also known as Wyoming ground squirrels. Because where land is sprinkled rather than flood irrigated, they don't get drowned out. And they have all this really lush growth coming up because of the more efficient irrigation system. So that's something you can anticipate probably seeing more of them. For those of you who aren't familiar with them, they are like half-size prairie dog. They look just like a prairie dog, but they're about half as big. And the mounds are just about as big as prairie dog mounds that they can build all over the place.
True, true. Now we are going to maintain that flood irrigation, and hopefully with some skilled irrigation, we'll be able to still move them around enough that they don't build mounds. But it's a great point and one that we have heard.
Okay, I'm going to open this up for public comment. Do we have any members here? This is for public comment. Leslie probably needs to be moved over, right? Public comment regarding the Pickens County Conservation Easement. What is it for? Oh, it's the leasing agricultural leases on the Glacier Open Space between the Board of County Commissioners and Marigold Livestock. So I'm going to give a few minutes for anybody who wishes to make public comment. You would need to raise your hand on Zoom meetings or *9 for if you're on the phone, and *6 to unmute. I'll give it a few. What is it? Sing happy birthday twice, wash your hands for an hour, or what is it?
20 seconds. Wash your hands for 20 seconds.
All right. I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the Board of Commissioners for questions, comments, or a motion.
I will make a motion to approve the ordinance of the BOCC authorizing an amendment to the agricultural lease of the Glacier Open Space between the Board of County Commissioners and Marigold Livestock Company.
I'll second that.
I have a motion. I have a second. Do I have any further comments from the Board of Commissioners? Seeing none?
Yeah.
Steve, yes.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Paul for putting this together. I think this will really help. It's going to make irrigation so much easier on that property. As I can imagine, it's really hard to hit all the spots with flood irrigation, and it'll be much better use of the water. So, and it'll be much easier on the lessee for irrigating.
Okay, yes, thank you, Paul.
Patty?
Yeah, Greg, please.
Yeah, Paul, just keep us in the loop regarding how you're going to power this irrigation system, and I'm hoping that leads to a renewable energy supply that powers it.
Gravity.
Gravity for the most part, but Paul said they might need some power, and maybe that means a small solar system of some sort, which I think we've used at the potato farms. I think we used some of that up there. Okay. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Paul. Thank you for being
Thank you.
patient. All right. Next item on our agenda is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the chair to sign a concessions rent relief airport rescue grant agreement with the Federal Aviation Administration for eligible in-terminal airport concessions, located at the Aspen-Pickett County Airport /Sardi Field. Is Dan on for this, or Rich, are you taking it? Can you make the title any longer?
That's why they use acronyms in the airport industry. So, yeah, I'm going to cover for Dan. He had an all-staff meeting this afternoon. So, Board Rich Engelhardt, the Deputy County Manager. This came to you in a first reading already, and it really is just getting authorization to accept this grant. It's a federal-funded COVID relief program. We applied for the funding back in July in 2021, in the amount of $263,985. The FAA has since approved that, but now we need the airport sponsor, which is you as a board, to accept that agreement by the 31st. So the timing is good. This is a second reading in the public hearing for that. So again, the funds are going to be distributed to eligible concessionaires that meet criteria that have a valid agreement with us, and then also have not received other relief funding. The staff will be collecting certifications regarding that, and we'll be setting up the distribution process for it. So with that, it's pretty straightforward. It is a relief program, and the staff supports you open it up to the public hearing, Patty, and certainly seek input. And based on that input, we're looking for you to approve the resolution to accept the FAA Concessions Rent Relief Airport Rescue grant offer, which is grant number 308-0003-061-2022 for our airport. So
Thank you. And
I'll just turn it back over to you.
There's no changes from first reading, correct?
There's not. No, thank you.
So I'm going to see if the board has any questions or comments before I open the public hearing. Seeing none, I am going to open the public hearing. So if there's any members of the public who would like to make comment on this issue, which is an airport grant related to concession funding relief. I'm going to give everybody a few minutes. Again, if you would like to make comment and you're on a Zoom meeting, you just need to raise your hand. If you're on the phone, it's *9 and then *6 to unmute. I'm getting that down. I'll give it a few minutes for people who might want to connect. All right. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion, hopefully, if not more comment.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, Francie's making a motion to approve this resolution.
For the resolution to accept the.
It's a long
authorize the
title.
chair to sign the Rent Relief Airport Rescue Grant Agreement.
Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
So motion by Francie, second by Steve. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Rich, and thank Dan for us too, please.
Will do.
All right. Next item. We are on the back page now. This is an individual consideration item, emergency ordinance confirmatory reading. Emergency ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners amending ordinance 026-2021 to amend the Airport Advisory Board bylaws. Rich, you're on again.
Yeah, Patty, I'm going to turn off my video. I'm having a little trouble here, so
Okay.
if that's okay. Hopefully you can do it this way. Thanks, Rich Engelhardt again. This is just a confirmatory reading. As you recall, we had to do an emergency ordinance on changing bylaws. Thank you for that, because we did conduct our first airport advisory board meeting, and it went really well. So, the only changes, there were 4 changes to that. There were Article 4 on membership. We changed the membership to allow one of 2 alternates may reside outside of Pickens County. Section 4 on voting, we added language, no vote will be taken unless the combination of voting and non-voting members are made up of the majority of the Pickens County residents. Article 4, Section 5 on the quorum, we added language to the last sentence. With the majority of those voting had to reside in Pickens County. And then on the last, there was parliamentary procedures that you had discussed with John Ely regarding Robert's rules. So those were the 4 changes. The board was supportive of those, and so we're just looking for your confirmatory reading.
All right, any questions from the board for Rich? Greg, please.
Yeah, thanks. Just, whenever I go by this section, it just says that the Robert's rules will be followed to the extent the chair feels it's advisable. Maybe that's all we really need to do, but it just seems kind of murky to me. So I don't know, if somebody could explain, is this as specific as we can make this? Maybe Ely will weigh in.
John, please, because I think we tried to clarify this last time about how the book of Robert's Rules is about this thick.
Yeah, it's about that thick, and it's loaded with a lot of unnecessary precision for the scope of work that our citizen boards typically involved in. And frequently when I've seen other boards, only outside of the county, because we've never adopted it for any of the boards, including the BOCC within the county, when I've seen other boards employ it, it frequently just bogs them down in the minutia of detail and process rather than assisting them to move forward on a given issue or consideration. You're right, the language is a little wishy-washy, but you know, it's sufficient as long as you have a board that is working well together and a chair who is, you know, a good chair. It's, if you come to an impasse, you'll employ it if you need it, and if not, then you'll simply proceed and you know, do the business of the day.
Got it. So the discretion of the chair will determine if things go wobbly. He can always reach for Robert's Rules of Order. He or she, pardon me. They can reach for Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay, Stephen then Kelly.
Maybe we should consider rewriting Robert's Rules of Order with like a 2-page shortened version, a simplified version that eliminates some of the more really complicated and legislative kind of maneuvers that happen in Congress that we don't want to have happening in our citizen board meetings, but it's almost like a standard operating procedure that the chair calls the meeting to order at the beginning and he asks for a motion to adjourn at the end, and some really simplified things like that probably would be helpful for the chairman of any of our committees. We want to keep it really simple, but still following basic Robert's Rules of Order for the simple stuff.
I think Jeanette Jones may already have some kind of documents that are guidelines for boards to run meetings, so, and I'm sure that the new chair of the advisory board will be privy to those, but it's a good idea. But I can put that on our list of things to do, Steve, after we do growth management, STRs, and finish building something at the airport, but.
I volunteer Steve to rewrite that.
Yeah, or when your cows get off your property, Steve. All right, Kelly?
That'll be your legacy, Steve. That's how you'll be forever, like, memorialized by the world.
We'll call them Steve's Rules of Order.
I just wanted to, sometimes I think Robert's Rules of Order can be used to, like, really bog down process.
Oh, yeah.
But they can also really be used to protect minority voices, too. So I think if a chair feels like they need more tools, it's a good one to refer to.
It's always nice to have the option. All right, this is a public hearing. And I'm going to open it up to the public to comment on the county's amending the airport advisory bylaws. So again, for those of you on Zoom, you need to raise your hand. And for those on the phone, I'm getting used to this. You need to *9 and then *6 to unmute. And this is the confirmatory reading of an emergency ordinance that we passed in order to seat our new airport advisory board, and they did hold their first meeting, and they elected Jackie Tyler as the chair and Meg Haynes as the vice chair. And we appreciate their time and their passion and commitment. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the Board of Commissioners.
I'll make a motion to approve the emergency ordinance on confirmatory reading, amending ordinance 26/2021 to amend the airport advisory board bylaws.
All right, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Thank you, Stephen Kelly. Any comments from the board? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Rich. All
Thank you,
right,
board. Appreciate it.
we are moving into our land use public hearings. The first item on our agenda for this is the Woody Creek Commune 1 LLC, Woody Creek Commune 2 LLC, Woody Creek Common 3 LLC, Woody Creek Commune 4 LLC, activity envelope, site plan review, special review, and affirming entitlements. This is to be continued to March 9th of 2022. March 9th is going to be a busy day. So this is a public hearing, and I'm going to open it up. Are there any members of the public wishing to comment on this item that is on our agenda today but will be continued to March the 9th? I'll give you a few. Okay, I'm going to continue the public hearing to March 9th, and I'm going to bring it back to the board.
Make a motion to continue this item till March 9th.
Thank you, Steve.
Second.
Kelly has the second. Any further comments? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Thanks, Tammy. All right, John Peacock is sneaking out on us. We saw it. We see you packing up over there.
Thanks, John.
He's got more meetings to go
Talk
to.
you later.
Okay, we are now to our item on the agenda, which is the Deer Hammer Limited Development Conservation Parcel, and I believe we have Leslie Lamont here with us. Hi, Les. And Patrick, thank you. I'm so sorry that we got a little bogged down today. We didn't get bogged down. We just had a lot to do.
You had a good discussion. That was good. I got a lot of work done while I listened to you guys.
I hope we were inspiring.
You were, as always.
All right, Leslie, please.
Okay, so you are all very familiar with this application. And between first reading for the rezoning and your consideration of special review for the limited development conservation parcel, the applicant has volunteered to further reduce the maximum allowable floor area on the property to 1,750 square feet in exchange for a third TDR. That includes the principal structure, garage, below-grade space, and a caretaker dwelling unit. A letter to that effect is in your packet, and the reso has been amended to reflect this voluntary reduction of square footage to 1,750 square feet. And so I amended the reso on the assumption that maybe the board will pass this. If not, we can always amend the resolution again. But, and that is reflected in number 3A1, the conditions of approval in the resolution. So I'd like to turn it over to Patrick, and I think Mr. Deerhammer is also on Zoom via audio.
That's correct. Thank you, Leslie. Yes, for the record, Patrick Raleigh, Stan Clausen Associates. Stan Deerhammer is with me, but he, as has been our habit, I'll do the speaking for him on his behalf. Be very quick, and as Leslie has pointed out, you guys are very familiar with this. We have further reduced the available floor area for any future development in the future to 1,750. We've also committed to working very closely with staff to identify an activity envelope that any future person that wishes to develop the property with that 1,750 would be beholden to. So we look forward to working with staff on that. And we do thank you for your consideration, and seeing the value of this property for conservation, and also recognizing the meaningful reward that the TDRs will confer on this Deerhammer family for the years of stewardship that they've provided to this property and will continue to provide. And I just would like to point out that the further reduction of house size to 1,750 will be very compatible to existing house sizes up there. And it really foregoes the ability to build 5,750 of development, which would be available if this third TDR is not approved. So we respectfully request that you approve all three TDRs, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, does the board have any questions for Patrick or Leslie? Steve, please.
So my question has to do with the CDU on the property. Would the 1,750 include the possibility of having a CDU in a, oh, like attached to the garage or something like that?
I suppose it could, Steve. Really, the 1750 is all in. It would be for a primary house, for a CDU, for a garage, basement. It's total floor area. So if somebody wanted to do a 1,000 square foot CDU with a 750 square foot house, I suppose they could do that. But it's all in, and most likely anything that gets developed would be a 1750, essentially kind of a small, modest house in the, adjacent to a conservation easement. I think that there's a nice synergy between those two ideas.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? So I think the point of discussion is the number of TDRs, right, Leslie?
Yes, that seemed to be the only issue that was left over from the previous meeting.
Okay. Well, I know we had a lot of discussion about this. The site visit was awesome. I want to thank you, Patrick, and thank Mr. Deerhammer. I'm excited if this moves through and we get that fishing easement or recreation easement. But I think the fact that you heard the concerns of the board, which was, what are we getting for that third TDR and, the square footage wise, and I think you've met that on voluntary basis, and I think that's much appreciated, and I think it's an appropriate use on that property. It's a pretty amazing parcel. Its location, its view planes, its wildlife habitat, its river frontage. It's pretty awesome up there, and I think it's a great amenity to the Frying Pan community. So I'm going to speak out, and I'm going to say that until I hear different from the board, I'm supportive of 3 TDRs, unless the board convinces me otherwise, and I just need to hear from the rest of the board as to their position. Francie, please.
Well, I have a couple of things I'd like to say. I think the restriction to 1,750 square feet would seriously impede Stanley's ability to resell this property at its appropriate
There's public
value.
comment. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I interrupted, Patty.
What's happening? Should I
Can
go
you say
on?
that again, Francie?
She didn't want me to
interrupted.
forget public comment, and I know we have public comment, but I want the public to be able to comment on what we're deciding here.
Okay.
Or what we may
I'm
decide.
concerned about restricting a piece of property of that size and value to 1,750 square feet, including a CDU. I think it would seriously impede Stanley's ability to sell this property at appropriate price. I mean, it's an incredible piece of property, and I really don't see a next buyer wanting 1,750 square feet. As much as I would love that, I think it's the appropriate size, but I don't have a problem with this property having one 4,000 square foot house rather than another piece of property somewhere else having an additional 2,500 square feet built on a mega mansion, who knows where. I would actually think it's an appropriate place to have a 4,000 square foot house. So to me, that doesn't carry a lot of value in terms of creating yet another TDR. I'm a little concerned about the no restriction on the size of the agricultural buildings, not for Stan, who's obviously an incredibly honest and humble man who wouldn't abuse that, but like who controls special events? If a new owner comes in, which, I don't know when Stanley's going to want to move on, but there's going to be another owner at some point. And so if we have an unrestricted size of agricultural buildings, as we've certainly seen in this county, those agricultural buildings used for special events, including my son's mother-in-law's place down the road here, which is very restricted. I mean, they could only have 10 events, and it's very restricted. So I'm wondering who controls that. Maybe somebody could tell me that on conservation easements. I think it's the county, because I know that Richard and Lydia have been to the county several times. But, just to keep it short, a really quick thing, number 15, line B should say excluded. It's just a dumb little thing, but it is a document. So in short, I would prefer to have OST funds buy a conservation easement without TDRs, as I've said from the beginning. I understand Stanley wanting to maximize his time on the property, but you know, he's still gonna own the property and then sell it at some point, so it's gonna be a lot of money one way or the other. It is a beautiful property worth conserving. He's done an incredible job conserving it. But at some point, we have to control the proliferation of TDRs, and we are creating them. And so, you know, the additional square footage, which creates obscene, oversized, highly consumptive residential dwellings, is a pretty major problem, I think, in our county. So I would be in favor of restricting this to 2 TDRs, and maybe the next owner could build a maximum of 4,000 square feet on a piece of property that I think would warrant that.
Thank you. Patrick, did you have a comment you wanted to make on that?
Just a slight clarification for Francie. It would be actually 5,750 of total development. Primary residence would be 4,000 square feet, and then you're allowed the 1,750 in a CDU or other accessory structures. So really,
oh my God,
I
read that so many times, Patrick, to make sure that the CDU was included in the 4,000 square feet. I must have read it 5 times.
I believe it's excluded. It would be 5,750 total development of 1,750 accessory plus 4,000 primary. So just to be clear, it's the difference between 1,750 and 5,750, 4,000 square feet.
Okay, well, I think I still stand by it. I think it's not an inappropriate place for that. And I have a really hard time swallowing the proliferation of TDRs.
Okay, and Leslie, I just want to clarify the conservation easement as far as special event would be either addressed in the conservation easement, or they'd have to come back for a special review for events, special events?
Both. Okay. We could address that in the conservation easement, and we have a whole section on special events in the code that limits special events as you know, limiting the size, the number, the times of the year. In addition, there is a limit on agricultural structures exempt from floor area, depending upon the size of the property. So you know, as we saw, Stanley has 3 structures that were there prior to permit. And if someone wanted to do other kind of ag structures, that would be a process through the land use code. And there is the square footage is exempt, but there is a limit.
Okay, thanks, Leslie.
Okay, Greg, please.
Great, thank you. I just want to say hi to Stan, and I want to say hi to Patrick. It's good to see you again and hear. Hopefully, maybe we'll hear from Stan. I have to say, I tend to agree with Francie. You know, they're relocating 2,500 square feet somewhere else in the county doesn't seem to solve our aims. And I think this is an appropriate place for a house of that size. It's hidden. It's not an egregiously large house, but if we sell the TDR, that will go toward an egregiously large house somewhere in all probability. So I would like to put this forward with the 2 TDRs is how I think. That's where I am right now, but I want to hear what others have to say.
Okay. Kelly or Steve, do you want to weigh in before I open the public comment?
I'll wait.
Okay, Steve, please.
I'll wait for public comment.
You want to wait for public comment?
I have been known to change my mind based on public comment in the past, so.
Okay. I don't know if we're going to have any public comment, but
I can't deal with that today, Steve. Seriously.
I'm going to open this up for public comment. This is a public hearing. So if there's any members of the public, I'm not sure we're going to have anybody here, but maybe, hopefully. This is public comment on the Deerhammer parcel, which is located up the Frying Pan River above Thomasville. So are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're on the phone, well, I think they're all on Zoom, right, because there's no phone number listed. I don't have to go through that mantra again. All right, seeing none, I am going to, at this time, close the public hearing. I'm going to bring it back to the board. And I don't know if you want to hear from Stanley, if he wants to say anything, I would love to hear from him. We don't seem to have him on anywhere, do we?
He is on, and he didn't really, when we discussed this, he did not have anything else to add. So he does thank you for your time, for your consideration. That has always been a common thread of our discussions, and I'm sure he would say that right now.
So Patrick, do you have anything else to say before I bring it back to Kelly and Steve?
Not at this time. No, I do not.
All right, thank you. All right, Kelly and Steve.
Age before beauty.
Well, Steve, Kelly's calling on you. You're again on the spot. It's pick on Steve Day.
Let's both talk at the same time.
You know what? I'll be able to figure it out, so go.
So, I guess I have to tend to agree with Greg and Francie in terms of the house size. It is such an attractive offer. I have actually thought of, as a part of our whole TDR and growth management discussion that the county has been having, I had been toying with the idea of, as an incentive, offering to any landowner, any homeowner in Pickens County who is going to voluntarily reduce their house size by 2,500 square feet, that should be worth a TDR. And that sort of in effect is what Stan is doing here. That has not been our policy at the county at all to this point. We have not had that policy discussion. And I'm hesitant to set a precedent here without really going into an in-depth discussion on the ins and outs of using TDRs as an incentive for reducing house size. So I must say that I agree that you could build a 5750 house there that is not going to be that visible from hardly any place, and is not going to really, I don't think it would detract that much from the value of the conservation easement of the property. I think it would be more likely it's not going to be one 5750 building, but it'd probably be two separate ones, a garage with a CDU separately detached from the house. So that's the way I am leaning right now, in spite of it's such an attractive offer that Stan has made for this. But I agree with Francie's statement that it's going to make it hard. It could make it hard to sell that piece of property sometime in the future. Now, I don't think it's going to reduce Stan's value that much if he had three TDRs to sell at the current price. He's getting the value for the ranch, and he could sell the ranch for, he wouldn't have to get top dollar for the ranch to get his money in the future if he chose to sell the ranch in the future. So that's another consideration. If he got three TDRs, he wouldn't have to try to get top dollar, and it would open up the availability of people with perhaps not quite so much money buying the property in the future.
Maybe.
So that's my thoughts.
Okay, Kelly, can I real quick? I just want the board to remember the impacts of constructing a house that size in that location, what that's going to do on the Frying Pan Road, and then further maintenance of a house of that size. And a house of that size, whether or not there's a CDU attached to a garage, but it has significant impacts if you actually go out and stand in front of a house that's 57.5. Yeah, so I have concern for that. Yeah, maybe the property can accommodate 57.5, but can the impacts to the road and the communities downriver from that absorb the construction impacts? We know that that's a big thing, and the bigger the house you build, the more construction impacts and the more long-term maintenance impacts there are. Just to add that to the conversation. And then Kelly was ready, and but Patrick, did you want to jump in? Kelly, can I?
Yeah, forgive me. I'm sorry. I was just talking to Stan. He lost his Zoom ability to say something. If I may, can I interject something that he wishes to add?
Please.
The other aspect that he wanted to point out was, the 27 acres that still are going to be under conservation easement that, Kelly brought up at the last hearing, is an important point that, you're getting 80% of a TDR under conservation easement, but that's still not going to be, converted into development. So there's that added benefit to the community. Moreover, if there is no plans for resale of this, they may never be resold. Who knows? I guess, why the county would not see that as an advantage to limit your marketability on further development, because it just goes to show and ensure that the conservation easement will be protected. So those are a couple of points that Stan wanted to make. And even, I think we would like to focus your attention on the conservation value and the benefits that you're getting in Thomasville. Those are the things that we can control at this point. Development has occurred elsewhere, and so this is an opportunity to try to stem the development in this area. So thank you very much.
Okay, Kelly, you were ready to go next.
Yeah, and I was going to bring up that point, but I just want to go back to something Steve said, because Steve, I don't think we'd be setting a precedent, because we have been given this discretion for this type of application to consider it. So that's exactly the question that's being posed of us, right? Is this reduction, do we have the discretion to say this reduction can be worth a TDR without creating a precedent that occurs for any proposed reduction? It's related to this limited development conservation easement that's in front of us. And, I really, and given that we're having a conversation related to fractional TDRs, we haven't had that conversation, but I feel like there's interest in having fractional TDRs to lessen growth. We haven't necessarily had the conversation about fractional TDRs to credit additional preservation, right? So I'm still in support of this application with the 3 TDRs and the 3250. If the 3 TDRs and the 1750 pulls another one of you along, great.
Francie.
Yeah, Patrick, I thought that the Frying Pan Caucus had a limit of 4,000 square feet. That's why I said 4,000 square feet. So the 5,750 would be, the limit on a primary residence is 4,000 square feet, right? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that is correct, but you would also get, you would also have 1,750 of accessory. So I'm saying 5,750 of total development, right? But the primary residence is 4,000, but you still could do 1,750 in a CDU, a garage, what have you.
You can have a 1,750 size CDU?
No, you would have a 1,000 square foot CDU and a 750 garage, for instance. So total development of floor area is 5,750 that is available. It's limited to 4,000 for the primary residence, and then the 1,750 for accessory structures. And Leslie, I'm seeing Leslie nod her head, so I think I'm right on that one.
And one other point, Leslie, agricultural structures, the size is based on the acreage. Is that not correct?
Yes.
The calculated floor area?
Ag structures is based upon the size.
So so that's how that's determined. All right, Steve, please.
So a couple of questions, I think, for Leslie. What would the size, the square footage of the allowable barns be? I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to limit the size of the barns to something. Somebody could build a 1,750 square foot house and then build a 8,000 square foot riding arena or something. It would totally defeat the purpose of it. So what, on 160 acres, what would be the allowable barn size?
Yeah, so for storage on 160 plus acres, the square footage is unlimited. And then let's look at unlimited for ag equipment storage buildings. And barns are unlimited.
So we cannot require that. Mr. Deerhammer would have to offer to restrict, because that's allowed by right, isn't it, to build that size of agricultural structures?
Yes, provided there is a bona fide on-site agricultural operation.
So I was just wondering if, maybe the applicant could maybe, I was just thinking the appropriate size for barns on there might be sort of what the existing outbuildings look like now, sort of in that same location. To me, would be an appropriate size for outbuildings or barns, but that would be something that I think the applicant could offer that. I guess we can't require that. One more question. I actually had another question for Leslie. And this was your point, Patty, that brought this up about building a house that big up there. On the Miller Nichols property on the North Fork, they did a limited conservation PUD there also, and got permission to build a house of I think the same size, the maximum the frying pan caucus allows, and they got perhaps 5 TDRs or something out of the deal. They had a bigger property there, but that's one other potential house that big farther up the road on the frying pan from here, from where Stan's property is. So Leslie, do you happen to have that information, the specifics of that Lynn Nichols application from 8 years ago or something? It was quite a while ago.
I don't, and I think is Cindy back on the call? She had her Zoom dropped off.
I don't think she's there, but Steve, I'm questioning what's the relevance if that property is way up. If I'm talking about the impacts of the construction going to a 57.5 on the Deerhammer property. The construction's already built.
Yeah, well,
that was already built.
So that's the same impact farther up the road. It would be the same impact on the frying pan road. There already could be one several more miles up the road above the Deerhammers, up the frying pan. It's on the North Fork of the frying pan.
Right, but that would make me want to increase the impact by building a 57.5 at Deerhammer. I mean, if we already have an impact, we don't want to add to it. It doesn't justify creating more impact. All right. So we're in an impasse. Right now we're at, we need to swing a 2 to get to a 3, or we need to deny the third TDR and move on, which I don't think is in the best interest of this property or of the efforts made by the applicant. So,
one other thought. If we only allow the 2 right now, could the applicant come back in the future and do the house size reduction in exchange for a third TDR? Or does this, whatever we decide, is this the end action with no possibility of changing it in the future?
Leslie, I think anything can be changed in the future, but as part of this provision that we're using, is it pretty much set in stone for a while anyway? Because we're going to draft a conservation easement that's based on what we passed today.
I was going to ask John Ely, if the board does not approve a third TDR, that doesn't constitute a denial, does it?
No. I'm not saying that. Steve said, the question is, can they come back in the future? If we only say 2 now, and it's passed on 2, can they come back in a year or 10 years or whatever and say, no, we're going to restrict the house size, we want that other TDR?
Generally speaking, a property owner can come back at any time and ask the board to revisit a previous approval or restriction or award or anything like that. But for a circumstance like this, unless the code changed dramatically, it would be difficult to frame the request because it doesn't really fall within the parameters of anything, at least in the code currently, to precipitate that award. You can never say never, but the time is ripe right now as to whether or not to make the award.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, I do have one more question. Patrick, you mentioned 27 acres. That caught me off guard. Could you explain where that 27 acres is? That doesn't ring a bell with me.
Well, yeah, it's this complex math, Steve. So you have 167 acres approximately. We have to reduce 70 acres per code for an existing residence. So based on the acreage, we got to the 2 TDRs because a partial TDR, you need 35 acres. So those 27 acres are the kind of the leftover that we can't put into a TDR. It's 8/10 of a TDR, but we can't do anything with it. The county still gets that as a conservation, under conservation, and still will be preserved in perpetuity as open space. But Mr. Deerhammer doesn't have any benefit. But in this discretionary review for the third TDR, in addition to the limitation of the house size to less than 4,000 square feet than what would normally be allowed, and with the knowledge that there's still 27 acres hanging out there, as Kelly brought up, thank you, Kelly, last hearing, that really aren't benefiting anybody but the county and the public, take that into account with this discretionary third TDR and weigh that in the balance. And, now since I have the moment, as far as agricultural structures, I think Mr. Deerhammer would be more than willing to limit agricultural structures. Really, the likelihood of this property being used in agriculture in the future is rather slim. And what you're looking for is somebody who's going to have a smallish house adjacent to a conservation easement that everybody can appreciate. And as far as the impacts of a 5750 house, they cannot be overlooked. And this is the sensitive area that needs, that house size being limited to 1750 is much more appropriate to the sensitivity. So hopefully that answered your question, Steve, but thank you very much.
Francie?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk for one quick second about how the research that we were looking at last year had shown that as soon as you get over 8,000 square feet, your environmental impacts from construction and maintenance of that building skyrocket compared to under 8,000 square feet. So if I'm going to compare a house built up there to adding 2,500 and going over 8,000 square feet somewhere else, I'm thinking that it's going to be more impactful somewhere else, the TDR that would result. Also, if the difference between building a 4,000 square foot house and a 5,000 something square foot house up there in terms of the impact, the road and everything is not catastrophic in my opinion. I mean, you still have to have the road, you still have to pour the foundation, you still have to do all the things that you have to do. And I don't see that as a compelling point.
No, he wouldn't be building a 4,000 square foot house. He'd be building a house, all his square footage would be involved in what, 17.5 or something, right? What's the number that he ends up with?
Right.
Yeah, so correct that. And the other thing,
My
remember
bad.
our energy code, the numbers for energy changes at about 3,000 square feet dramatically.
Yeah, well, they told us 8,000 last year, but anyway, I hate having to put my foot down when it comes to Stan, but because he's the kind of guy you want to do anything for. But I really think that possibly the extra square footage is more appropriate there than building another mega mansion. And besides, we had to just stop with TDR somewhere, and this one seems like a reasonable place to stop. And I have to emphasize again, I am concerned about putting a limit of 1,750 square feet on this gorgeous property. I just think that reduces his later resale drastically, and perhaps he could get more from the resale than he would get from the TDR if he doesn't restrict it like that.
Well, Francie, I understand that, but it's up to Mr. Deerhammer when he looks at what his future ability to sell his
Absolutely.
property for.
Of course
And-
it is.
Yeah, and so I think he's
But-
made a wise, just let me finish, please. I think he's made a wide decision that he made his decision, I think, with great thought. And Steve's point about the unlimited square footage of ag, if Mr. Deerhammer, because we don't know a number right now, except if we were to say it would remain as if it could be redeveloped, but it would still be the same square footage at what's existing now for agricultural uses on the property.
So,
Kelly, go ahead.
I was just
Let's see,
gonna,
could we hear from Cindy about the Lynn Nichols property? What was approved there? That was a limited conservation parcel also.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was not holding my hand up for that reason. I don't recall. I'm sorry. I was just gonna make some comments on the energy study that we did and what those numbers were, but I'm not sure it's as relevant anymore. But once you get over, I think it was 7,300 square feet, exponentially, the energy use from our study showed that the energy went up significantly. And at 82, right around 8,200 square feet is when, beyond that, it's hard to create a home that's net zero. Those were the numbers that I think you might have been looking for.
Cindy, thank you for clarifying that, because the other day when being interviewed by the French version of the BBC, John Peacock corrected me when I said 7,000 square feet, and he told me it was 3. And I trusted my county manager. All right, thank you for that clarification, and thank you, Francie, for letting me get that clarified. Now, Kelly has something here.
I was just gonna suggest putting forward a motion and seeing if you guys are ready to deny something or approve something. So, with that, the motion is written in the affirmative based on 3 TDRs for a 1,750 square house, or the resolution is written in the affirmative. I'm happy to let Patty call on people before I do that.
And do I have a second for that motion?
Well, I didn't make it yet.
Oh.
But
Well, I've
Point
got-
of order.
What, yes, sir.
We have to deal with the ordinance rezoning first before we deal
Right.
with the resolution.
And I need to deal with you and Greg first before we get to that. So, Greg, please.
You're on mute.
Greg, you're on mute. Which is
Much better
okay.
that It's a difficult question, and here's what I think. If we release yet another TDR from this, I'm completely comfortable with 2. I think the value Stan will get from that far exceeds what he could sell the place for. And I have to take that into account. What we're doing is trading a less valuable piece of TDR, a fungible, currency, I guess, and we're going to go release it into a market where we're told that people will pay upwards of, we're still nowhere near perhaps the actual market value of a TDR in this very hot monster house building environment over here in this valley. So we're going to build another monster house in this valley, and at what cost, and at what gain? I'm stuck on that, and I'm so sorry about it, because I think I'd like to have the conversation, and it has nothing to do with Patrick and Stan. The conversation is, where are we going to land these things? And that's up in the air. So I really don't want to create another opportunity for an excessively large house in exchange for, quite honestly, what is considered modest now. So I'm sorry, I'm stuck there. I'd be prepared to put forth the motion to approve the 2 TDRs. And then I liked the suggestions we heard in the P&Z last night about, let's revisit fractional TDRs, because maybe Mr. Deerhammer could come back at some point and say, hey, I'll take a fractional TDR in exchange for what I'm offering you. Or maybe the full TDR will make more sense to us then. But I'm not ready because I just feel as if, boy, we're creating an opportunity to build a monster house. I think we're trying to avoid that. And this is, it's a great opportunity, and I appreciate Patrick and Stan bringing it forward, but I'm pretty resolute in my disagreement with the value that we're getting from this.
Okay, thank you, Greg. But, we have a code that doesn't allow us to do fractional. We have a code that allows us to consider this TDR. We have a code that we know we need to change. We know we need the discussion with TDRs. This has come before us. We've been through this a bazillion times, and I understand the board's concerns about the TDR program. But right now, we have a code in front of us that allows us to give him a third TDR based on the reduction of square footage, and which is part of the process. Also, you have to remember the houses across the street. This keeps, this reduction in house size keeps the same character of that neighborhood, even though we have to change the zoning from the what is it, FR2 or do whatever, R2, whatever, to 10, from 2 to 10, so that it can provide by this provision of the land use code. But I think the effort was to try and maintain the character of the neighborhood across the river, which I think Mr. Deerhammer was attempting to do. Kelly, and then before we do a motion, we have to do the rezoning first before we do the resolution approving the TDRs.
So
If I could respond.
Yeah, you can respond, and then Kelly, and then we're trying to keep this
just to be brief,
board focused.
I think another thing we need to think about is what does this do to property values anywhere in remote, as we make deals like this, what is it actually going to do to the next one next door who comes back and says, well, I can get a TDR for neutralizing this, and it's going to land over in the high rent district again. And, I kind of wonder what this is going to do to the appraisal values if all of a sudden TDRs are included in this. I don't know enough about it. I'd need someone to analyze that. But I do know we have the freedom to offer the 2 TDRs, and that's where I am.
Yes, you do, and if it passes with 2 TDRs and somebody comes in and builds 57.5, and the neighborhood's down valley, and the road, the Frying Pan Road is impacted by the construction impacts that we know will occur, it's not gonna be on my shoulders. But anyway,
So,
Kelly?
I think, Greg, what we have heard is that the greater real estate value comes from the bigger house where the TDR lands, because that is what is driving incremental price. That's what my understanding is.
From what Jeffrey said last
Yeah,
night,
so-
plus the fact that.
So having a 4,000 square foot house could actually raise the property values in the Frying Pan more than having a 1,750 square foot house would, because people want to buy the bigger house. So they're
Right.
going to buy the bigger house where the TDR lands. That's where the value is going to shoot up. So I do want to just ask Patrick and Mr. Deerhammer, if, this to me looks like it's headed towards 2 TDRs and, the 4,000 square feet. If that's where this is headed, do you still want the rezoning for it? Do we still move forward with this application? Would you prefer to take it off the table? Like, what does that mean for you?
No, we care to move forward. Obviously, the third TDR is important. The 2 are also key. I guess the question that remains unresolved in my head is the ability to come back at a later date and request the third. So I would need a little bit additional clarification on that. I'm mulling requesting a continuance if we need to discuss about this limitation of agricultural structures and whether or not that could be something that carries the day. I've already, I think, committed to a certain extent limitation of agricultural structures, either to nothing or to something that's there today. We can consider that. But that, so I have kind of 2 questions, and I guess the primary one is, yes, Kelly, we wish to move forward with the 2, but what is our probability of, or possibility of coming back for the third at a later date?
Okay, I'm gonna call on John Ely again. I think John clarified that, but let's re-clarify that.
Yeah, I'd just like to hear it again. I know John did.
That's
but I'd
okay,
like to hear it
Patrick.
again.
We got John here. So John, would you clarify that again?
to come back later after this approval process and request a third TDR is not driving a request that fits within recognized code parameters right now. In other words, I want to give up some square footage on construction. Can I be rewarded or something along those lines? It's not to say that it's not possible, but it just would not be as ripe a question as it is right now.
Right. You'd get a no.
I guess.
Yeah, chances are you'd get a no, right? But, and then the issue of, Cindy, you have your hand raised. I'm not going to forget, Patrick, the ag square footage question. But Cindy's got her hand up. I think she's hoping to clarify something again for the board.
Well, I hope so. This provision was one that we thought we were, with this provision, shoring up all the properties involved by, offering what this provision offers. And so I feel like, well, nothing's ever, final ever in life, I guess. The applicant would have a chance to come back and ask for anything, but we really try with these provisions to kind of tie up the expectations on the property for future development.
All right, I'm going to address the issue of ag square footage. Is the board willing to see what the applicant might come back with to add a restriction on square footage for ag buildings, which right now is unlimited in 3 different directions, which could mean a lot of agricultural square footage could be built on that property? Would that be something the board would take into consideration when reconsidering a third TDR?
In my case, yes, that would be important.
That's all we need is one, Patrick.
Well, I could even commit that at this point, if we could get this over with, Steve, that we would limit agricultural structures for future sales along with the 1750. So you have 1750 and no ag structures to be constructed.
No ag at all, or just a replacement of the existing ag?
Replacement. I'm willing to go to no ag structures at all. Again, I don't think the likelihood of this property being used for agricultural is, going to be great. I think the ability to maybe retain, a structure as Mr. Deerhammer has used to store a tractor to plow out the road and things like that. So I guess I'll amend the offer to say, restricting it to what is there currently in those outbuildings that Mr. Deerhammer has.
We don't want that old Dodge truck to not be under shelter. So Steve, that's a great consideration by Mr. Deerhammer, because the impacts, Francie, that was one of your concerns, that these nice barns turn into mega party venues. We saw that, we've seen that in many properties. We learned our lesson from that, but we still have unlimited ag. So that's why we have special event venues for people to be able to use those, because they've already built these big, huge barns. But I think that is something I would like the board to take into consideration when determining 2 or 3 TDRs. All right.
Leslie has her hand up.
Oh, Les, sorry, I didn't see your hand is kind of up in the window above your head.
I just want to, if we get to that point, we need to be clear about, are we talking the square footage of the 3 separate structures, or could those be replaced with one large structure? We just need to be clear about that if we get there.
I would see this proposal as total square footage, and because sometimes you need separate structures for agricultural uses, and you need a big structure maybe if you had big mowing and haying equipment. So I would be comfortable moving this forward with the existing square footage, period, and however that wanted to be used for agricultural purposes.
Steve, what's Steve comfortable with?
I don't know, Steve, what are you
So-
comfortable with?
I would be comfortable with that, and to me, it would be worth a third TDR to, that to me really protects the 160 acres. If we have the possibility of unlimited barns on that property, we could limit the house size and still end up with a, an ugly looking thing in the future. Limiting the barn size to what is already there, which is, modest, it fits in with the land. To me, that would be appropriate, and to me, that would be worth granting the third TDR.
So we're gonna add that in with the applicant's agreement to reduce house size, et cetera. And then we have to remember the 27 acres that the applicant, it's kind of that leftover piece of conservation property, and the existing ag square footage, he will just limit it rather than the unlimited, which is a lot of square footage, amount of ag purposes that could be built there.
That is my amendment. That is correct, and I agree with that. Thank you.
So, before us now is whether or not we need to proceed with rezoning if we have the 3 TDRs on board. Either that or the applicant may choose for us to continue to see if the applicant wants to add, I don't know what else he can add up there. So.
All right, so we have to amend the.
We have to, well, first we have to approve the rezoning, then we amend the reso, right, Leslie? Okay. Yeah. Kelly, please.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong page. All right, I would like to make a motion to approve an ordinance of the BOCC rezoning a portion of the Stanley A. Deerhammer property from AR 2 to AR 10 and amending the zoning map to reflect this change.
I have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Thank you, Steve. Any further comment by the board before we do the rezoning? Okay.
Greg does.
I think I see them both fumbling for their, I'm only giving you guys so much time to find your hands. If you can't find your hands,
I
you're
just
outta
would
here.
like some clarification on the motion. I couldn't hear you, sort of ran out at the end, Kelly.
Sorry, my mic is pretty far away.
I'll repeat
It's the motion to approve the ordinance of the BOCC rezoning a portion of the Stanley Deerhammer property from AR2 to AR10 and amending the zoning map to reflect this change.
Oh, okay.
And we need to do that to be able to utilize the land use code process we're utilizing for the resolution. And we need to do that first before we talk about amending the resolution.
Do
So
you have a second on that?
I got a
I'll
second.
second it.
But thank you. I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor, please signify by.
Conversation?
Oh, yeah.
I want to be clear. I would vote in favor of this A, part of it. I'm not on board yet for B.
Okay, well,
But I
we're not calling B yet, but thank you, Greg. And I didn't see your hand up. I saw you waving, though. All right,
His
calling
eyebrows went up.
I'm calling the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 The
Aye.
rezoning ordinance passes 5-0. Now, the resolution granting the special review approval of limited development conservation parcel, blah, 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 agricultural activity envelope, site plan review for the Deerhammer property. This is a continued public hearing because we needed to do the rezoning first. We need to amend the ordinance to include a limitation on agricultural square footage to the existing agricultural square footage as a lump sum, not as, we're not gonna dictate, because we don't know how much each building is and what the purpose is in the future, but we're taking away the applicant's opportunity to build unlimited square footage per the applicant's approval in order to get total of 3 TDRs. The third TDR would also apply to the limitation of square footage on the house, the residential property, and don't forget, we need to take into consideration that 27 acres of the remnant parcel of conservation easement land. Steve, please.
I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution granting special review approval for a limited development conservation parcel activity envelope and site plan review for the Stanley A. Deerhammer property. And this would include 3 TDRs, 2 for the land for the under
conserved land.
Limited conservation, and 1 for reduction of the house size to what has been offered and to a reduction in the allowable agricultural buildings to be the same square footage as what is present at this time.
So you're doing to a motion approved a resolution as amended. Leslie, you've got those amendments? Yes.
Yes, I do. And Patty, you captured what I was going to say I was going to add, which is a finding about the 27 acres that are in conservation but do not equal a TDR.
Great, thank you. And I need a second.
I'll second. And just for point of clarification, that the square footage is 1750.
Right.
I would have supported
Is that
3250,
not,
but we're
that
talking
should
about
be, I think that's,
1750.
I think it's in the
It's in the
resolution. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Any further discussion from the board? All right. And I believe I already opened the public hearing, correct? And closed the public hearing?
I thought you did.
Yeah. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Regrettably, no.
All right, so the motion passes 3-2. Thank you, Patrick, for your patience, and thank you, Mr. Deerhammer. Again, I can't wait to come fishing.
Let's go fishing. Thank you very
Let's go
much to
fishing.
all of you for your time. Have a
All
good
right,
evening.
thank you.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Patrick.
All right, we have, and our next item on our agenda, thank goodness, is the resolution denying the APK Willoughby LLC request to eliminate affordable dwelling unit deed restriction. This is continued from November 26, 2021. So Leslie.
Hi. So 711 Willoughby Way is within the county, but it is within Aspen's urban growth boundary. And this has been continued a couple times because the previous applicants were looking for a unit to purchase as a buy-down alternative. The property is sold, and the current applicant continued that search and did not find a unit that met the applicable standards for a buy-down unit. So the applicants proposed to remove a Category 1 deed restricted, the deed restriction from an attached affordable dwelling unit and convert that dwelling unit to a CDU. A CDU does require an occupancy covenant, but the unit is not required to be rented. And if the unit is rented, there are no income limitations on what the rent is or who the renter is. The applicants propose to pay an employee housing impact fee for removal of the deed restriction, which would be, according to our current calculations, $450,000. As I said, they tried to find an acceptable unit as a buy-down unit, but they were unsuccessful. There are very few units available any longer within the UGB that meet the criteria for a buy-down unit. I'm happy to answer any questions related to that. The deed restriction does have a clause in it that the deed restriction will expire 50 years after the deed restriction was first reported, and the year 2044 will be the year that the deed restriction expires. Staff recommends denial of the applicant's request to remove this deed restriction, finding that the existing unit is within the Aspen urban growth boundary, and it is the critical component of the community's workforce.
Okay. Are there any questions for Leslie from the board? Seeing none at this time, I will go to the applicant's representative, Chris.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I know you're probably exhausted, so we'll try to make this as brief as we can. Chris Benden with Benden Adams here on behalf of the applicant. Leslie is correct. The property has changed hands. APK Willoughby LLC is the new owner. They've been following all of the progression of the application and are fully up to speed. Allison Wolfson is the applicant LLC manager and is on the call if you have questions for her regarding ownership components. Leslie, I think, covered what we've done since we left, seen you pretty well. We looked for a unit that has a so-called pre-approval, which is in the Building 8 of the Hunter Creek complex here in town. There's 4 units there. Sort of involves cold calling folks and asking if they're looking to sell. I'm sure they get many of these types of calls. You know, as curious as that sound, we were successful a couple years ago. There used to be 5 of these units, and we cold called someone, and they said, "Yep, we're looking to sell," and so that worked. This time around, did not, and we're not in a position where we can comfortably go out and buy a unit sort of on spec that it would qualify through the APSHA requirements. As you know, they have a significant limitation on accepting units that are in otherwise free market complexes or have deed restrictions on them or whatnot. So we're really focused on the Hunter Creek units, and none of those folks were willing to sell. So we are back in front of you with this request to provide the fee in lieu, $450,000. And you know, I think our arguments are that it's a sizable amount. I mean, you'll be able to do something meaningful with that money. I know you have ongoing affordable housing efforts that could be assisted and into the near-term production of affordable housing with those monies. As Leslie mentioned, we have a deed restriction that will otherwise expire 22 years out. Seems like a long period of time. And it sort of is, and it sort of isn't. It could be your only opportunity. There may be another opportunity, but this could be your only opportunity to sort of intervene and capture the affordable housing obligation that this property is otherwise obligated to provide with the $450,000. Otherwise, there's no opportunity for the county to intervene and sort of capture that deed restriction. And as Leslie mentioned, we would be in a position of converting this unit to a CDU, sort of converting it on paper. The unit has historically and continues to house a person who works for the property owner, sort of doing on-site maintenance and management. So there is a benefit there, certainly, and that would continue. So that is our request, to be able to pay the fee in lieu of the $450,000. I mentioned in a recent memo that I provided to Leslie, and I believe is in your packet, that as your discussion progresses, if you do move to deny this request, we would respectfully want to withdraw the application before you got to that point. And the reason for that is just simply that a denial sitting on the title in perpetuity will raise all kinds of questions for future transactions. So if this thing is running into the ditch, we'd like to be able to sort of intervene and say we'd like to withdraw. With that, we'd be happy to answer questions that you have. Sarah Oates is also on the call representing the applicant if you have questions for her. Great. Or for Allison.
Thank you, Kristen. I will do my best if I can read the board's minds today and see where they might be headed to see that if it's heading into the ditch, I'll try and pull you out and do a withdrawal. All right, does the board have questions for either Leslie or Chris? Please, Steve.
Could we walk through the difference between what is allowed and required for an ADU versus a CDU? Do a side-by-side comparison.
I can't give you specific numbers. But so a fully deed restricted, and I'll be using phrases that are probably old, we don't use anymore, but a fully deed restricted unit in a category 1, 2, 3, 4, and then resident occupancy requires that the unit is rented for a maximum amount. And category 1 is the lowest of categories that we have that provide housing to the rent is not, it's the lowest limitation, and then the occupant has to meet a certain income level to be able to rent category 1 unit. And the occupant is required to go through a screening process with APCHA to make sure that they qualify for this income category. And then the unit is always required to be occupied and to be rented. These are units that we got years ago when people came through growth management, and that was how they mitigated for their employee generation. A caretaker dwelling unit, we also have a deed restriction on that unit, but the unit does not have to be rented. If the property owner chooses to rent this unit, then that occupant, that renter, must be a working resident in Pitkin County, and the unit is required to be rented for no less than 9 months. But again, the unit does not have to be rented. If the property owner chooses to rent the unit, the rent can be for whatever the property owner wants to rent it for, and the unit and the renter does not have to meet any income categories. In both situations, these units cannot be condominiumized and sold on the market.
Okay, Francie, I think
Then also, Leslie, the owner could use it for their guests or family member to live in there also?
Yes.
That's permitted on the CDU?
With the CDU.
On the CDU. So I haven't done an activity envelope site plan review yet in the county that doesn't include a CDU. And a lot of people want to do it because their kids are home from college and they want to live in that unit. People use it, I think the theory is that they would be used for property managers or ranch manager or something like that, but we don't really know how those units are being occupied.
Thank you for the clarification. That was good information.
We don't know yet.
Right? So Francie and Kelly are our experts in this. So Francie, you had your hand up, I see, please.
Yeah, Leslie, if we did the transaction where we would get money for it, since they can't find a replacement unit, maybe this is a John Ely question, how restricted are we in the use of that money? Like, could it be applied to Phillips, for instance, or does it have to be a creation of a new unit? How does that work?
Well, in effect, Phillips is the creation of new units in that we bought it in a unrestricted fashion off the free market, and we are now in the process of restricting the transactions and the rents and everything else on the property. So Phillips is a project that's available to use impact fees on. But generally speaking, this would be an impact fee, and the restrictions would be for the creation of housing units for employees.
Okay, thanks.
And let me further make sure that we're clear. This is a category 1 rental, required to be rental unit within the urban growth boundary. We don't have great opportunities for that type of unit. for rental purposes, and the rent is capped based on the income and the classification under APSHA. So I think that is huge. That is my consideration. And as much as we need the money for other projects, I really am concerned about needing this type of unit. Sarah, I see you. Francie, your hand is still up? Your hand is now down. So Sarah, please introduce yourself so we have you on the record.
Sure. Sarah Oates. I'm an attorney. I'm the attorney for APK Willoughby LLC. And I just want to make one point to what you had just said in terms of these type of units being in great need within the urban growth boundary. The history of this unit has been that, and I think Chris touched on it, that the owner of the unit can pick whoever they want as long as they meet that category, the income limit. So they've always sort of handpicked somebody to just who does the maintenance and the caretaking, et cetera, of the property. This doesn't go out to the general pool of people needing housing in the city or in the in the county. It's really something that's handpicked by the owner, and that's historically been the case since when it was deed restricted. So I just wanted to point that out.
Great, thank you for that. But it still is housing somebody who works in the county and who actually works on the property, which hopefully takes somebody off the highway. So, and puts them into the community. So thank you for that clarification though, Sarah. Any other comments from the board? Leslie, I have a question though. Is this also a public hearing? It's not listed as what, it's a one read, so it's not a public hearing. Okay, right. I can put away all my public hearing stuff for the night, my timer, all my stuff, so thank you. So I'm bringing it back to the board. Francie, your hand is up, I think.
Yeah, it is up this time. I read through this, but I can't remember if there was a value put on it to mitigate the employee housing. Was it in the packet?
It's 450-something thousand, right, Chris?
Yeah, that's correct. 450,000.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Greg, please.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question. Just trying to figure out how you arrived at 450,000. And my guess is that it seems to me that is vastly undervalued. I think that, it just doesn't seem like enough money to really make a dent. And that's why you got turned down on maybe nobody wants to sell, but maybe they just don't want to sell at that price. So I guess I want to hear a justification of that price. Thinking about, what the actual expense will be in 22 years. I'm not sure if that makes a difference or not, but with inflation and everything else, it just makes you realize that the price for it today is nothing. In 20 years down the road, that'll be chicken feed to do this. And so to me, it just doesn't seem like there's an equitable transaction here.
Well, let me go to Leslie, but in 22 years, the restriction goes away at all, right, Leslie? So it's not a CDU or an EDU, or an ADU
Correct.
or a CDU.
So if that happens, what's it worth to them to get it taken care of 22 years earlier? Yeah. It seems like it's more than $450,000 worth to me.
Okay, Leslie, do you want to help clarify that?
Yeah, and John can jump in as well. But that $450,000 is calculated based upon the employee housing impact fee formula that you amended as recently as April of last year. And that is that's a cost per heated square footage of the entire house. And heated square footage does not mean garage. So that's how we that's how we get to that fee, the 450,000 square feet.
Okay, and I also think it's worth noting that of the lots, this is lot 2. Lot 2, there were different deed restrictions for the different lots, and this one does not include a provision for removal of the deed restriction. So, just so the board knows that. So, the other lots did have the opportunity to have deed restrictions removed, correct, Leslie?
Some of them did. It was kind of when you look at the Cheek subdivision and the deed restrictions that were recorded, I think we did one about a year and a half ago that Chris also did. And I think that had a provision in there that it could be removed. I do want to answer the question about in 2044, when this deed restriction goes away, this property is still only approved and zoned for a single family residential unit. So when the deed restriction goes away, either the unit has to go away, meaning the kitchen has to be taken out and the unit has to be connected to the house, or if in 2044 we still have caretaker dwelling unit provisions, then the unit would have to become a caretaker dwelling unit. And, you know, John Ely, we've kind of briefly talked about this on staff, what happens when these things go away, and if you wanted to chime in on that.
I have anything to add? Leslie recapped it all.
Okay. Bringing it back to the board again. I'm trying to get a feel, Francie, and then Kelly.
So if we did approve this, I know staff is encouraging us not to, but if we did approve this, what becomes the status of this dwelling, the CDU? I've kind of gotten lost here, I'm so sorry.
The ADU becomes a CDU.
If the ADU becomes a CDU? Okay.
Sorry, Chris.
Something more, Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of a change in paperwork, right? So the unit is still there, still functioning. The owner can still put their caretaker there. They're just not obligated to have it rented.
But they could also put their kids there.
They could put their kids there. They could keep it
In
empty.
perpetuity.
Correct. Right.
Yeah.
So it's a sort of a change in paperwork. The unit is still there. It's just no longer required to be occupied.
But it won't expire. It won't go away like the ADU.
A CD, yeah,
designation.
correct. Yeah, we would go to the current CDU deed restriction.
So they would be preventing the destruction of it in 2044 by doing this.
Yeah, you know, a CDU, it's a very voluntary deed restriction. So it is deed restricted, but that deed restriction can be lifted by the property owner at the point where they come into the county and say, we'd like to get rid of this. We'd like, obligated to remove the kitchen and to remove the unit itself. So it is a voluntary provision. So the deed restriction would last as sort of in perpetuity until the property owner decide to intervene.
The property owner can voluntarily remove it with approval from the BOCC?
I believe it's just at a community development director level,
Okay.
Along with a building permit that removes the kitchen.
And no mitigation would be required for removing it even as a CDU?
Correct, yeah, that's why we're talking about the mitigation tonight.
But so if the current owner, I think I heard you say he's going to continue to use it for a caretaker, actually. So in effect, that is keeping it as employee housing. So I'm wondering then, Leslie, why are you recommending we don't do it? Because that's arbitrary, they could end that, or?
Sure. They could use it for their property manager for a couple of years and sell the property, and it's a caretaker dwelling unit, and there's no, this unit, as is deed restricted and has historically been used, has housed a resident that meets the Category 1 income guidelines and has been required to keep it occupied and keep it as workforce housing.
And they could use the CDU for a month for their caretaker, and then they have a kid come home from college, and
yeah,
you know how kids come home from college. I know how kids, and I would love to have had a CDU. All right, Steve, please.
What is the total square footage of the house without the CDU? I presume the CDU is 1,000 or close to 1,000. I mean, the ADU. And what is the total allowable on, as per the zoning in that zone district on Willoughby Way?
Current house is a tick over 8,000. I believe the EDU, the employee dwelling unit, is right at 1,000. The zoning, it is in the urban growth boundary, so we do have the 0.13 ratio. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but it would allow for a larger house. Certainly any expansion would need to either go through growth management or use a TDR to gain that additional square footage.
What is the 1.3 thing?
Sorry, that the 0.13 is a floor area ratio. So the building size that's allowed is based on the property size that exists.
Oh.
So Francie, I don't know, you're familiar with that neighborhood. You would love the house size up there, Francie.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's where my son Forrest is working
That's
on
right, that's
American
right.
Way, right over there.
So Steve, your hand is still up.
That means I owe everybody a donut according to CCI regulations.
Why? Why does he also do? Oh, because you left your hand up? Yeah, we exact more than that in the county. So, I'm gonna look at the board to see where we want to go, and if we're leaning. Oh, I've got Kelly. Sorry, Kelly, waving her hand because I.
I'll kick us off. All right. So this to me is a little more than paperwork, and I'm inclined. I was trying to remember Chris's use of language, but I'm a little tired right now. But I'm inclined to take staff's recommendation and approve the motion to deny. I'm not trying to send anyone into a ditch, but that's where I'm at.
I'm on board with Kelly, so I need. Oh, Chris, please.
Yeah. See how I can put my hand down.
Yeah, you don't
before
get
I order your
penalized.
donuts. You know, I think we. I probably heard enough that I'm sort of, the vote is starting to shape up. So we are in a position where we would like to withdraw. I do want to raise a sort of another option, and this is a little unfair because it is late in the day, so it would at least require a continuation and some staff exploration. If we remember, a few months ago, I was in front of the board with a very similar request on a property in the Shieldo Road neighborhood. Very similar thing, much smaller house size. So the cash in lieu, the fee in lieu payment would have been $130,000. And the board, similar to tonight, was saying, well, look, we can't do much with that amount of money. And that applicant just happened to have a unit in the airport business center. And so I brought that up and the board said, okay, well, we're sort of intrigued by that. Obviously we need to vet the whole thing. And so run off and get an appraisal. I think Francie even said, good luck getting an appraisal. It's going to take you months. I thought I'd be back tonight. And we just got the appraisal late yesterday. So that, but that appraisal came back at $765,000. So even applying, the $130,000 sort of a fee to that, it results in providing a unit that would then sell for $600,000, 600 and change. Not very affordable. I mean, it may be attainable for sort of upper echelon. It's a 2-bedroom unit, but it may not be all that impressive to you as the follow-up ask. The sort of exotic proposal to put in front of you for your consideration before we go further would be if we took these two applicants in sort of a go fish moment and say the obligation of this Willoughby Way applicant that results in roughly $450, and the obligation of the Shieldo Road applicant that's roughly $130. If those two efforts were combined to provide this unit at the ABC. We could easily get down into the categories. Obviously, still need to be vetted. I have the appraisal. I haven't even had time to get that over to Leslie. I have some additional information on their HOA fees and all that stuff. So certainly staff would need to look at that. If this is at all interesting, I think we would take the time to be able to work with staff to see if this is a real opportunity for you. If you're listening to this thinking this sounds like the kookiest idea ever, please go away, then we will proceed with our plan to just go ahead and withdraw and stop bothering you about this application.
Well, Chris, after the day we've had so far, nothing is beyond our consideration, I don't think. John Ely, can we do that, though? Can we legally do that? Combine two mitigation efforts into one?
Essentially, what you're doing is converting a dollar amount obligation, which is fixed in the legislation of the board, to a real property asset. So, yeah, I think if all the parties are willing, and if the unit meets the qualifications for the board, and you're comfortable with that type of an approach, you can do it.
Kelly.
Yeah, I mean, affordable housing requires creative solutions in our community, so I would welcome, getting an application along those lines to present that to us for consideration.
Yes, Francie.
Me too.
Okay, Steve.
Yeah, me too. I'm totally intrigued. I like it.
Greg, you haven't spoken yet. You good?
I'm intrigued by it. Certainly is interesting. I'd want to go back and just revisit. You just got the appraisal, so I assume that's current. Yeah, I think, I feel obligated to look at it. Thanks.
Steve?
I would look at it. Also, I think I'm intrigued by it. A CDU or an EDU in Shield O is not a desirable location for employee housing in general. There are a few jobs up at the upper end of Snowmass Creek, but not many. A unit on Willoughby Way that's used just for a caretaker for the property is really not that desirable for workforce housing for the general needs in the Aspen area. And I would welcome the opportunity to get a unit at the ABC, which is there's lots of workers living there. They have walking access to the RAPTA bus and can get to their jobs easily from there. So I would welcome that having Chris take a look at that with staff and try to come up with something.
So I'm going to recommend, I'm going to ask the board to continue this. I think that's what we would need to do rather than pass it or deny it. Since we can't pass it, we don't really know if this solution is going to work out. I think it needs some time to be investigated. And I totally agree with Kelly that we need to be creative in trying to solve any and every housing, affordable housing opportunity that we can. So, John Ely, would that be the recommended decision that the board would need to move forward on? To continue to a date certain? I got you, Kelly. Kelly, aye.
Oh, I was waiting for John to answer your question.
Do we need a date certain?
It's not a public hearing, so no, you don't need a date certain, but it certainly make it easier to process.
So should we recommend November of 2022, Chris?
We need to move while the appraisal stays where it is.
Yeah. So
we do have the appraisal, and we will need to run this by all of our applicants. I told Allison about this, roughly 6 hours ago. I shot an email to our other client, so a little bit of work on our side. The 1120 Shield O project is on your agenda, and I think you are planning on continuing that. So, ideally they need to be on the same agenda.
And it's proposed to be continued to March 9th.
Our March 9th agenda is now crammed, so I would recommend like another day because I don't think need I say more? So Shieldo is that day. We can always continue Shieldo to
The
a further
25th,
date,
March 25th?
to the 25th of March. Does that give you enough time, Chris, you think, to be able to look at this opportunity?
Yeah, I believe so. We have the appraisal, we have the HOA information, we'll have some site visit stuff only to do with staff, and then obviously the client sort of interaction.
And then sorry, Chris, on the 9th, we can continue your other applicant from Shieldo.
I suggest actually we just continue both of them to that 25th date. If I understand right, you're doing short-term rentals on the 9th?
Yeah, but we'd have to continue it on the date it's already scheduled, Leslie. If we've got it on the agenda for the 9th, we'd have to continue it to the 25th.
23rd, actually.
23rd. I don't think we can do that now because it's not before us. Is that correct?
You have to do it as a separate motion. As soon as you do this one, you'll take up the next item on.
So
it is on your agenda, the Shieldo.
Oh, that is?
It is?
That's the tri-dial? Oh,
Right,
okay.
correct.
Oh, well, see, Chris, you ran me into the ditch.
I will, if the chair would allow.
Yes, please.
To make a motion to continue the resolution denying the APK Willoughby LLC request to eliminate affordable dwelling unit deed restriction to March 23rd.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion by the board? Seeing none, I'll call the question to continue this to the 25th of March. All those
23rd.
23rd. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 That'd be Friday. We could do it on a Friday.
Make another motion to continue. Oh,
Yeah.
do you need to introduce the item or can I just continue it?
You can just continue it.
I'll make a motion to continue the Tridal Real Estate LTD removal of Category 1 EDU also to March 23rd.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. Further discussion by the board. I'll just say, Chris, I appreciate your creativity. I saw Sarah with her head in her hand, shaking her head, so good luck to all of you. And Allison, did you want to say any comments before we call the question? You need to unmute, please.
Gotcha. Forgot about that. No, just wanted to say thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you again on the 23rd of March.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? None. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you all for being patient with us today. Thanks, Leslie. And I was the one who sent you the text message about a new haircut.
Oh, yeah, it's cute.
Okay, we are at open discussion.
Thank you.
John Peacock, are you available to us?
He's not.
I thought he was on.
Oh, he is. You're right. I thought he was running a seminar.
Not connected to audio, so he might not actually.
Well, he told me he had no items for open discussion, so I'm going to take him for his word. So is there any other open discussion from the board? Okay, I am going to try and work something out with Cindy and John Ely for Monday. And Francie, that will be just to outline the issues that came forward on STRs. And then I really want the board to continue to provide staff with direction on any specifics or just your general feelings. So we are prepared between now and then. We will continue to accept public comment. Yes, Kelly?
I just want to let you know, Charlotte is trying to prepare the retreat booklets for the end of the week. So I think Francie and Steve, she may be in touch with you about how to get, if you're going to come in to get those or to send them down to you.
She was going to send them by Busy Bee delivery service, I think.
Okay.
Greg,
Yeah, we already worked it out.
Greg, you have
Okay.
to come
She's gonna
pick yours
send it-
up. Greg, you don't get the
She's gonna send
privilege.
it to
Yeah,
Pat.
I think she said midday Friday or something like that.
All right.
I
Anything
think
else?
she's gonna send it to Fat Belly for me.
Okay. I'll drop him off there if I get a burger. Well, I'll come drop him off. Those burgers are good. All right. Little publicity for Francie's place there. All right, guys, unless there's anything else, thank you. I thought we'd be here till midnight. It's only 6:12. We've done well. I'm going to,
I move to adjourn.
thank you, Steve.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No. I'm calling the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you.
All right, thank
Kelly,
you.
5 o'clock at my house?
Thank you all.
I think I was gonna leave.